Hey everyone. Welcome back for the final part of What If Naruto Was the Black Mage. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the trouble YouTube keeps giving me randomly. After this video, feel free to head over there, where you can find about 20 other stories to enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 6, Chunin Exams. First exam. When Sasuke arrived at the academy at around 8:30, 30 minutes before the exams were supposed to start, he was witness to something incredibly rare. Not only was Sakura not hanging off his arm like a leech, yet, but his teammate was lounging on top of a tree branch, back to the trunk, and was playing a song. Naruto, while training with Lulu, had to find something to do whenever he drained his mana supply dry. He had decided that he needed a hobby that didn't require much money to sustain, was able to take hours of his time on end, and would be suitably rewarding. When he had brought this up to Lulu, she had said that music tended to have all those circumstances met, and suggested that he pick up playing an instrument. He had started at the age of 5, and it had become something of a soothing experience for him to play a lap harp whenever he was bored or wasn't training. His fingers had been itching to play the instrument for months since his return to Konoha, but due to his multiple altercations with villagers and ninja, as well as his training in the elements, he had placed it on a lower priority. Now, however, he was lounging, his eyes closed, as his fingers plucked out a song on the lap harp that he carried with him, sealed within a small scroll that he kept on his person at all times. It was contained with a blood seal, so that only he or his family, or lack thereof, could release it. Sasuke stopped, staring open-jawed at his enigmatic blonde teammate as he continued to play. Sakura came up to him, and was about to ask for a date when the tones of the song reached her ears as well, and she looked up to figure out where it came from. When she spotted the origin, she almost fainted in shock. Almost in unison, the two Jonin repeatedly tried to release a genjutsu, believing that there was no way that their teammate could possibly do anything besides fight. Meanwhile, Naruto was feeling quite relaxed and a tad less hostile now that he had finally been able to play his lap harp, and was well aware of his two teammates. He gave the mental equivalent of a shrug, not really caring that they now knew of his hobby, and continued to play. The song he had been playing was a rather odd one, though only the doll currently perched on his head or he himself would know why he was playing it. The two onlookers, as well as several ninja hidden nearby who had come to discover the origin of the music, were stunned at the sadness in the flowing music. He was currently playing a dirge, in honor of Lulu. His thoughts that morning had been oddly preoccupied with the passing of his mentor/older sister/mother figure, and he decided that he might as well honor her departure to the far plane. His fingers plucked at the strings with a masterful elegance, using his mana to alter the flatness or sharpness of a particular string to negate the use of levers. All sounds seemed to halt around him as he continued his song, until he finished it at last and stored the lap harp within the small scroll with a small puff of smoke. He placed the scroll in a hidden pocket within his shirt, making sure to keep it safe as he looked down at his teammates with a quirked eyebrow. "Shall we go?" The two had to physically shake themselves out of their stupor, both immediately shoving that memory deep into the denial section of their brains, unwilling to believe that their demon teammate capable of any emotion. Sasuke immediately recovered his air of Uchiha, also known as arrogant prick aura, causing many Konoha citizens to have simultaneous thoughts of bowing before him. Sakura immediately latched onto Sasuke as soon as the aura was placed, staring up at him with starry eyes, while the ninja in the surrounding foliage disappeared, satisfied that there was no threat. Kurenai and Anko, two of the observers, stashed the memory of Naruto playing a dirge into a mental folder labeled Investigate Later. The blonde hopped down from the tree branch, the plush doll on his head dropping into his arms from the fall. Without another word, he led the team off into the academy. Academy, 2nd floor, 8:40 a.m. As soon as Naruto stepped foot on the floor, his senses picked up a slight disturbance. He peered around the corridor as he waited for Sasuke and Sakura to appear, Sasuke having taken extra time ascending the staircase to wait as people bowed down in his wake, and Sakura because she apparently was winded from ascending a single flight of stairs. He found the origin of the disturbance at the doorway to what seemed to be room 301, though the 3 was flickering in his vision. He decided that it must be an illusion, which was compounded by the large gathering of Chunin hopefuls around the door, which was guarded by 2 Chunin under another genjutsu to disguise them as Jounin. The 2 were engaged in keeping the teens away from the door, acting as if it were the real 301. The blonde heaved an exasperated sigh, moving across the floor away from the commotion up another flight of steps, as 301 was on the 3rd floor, not the second. You would think that people would be able to think for themselves, but no. They see a group of Chunin hopefuls trying to get into a door on the second floor, and they automatically believe that this must be the door for the first exam, regardless of the fact that it was specifically stated to be on the third floor. He looked down at the fox plush in his arms, which seemed to be tired of human stupidity as well. He gave a soft murmur just loud enough to hear to the fox, though unheard to any around him. They make me feel ashamed of the fact that I share their race. The fox looked up at him in a little bit of surprise, before a feral grin lit up his face as he replied, stiffening again so that none would suspect him of moving. Personally, I think of you as more of a demon than anything, regardless of the fact that you are mortal like them. The black mage made sure to give the plush toy extra belly rubs for that as he walked past his teacher, completely disregarding his ramblings about how it was a team exam and he had to wait for his teammates. Room 301, 8:55 a.m. Naruto had chosen a seat in the direct middle of the swarm of Chunin hopefuls, and was currently tapping a finger on the top of his desk as he waited for his teammates to show up. Surely, in case of Sasuke almost not getting in, Kakashi would either tell the Uchiha the secret, or would pull strings to allow him to continue. Finally giving up on waiting, he stood from his seat and headed towards the entryway where most of the Rookie Nine, as they were called, gathered. He completely ignored the horrified recoil of Kiba, who had recovered in the hospital following his attack, and sought out the pink hair that was indicative of a Haruno. Finally finding them, he gave out an annoyed sigh at seeing Sasuke, who looked quite a bit worse for wear. "You fought with Lee, am I correct?" The Uchiha simply glared in reply, though the bruises answered in their own way, almost looking like imprints of the boy's sandals. The blonde simply shrugged uncaringly, before turning on his heel to go back to his seat. He was prevented, however, by another Genin standing in his way. He seemed to be about 5 feet 8 inches, and had gray hair pulled back into a ponytail. He was wearing purple clothing that looked suitable for battle, and was wearing some round glasses on the bridge of his nose. However, when Naruto inspected him a bit closer, the Genin seemed to have a latent malice hidden within his warm gaze, and his demeanor simply dripped with deceit. Giving a mental shrug, not really caring at all, he listened to what the Genin had to say. "Hey, you guys know you're drawing a lot of attention to yourselves, right?" Naruto peered over the boy's shoulder, and saw that most of the room was glaring in their direction with a minute amount of killing intent. His lip twitched a little at that, wanting nothing more than to kill them before he smashed that urge. He gave an apathetic shrug at the gray-haired Genin, responding in a monotone. "Your point is? I simply had to check on my comrades, to make sure they did not do something exceptionally stupid and get disqualified. If you do not mind, I will continue back to my seat." The Genin looked at him, seeming to size him up, before nodding. He was about to move, but then seemed to remember something and pulled out a deck of cards, his eyes sparkling in manipulative glee, with a hint of mockery within. "I'm Yakushi Kabuto, one of the senior applicants to the exams. Would any of you like to see my nin info cards? I have information on nearly anyone in this exam, no matter the country." The reply he got was one he wasn't prepared for. "There is no human in this village that would give me a decent challenge. The Sandaime is simply too aged to prove a fight, and many of the Jounin could be easily taunted into losing any advantage they might have held in the first place. Move aside or you will be eliminated." Kabuto moved out of the way, quite startled at the answer before turning back to the shell-shocked Genin, deck of cards in hand. "What about all of you?" Naruto's keen hearing heard the self-assured reply from Sasuke, nearly causing him to snort in derision. "Rock Lee and Naruto." The medic nin shuffled through the cards a bit before pulling out the two requested, and gave a rather passable grin, though Naruto could feel the disgust and annoyance coming from the Genin. Rock Lee of Konoha, specializes in taijutsu. Has no ability in either ninjutsu or genjutsu, due to inability to use chakra. Mission history of 38D ranks, 7C ranks. His abilities in taijutsu are apparently only matched by his teammate Hyuga Neji and his mentor, Mido Gai. Sasuke's lips twisted into a smug sneer at this, ushering the medic to continue with the next. Naruto seemed to blur out of existence, and appeared next to Kabuto holding the card with his information on it. He quickly scanned its contents, much to the dismay of the Genin, before giving a humorless laugh. "Kabuto-san. Your information is very vague on me, and doesn't even have my name correct. Here, let me fix it for you." The card seemed to pulse with a light purple energy, before the information rewrote itself, much to the astonishment to the medic. Nobody should have been able to alter the information. He looked over the card after it was returned to him, gasping in shock as the blonde returned to his seat to listen. I can't believe it. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto is the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, age 15, male. He is the only descendant of the Yondaime of Konoha, Namikaze Minato, as well as his wife Uzumaki Kushina from Whirlpool Country. Was presumed dead at age 3 after a mob had captured and beat him to submission due to his Jinchuriki status, and was abandoned outside Konoha. He was trained by a strange woman in his bloodline, as well as an ancient taijutsu style. Bloodline is mainly the use of highly advanced elemental manipulation without the use of hand seals, with a few other quirks to it. According to this, he doesn't use chakra at all due to his bloodline, so the Hyuga taijutsu has no effect on him. His ninjutsu is absolutely astounding, well over that of a Kage, and he is on par with most jounin in hand-to-hand combat. His genjutsu is unknown, as he doesn't use illusion techniques at all, though his control displays that he would be quite able to use them. He has been recorded to have killed over 300 mercenaries in one technique, and can create tidal waves and earthquakes with a flick of his wrist, not unlike the Kyuubi itself. The Shiki Fuuin, dead demon-consuming seal, is no longer present on his body, so the Kyuubi is no longer imprisoned within him. Mission history of 48D ranks, 1C turned A rank mission, where he fought on par with Momochi Zabuza, and was able to battle the Nuke Nin into submission in a purely water-based fight. Many of the Konoha Jinan turned their heads so quickly to face the blonde in question that their necks cracked, and a few almost snapped their own necks in the whiplash of the movement. Kabuto was barely able to restrain his instinct to begin sweating buckets at the information, as he was unsure if Orochimaru would even be able to fight this one. Naruto was simply tapping his fingers in a bored rhythm on the desk, Kyuubi doll perched on top of his head. He gave a murmur that seemed to be to nobody in particular, though everyone in the room heard it. If Konoha wasn't so stupid as to throw me away like trash, I may have actually decided to protect them. PFFT. Humans. So stupid and so easily swayed by their emotions. If my parents were alive, I'd kill them for their own stupidity at believing I would be heralded as a savior. Idiots. Kabuto's nervousness immediately ceased when he saw the amethyst eyes staring pointedly at him when he mentioned he wouldn't protect Konoha. He pondered a little on how he was so easily found out, before giving a mental shrug. He didn't care so long as Orochimaru-sama wouldn't be forced to fight this one. Ibiki chose this time to barge into the room, yelling to the eerily silent room to sit down and shut up. He looked around when nobody seemed to heed his order, and realized they were all staring at Naruto, and glanced curiously at the blonde. Sensing that many eyes were on him, Naruto decided that he might as well instill more chaos. He picked up the plush doll from his head, and tossed it to the front of the class before enlarging it to the point where it was just barely grazing the ceiling with its head. The doll took this time to bellow out a roar of sit the fuck down before disappearing, appearing on top of Naruto's head in his smaller form once again. Many of the room thought it was simply an illusion cast by Ibiki and heeded it, though Ibiki and Kabuto realized that it was the actual doll that did that, and filed that away in their minds for later. The actual exam was rather interesting. Interesting in that Naruto was able to stare directly at the exam proctor, Morino Ibiki, for 40 straight minutes without blinking. The proctor was actually getting pretty freaked out at the flat gaze directed at him, and was fidgeting nervously. The final 5 minutes before the 10th question, the black mage shifted his gaze towards the ceiling, seeming to be deep in thought about something. A near-invisible icy mist faded into view, collecting upon 2 specific exam papers. It hardened slightly in the shape of several answers from the 2 papers, allowing Naruto to probe the construct to figure out its shape to determine the correct answers from the 2 Chunin that were hidden within the Chunin hopefuls, and he copied them onto his paper. Having finished the paper down to the 10th question, which he was still waiting on, the blonde sat back in his seat and proceeded to have a stare down against Ibiki once more. This time, however, he added a touch of killing intent to his stare, not enough to be noticed as such yet enough to add an uncomfortable pressure to it. Ibiki noticed the slight pressure, and figured that it must be from one of the students that were getting ticked off, so he shrugged it off. 5 minutes passed by, and he dished out the 10th question. He went through his well-recited routine of if you take the question and fail, nobody in your team will ever be Chunin. If you refuse to take the question, better luck in 6 months. Sakura's hand started to rise to forfeit her team, but that plan was swiftly halted when she looked towards Sasuke and was enraptured with his beauty, her hand still halfway raised. Noticing that nobody was going to forfeit after the first dozen teams or so, the proctor gave them the most shocking news of their young lives. Well, for most anyway. A shriek distinctly sounding like a cat with a trumpet halfway down its throat was the first to break the stunned silence. What do you mean we all pass? Sadly, Sakura's inquiry would never be answered as a ball of black cloth burst through the window, shattering it. Naruto took this time to vent his irritation that he was feeling towards his parasitic teammate and flooded his killing intent, releasing a third of the potential throughout the room. The Kyuubi assisted in this endeavor and sent a highly concentrated beam of killing intent towards Ibiki, making it seem like Naruto did it. The whole room fainted instantly, most having heart palpitations from the intense fear of death. Many weak-hearted individuals experience something akin to seeing their own deaths being portrayed, their imagination sparked from the intense amount of fear. The black ball of cloth exploded outwards, becoming a banner with each corner of the cloth pegged to the room by kunai. A rather interesting statement of the sexy and single Mitarashi Anko is here. A second exam proctor was spelled out across it, with a woman landing gracefully on her feet in front of it. The woman was clothed in what could possibly make a prostitute blush at the skin showed, consisting only of an open long beige trench coat with the sleeves rolled above the elbow, a fishnet body glove, and a simple pair of extremely short yellow shorts. Her hair was purple and was placed in a style reminiscent of the pineapple that Shikamaru tended to wear, and her hazel eyes were glinting in barely concealed bloodlust and slight insanity. The trench coat was only barely covering her nipples, forcing Naruto to tap his chin and thought of how the hell she was able to keep it in place so that they weren't shown ever. Several images of the possibilities of connecting the trench coat lining to nipple piercings, as well as a mumbled debate with the plush doll on the possibilities of superglue later, and the woman finally noticed that everyone was out cold aside from a single blonde teen in the middle of a room of assorted people shivering in fear. She turned her gaze towards said blonde, and broke out into the single most frightening grin ever. It seemed to be a combination of orgasmic pleasure at seeing one person cause so much fear, as well as hero worship. Needless to say, it was almost bad enough to cause the emotionless black mage to cringe in fear, thinking he gained an adult fangirl. Unfortunately, he was unable to escape before she latched onto his arm, grinding her chest suggestively against him and purring into his ear. I've never seen someone force the entire first exam to faint. How the fuck did you get Ibiki too, brat? The blonde turned his unnerving gaze towards her and leveled a glare that sent chills down Itachi's spine, believing someone was outdoing his Uchiha death glare. When electricity started to spark around his body, she swiftly backed off before she was targeted with a very painful bolt. The teen stood gracefully, blasting everyone in the room with frozen winds to awaken them, speaking as he did so. They are weak. I was not forced to release more than 1/3 of my killing intent, and that was an overload for most. Where will the second task be held? Anko flinched a bit at the tone of his voice, her mask dropping for a second to throw an apologetic glance towards him. Her mask slipped back on before any could notice, though both the blonde and the doll saw the glance and disregarded it. If one were to keep score, it would look quite pathetic. Haters, 10,000-ish. Pity/regret, less than 10. As soon as the assorted teens were able to think coherently from the rude awakening, Anko quickly yelled at all of them that she was going to cut them in half in the next exam and to meet her at the Forest of Death at 2 p.m. the next day. The next day, 1:59 p.m. Naruto, fearing for his virginity, had teleported to the entrance to the forest at exactly 1:59 p.m., giving Anko absolutely no time to try to force herself on him before the exam. Unfortunately, it seemed as if she was planning on doing just that, as she pouted petulantly at him when she saw him, giving a rather convincing version of the kicked puppy look. A scantily clad kicked puppy. With boobs. Nevertheless, she began the second task with announcing that killing was legal, and forcing all candidates to sign waivers so that Konoha couldn't be held accountable for their deaths. This news was possibly the only bright side towards the entire day, causing Naruto's lips to quirk upward, and the doll on his head to give a feral grin, though nobody noticed. Team 7 was given a heaven scroll, which Naruto pocketed before either of his teammates could object. He strode between the two, not even paying attention to either of them as he contemplated what he could do with 5 days of free reign within the Forest of Death. Unfortunately, other Konoha nins were thinking the same thing, and they were quite horrified. A distinct scent made its way to Naruto's nose, and he blinked rapidly in shock as well as slight disgust. Smells like snakes. And little boys? I never knew there was such a combination. The black mage relayed this intriguing information to his doll, causing the poor plush toy to burst out into hysterical fits of giggles, though he would later deny doing something as unmanly as giggling. After getting his manly snickering out of his system, the doll decided to enlighten the blonde to what exactly has that distinct scent. Orochimaru, the snake Sanin, has an interest in the bodies of boys, it seems. He claims to require a new body every 3 years, but I think he's just afraid of commitment. Naruto failed to stifle a snort of amusement at that, causing his both Sasuke, and, by proxy, His lamprey currently latched onto him, to whirl around and stare in barely veiled shock. Completely ignoring the two, the blonde waltzed past them, leaning against a tree right next to their gate as he waited for the horn to blare, signaling the beginning of the next exam. He watched as Anko threw a kunai to graze the cheek of Kiba, who was drawing too much attention to himself, and her subsequent shunshine, body flicker, behind him to lick up the blood. His lips twitched a little when Orochimaru, skillfully disguised as a Kusagakur, hidden grass, Janan handed her kunai back. Using his tongue? Indeed, it seems that one of Orochimaru's little quirks, which quite possibly could be a body augmentation, was his tongue that seemed to be able to extend indefinitely? The blonde immediately squashed the thought with the mental equivalent of a boulder, not wanting to ever have to think about that tongue again. Thankfully, it seems as though the gods took pity on him, as the horn blared at that moment. Without a second glance, the black mage seemed to blur out of existence, disappearing into the forest without so much as a footprint in his wake. 5 days, 21 teams. This would be fun. Inside the Forest of Death, Day 1, 2:53 p.m. Naruto had trailed a team from Kirigakure, Hidden Mist, into a clearing, having followed his senses. While training with Lulu, she taught him to follow the trails of energy left behind from any sort of usage, and given the fact that ninjas tend to use chakra to augment their legs while running, it was like following a trail of footprints. He pulled out his heaven scroll, and checked it over, finding that the scrolls had a pretty powerful barrier surrounding them to prevent accidental damage when retrieving them from other teams. Without batting an eye, he snapped his fingers and let the mana flow, a whispered arrow breaking the silence of the glade. Whirling sickles of wind, hidden within a seemingly harmless breeze, completely obliterated the entire team. The black mage hopped down from his perch, picking up a duplicate heaven scroll from their remains before hopping back to the trees, leaving no trace of his presence in the clearing aside from 3 mangled corpses. With Sakura and Sasuke, the two weren't really getting along that well. Sakura was nearly broadcasting where they were with her shrieks of fear, as well as squeals of Sasuke-kun. Truly, she must have been dropped on her overly large forehead at a young age. Sasuke was doing decently. His extra training with Kakashi was paying off, though not enough. After all, how powerful could one be when all they do is copy techniques? Then again, perhaps they weren't doing that well, as that rabbit they were being attacked by still wasn't dead, and both of them were low on chakra. Must be one of those evil mutant bunnies native only to the Forest of Death. With Naruto, Day 1, 8:45 p.m. The Black Mage had followed the trail of another Janan team, this one being from Iwagakure, Hidden Stone. They had touched down for a rest, setting up a few detection traps to make sure they weren't taken off guard. Unfortunately, that didn't protect them from the explosion of flame, centered in the middle of the three. The blonde hopped down and scavenged their blackened corpses, retrieving an earth scroll, before disappearing in a whirl of water to escape the acrid stench of melted flesh. Day 1, 11:25 p.m. Truly, this has to be one of the few things that Konoha can do correctly. 5 days of free-for-all, killing allowed. Naruto, having followed the distant sounds of battle, found an Amigakure, Hidden Rain, team and another Kirigakure team in the midst of a battle. The Ame Nins were doing quite well, using their umbrellas loaded with senbone to rain down upon the Kiri Nins who were hidden within a mist. After watching them fight for a while with no deaths, Naruto decided to up the casualty rate. After liberating an earth and a heaven scroll from the remains of 6 victims of random lightning strikes, the blonde decided to rest. He slipped into the branches of a tree, weaving a pattern with his mana to disguise him as the tree itself so that he could sleep undisturbed. 4 days left, 17 teams left. With Sasuke and Sakura. After having fought in a death match against the fluffy mutant bunny, in which they performed a tactical retreat, the two decided to turn in for the night, hiding within the shrubbery since Sakura didn't have any genjutsu in her arsenal, and Sasuke was too Uchiha to learn worthless illusions. Day 2, 6:25 a.m. After stretching a bit to fully awaken, Naruto decided to search and destroy a few more teams. He tapped his chin lightly and thought, wondering if he should go after any Konoha teams, before shrugging it off. He really couldn't care less. If they got in his way, they would die, if not, then they would live. Simple as that. He set off into the foliage, deciding to have no mercy if he were to face off against a Konoha Janan. With the exam proctors, Anko, Genma, the Senbone one, Hayate, the Sick one, and Ibiki were currently situated upon the top of the tower in the middle of the Forest of Death. Several Jounin senseis were also sitting up with them, and quite a few had questioned Anko's sanity when she brought something up with her. It was popcorn. A bag of popcorn large enough to feed all of them for all 5 days. When they asked her what it was for, she gave them an insane giggle before saying you'll see. Quite a few used their stealth training to step as far away from her as possible without drawing her attention. The purple-haired snake mistress had a hand to her brow, shielding out the sun as she searched for something in the forest before they all apparently found it. A spear of ice the size of the tower itself dropped out of the sky, slamming into the ground in the forest and shattering into tiny pieces before evaporating. While everyone else was busy trying to pull their jaws off the ground, Anko was laughing up a storm while munching on popcorn, yelling "do it again." Over the course of the 5 days, all available jounin in Konoha were situated up there with her, watching the proceeds. Only a few Konoha jounin knew what was causing it, while a few others had suspicions. Inside the forest, Day 2, 2:02 p.m. After giving a show to all the ninja currently watching the treetops, and liberating yet another Earth Scroll from a poor Iwa team, the Black Mage decided it was time to up the ante. He quickly picked up the trail of 3 more teams that were converging, and followed them to a large clearing where 2 teams were fighting against the third, which seemed to be Team 10. A malicious smirk pulled at his lips as he lifted a hand. With Team 10. It was all going well for a while. Shikamaru and Ino had immobilized 2 people of one team, while Kyuubi knocked the third out and pilfered the scroll that turned out to be the same one they had off a team early in the morning. They threw down a smoke bomb to cover their tracks as they retreated with their prize, hoping to have better luck elsewhere. What they didn't expect was the team they had stolen from to find another team from their country to forge an alliance and track them down to get the scroll back. So here they were, in the middle of what could be called tactical suicide. Their group was definitely not meant for open battle. They were leaning towards assassination/capture interrogation at this point in their ninja careers. If they had more jutsu in their arsenal, maybe they would have had a chance. Against all odds, though, they weren't dead yet. Ino had 4 broken ribs, a cracked forearm, and had some internal bleeding where one of the opposing nins had given her a devastating heel drop to her abdomen. Shikamaru had a busted lip, a cut above his eyebrow from a kunai that would have impaled his temple if he hadn't leaned backwards at the last moment, and a few fractured bones in his wrist, arms, and ankles. Kyuubi was the best of all 3 of them, only having a sprained ankle, as he was the only one of the Ino Shikacho trio that was built for things like this. Unfortunately, aside from 2 nins knocked out on the other alliance, they were mostly unharmed. This would not end well. Deciding to taunt Team 10, one of the nins with nondescript features walked forward and sneered at them. "Humph. This is the legendary Ino Shikacho trio? Pathetic. We were originally going to just knock you out and take the scroll, but now we're going to have to kill you." Ino took in a horrified breath at this, before coughing bloodily. The action wasn't doing any favors to her broken ribs. Before any fatal blows could be thrown, the sneering ninja was impaled through the 8 vital points by 8 javelins created out of frost. The nin didn't know what hit him, his face forever holding an expression of horrified agony, eyes clouded over in death. The other 3 conscious nins on the opposing team immediately whirled around to search for who had caused the death of their leader, only to meet their ends in a variety of ways. A huge fist of rock broke free of the ground, wrapping around one and squeezing until his chest caved in before pulling it into the earth with it. A second was struck by arcing lightning bolts from multiple directions, causing Shikamaru to puzzle at how the bolts moved horizontally. The final one, however, was the most brutal. Naruto strode out of the tree line, holding both hands up, fingers splayed. The air around him was pulsing with power, though he seemed as apathetic as always. Hundreds of thin tendrils of boiling hot water, held together by mana to prevent them from evaporating from the intense heat, sprouted from the air. Team 10 watched in horrified fascination as the golden blonde swiped his hands around in an intricate pattern, the water following every gesture. Within seconds the nin was nothing more than a pile of flayed flesh and a bloodstain on the soil, though the screams of torment from the victim would haunt their dreams for many days. Without even a word, the Black Mage tossed the scroll that Team 10 needed towards Shikamaru, and collected 2 scrolls from the ground, where the earth had spit one out from the victim of the rock hand, and the other being dropped by Shikamaru during the fight. With a simple gesture, the remains of the 2 teams, as well as their unconscious comrades, were buried 20 feet into the ground. The 2 unconscious nins were buried alive. This fact seemed to be the breaking point for poor Yamanaka Ino, who turned around and immediately vomited, though it was quite bloody from her internal injuries, and did nothing to help her nausea. Shikamaru and Kyuubi seemed to be caught between intense terror, as well as disgust, at how the enemy was dispatched. Neither could even hope to speak, too appalled at the deaths they witnessed. Naruto glided silently towards them, the Kyuubi doll held in one arm, using his other hand to seal the scroll within another scroll before placing the sealing scroll within one of his pockets. The two male team members recoiled from the blonde as he walked towards them, though the action caused them both to flinch in pain. Ino was almost going into shock, and wasn't paying attention to her surroundings. The jewel-eyed blonde walked up to their female teammate, pulled her around, and backhanded her across the face in one motion, causing all three of them to blink stupidly in shock, their jaws falling at the action. Gaining her composure, the Yamanaka winced as she touched the side of her face, knowing that there would be a bruise left behind. She looked up at who had hit her, before almost screaming in terror at who it was. Before she could, though, the Black Mage did something that made the other two of Team 10 to gape in bewilderment. He reached down, and tilted her head up so that she would look at him in the face, his cold demeanor lifting slightly. "I do not regret my actions, but I do apologize that you were forced to bear witness to them. Let this be a lesson to show you that the career of a shinobi is absolutely nothing to be taken lightly. If I had not come, you all would have died. While I am admittedly brutal in my actions, they are the reality of the ninja world. If you cannot deal with that, then immediately retire. If you need help coming to terms with this, you should consult Yamanaka Inoiki, as he should have some idea of how to help you through it." With that said, he turned to leave, before the Mindwalker blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Why, didn't you kill us too?" The purple-eyed teen turned his head to look over his shoulder, the side of his lips twitching a little at the question. "While Konoha may believe I am a demon, they need to learn something important. The world is never black and white, there are only shades of gray. What they need to realize is that demons are not pure evil, and humans are not pure good. It should have been ingrained in them already due to the shinobi wars, yet somehow they get this weird self-righteous streak believing themselves to be good while everything else is evil." The other blonde's jaw almost dislocated itself as her skewed vision of the world abruptly shattered, while Kyuubi still didn't get it yet, and said so. The Black Mage turned towards him and lifted one eyebrow, before elaborating. "Think of it this way, what if, by chance, the Kyuubi attack due to, say, its family being murdered in cold blood by Konoha shinobi? The Kyuubi would be in the right, and yet Konoha labels it as some sort of avatar of evil without ever questioning why. The treatment I got as a child by the villagers would be considered evil in just about every other place in the world, yet they felt somehow that they were in the right, and were doing the right thing. I am not good or evil in any sense of the words. I am not what I think of myself as. I am not what others think of me as. I am what I perceive that others think of me as. I am sure Shikamaru can explain that to you later. Right now I have less than 10 teams to eliminate, and less than 3 days to do so. The tower is northeast of here, head there to get your injuries tended." With his monologue ended, he disappeared into a cyclone of air. Team 10 had many things to think about in the days to come. With Anko and the others. It was the end of the 4th day, meaning the teams had exactly until noon the next day to get to the tower unless they were to be disqualified. So far, quite a few ninja both from Konoha and from the Jounin Senseis of other teams had come to watch the absolute demolition of parts of the Forest of Death. So far, they had seen huge bolts of lightning exploding from a cloudless sky, the likes of which couldn't even hope to be matched by storms in Kumo. The thunder caused by the blast knocked over several trees and shook the tower's foundations. They were also witness to what could only be described as the love child of a tsunami and a tornado, which seemed to be a towering column of water that spun into a maelstrom of torn trees, as well as quite a bit of blood, if the red spots in parts of the behemoth were any indication. The odd construction collapsed into itself after a few minutes, causing a few watching it to give out sighs of relief that it didn't explode. The oddest occurrence, however, is what happened at around midnight at the beginning of the final day. A squirrel. A colossal squirrel towering over the trees of the Forest of Death made completely out of controlled flame, which was picking up ninjas in its cute, yet superheated, claws and chomping on them. Oddly enough, there seemed to be a long-haired golden blonde rider standing atop the tip of one of its ears. A piercing scream sounding like rusted senbone on a chalkboard, or perhaps a certain Haruno, echoed over the trees, scattering any remaining birds that had tried to brave the flaming squirrel. The rider looked towards the sound, before urging the behemoth of molten flame towards the sound, not seeming at all fazed or uncomfortable with riding an entity made entirely of fire. Anko and the rest of the Jounin stared at the retreating trail of smoke from the squirrel, quite a few pondering at how the trees didn't catch fire. The dumbfounded silence at the event that had never in the history of the shinobi countries been done was broken by a certain snake mistress, who was staring almost uncomprehendingly at the back of the flame squirrel, her popcorn forgotten. "I totally want to have his child. With Naruto." The golden-haired teen in question had jumped off his creation as soon as he neared the epicenter of the banshee scream. Coming through the trees, he was witness to what he was positive would be the best scene of his life so far. Orochimaru, if the yellow-eyed gaze with snake-like pupils would be an indicator, had given Uchiha Sasuke a cursed hiki, and his never-ending tongue was slurping up either side of the Uchiha heir's face, who looked absolutely horrified, yet unable to move from the pain of the evil bite mark. Sakura was staring at the scene with a mixture between shock and disgust at what Orochimaru was doing, as well as envy and hatred for not being the one to do it first. It took all of his self-control to not burst out laughing, so he decided that he might as well just drive off the Sannin and take his team to the tower so he could get some sleep. He tried hard to ignore the Sannin's claims of how Sasuke would come to him for power and something else he had proclaimed with a disturbing wink. A hail of fireballs and water bullets drove off the Sannin, who simply believed it to be a squad or two of Anbu. Jumping down from the trees once he was positive the snake pervert was gone, Naruto swiftly knocked out his two comrades and set off at a blurring pace towards the tower, his two teammates being carried on slabs of earth for a few reasons. Mainly, he didn't want to touch the snake's slobber, and he didn't want to have to carry their dead weight. At the tower, pre-dawn. Not even paying attention to the poster-like scroll on the wall, the flaxen-haired teen whipped out all 10 scrolls he had, summoning 5 different jounin in a large poof of smoke. The group just so happened to consist of Iruka, Anko, Ibiki, Hayate, and Genma. The 5 stood there for a moment, taking in the state of Team 7 in shocked silence, before Iruka, Hayate, and Genma all jumped backwards to not have to deal with them. Sakura was muddied and mussed up, her hair a mess, and had a few splotches of dried blood on her clothing. Sasuke had the snake hiki, he smelled of snake saliva, was missing his shirt and it seemed as if his pants were in the process of being ripped off. Quite a few nins shuddered to think of the implications of his state. Naruto looked pristine as ever, though from his shins down to his bare feet were covered in dried blood, looking as if he had waded through blood, which, coincidentally, wasn't far off of the truth. His hair, Anko noted, was as perfect as ever, and the Kyuubi doll's eyes were closed for once, which confused the nins to no end. The plush doll was currently concentrating with all his considerable willpower to engrave the scene they had found Sasuke in into his mind. He never wanted to forget how his prayers were answered to have the Uchiha to feel irrevocably violated, and the face the prick had made as the snake pervert licked him. Finally taking notice of the fact that their Uchiha heir needed medical attention, Genma spat out his senbon, dashed forward with his sickly swordsman friend Hayate, and gently lifted the Uchiha off of the slab of earth which fell to the ground with a dull thud after its passenger was taken. Iruka, realizing one of his former students also needed medical attention, took Sakura while the slab of earth carrying her fell to the ground soon after. Anko and Ibiki walked forward in tandem, knelt before the black mage, and spoke at the same time. "I want to bear your children. I want dibs on her firstborn if she bears your children." The blonde looked down at them for a moment, his lips twitching spasmodically, while the doll's eyes snapped open. Both jounin were granted the one-in-a-lifetime event of watching both the blonde and the plush toy erupting into laughter. It was quite interesting. Naruto had a soft laugh that seemed to confuse the listener as it was equal parts sadism, malice, humor, and happiness. The doll, not having human vocal ranges, was barking in laughter and rolling around in the blonde's arms, an action which would have startled the two if they weren't completely shell-shocked at the fact that Naruto, aka the demon child, was laughing. Neither of the two would later remember the fox moving. After calming down, Naruto finally spoke to the two, bringing their hopes crashing down. "I'm sorry, but in this day and age, I'd rather not have any children. However, I believe I could do something for you." Both jounin looked up in anticipatory glee, clasping their hands together at the same time. "You both know better than to give in to the council, so I have a proposition. You two are already involved with each other, correct?" Anko scratched the back of her head sheepishly while giggling nervously, mumbling something about how she thought nobody knew that. Ibiki, however, simply nodded. He didn't care if anyone knew, as both he and Anko were irreplaceable, no matter how much the village hated Anko for training under Orochimaru when she was younger. Nobody could interrogate with better results than either Ibiki or Anko, so they were guaranteed to stay, regardless of what the council wanted. Naruto tapped his chin for a moment, before nodding to himself. He gave the two a half smile before responding. "I will give you both a scroll for your children to learn from, to teach them a general overview of the way that I fight. They'll have to make the style their own after they learn from it. I have a feeling that I will not reside in Konoha for much longer, so I'll give them to you now, and I trust that you won't give them to the council, or share them. Think of it as a clan secret. You both are too old and set in the ways of the ninja to learn the way I fight, unfortunately." Before either of them could figure out what exactly they had just been given, the blonde rummaged around in his pockets before unsealing a scroll easily the size of the forbidden scroll of seals, and handing it to the both of them. He quickly used a small ice needle and dropped a drop of both Anko's and Iviki's blood on the scroll itself, before mumbling an incantation. A deep purple, nearly black light enveloped the scroll itself, before fading away. The black mage started to walk away, calling over his shoulder. The scroll will only open for one of you or your descendants, and only if the blood is willingly given. It can only be handled and read by either of you or your descendants, and I've also placed a curse on your bloodlines. Should any of your descendants attempt to reveal the secrets of the scroll, they will immediately die from their souls being torn asunder. Should you choose to, you may adopt children into your clan by a blood ritual inside that scroll so that they can be considered your descendants. This will prevent my secrets being spilled, while still passing on my legacy. Later on, when they recovered from their shock, the two torture and interrogation jounen would squeal like fan people, and glomp each other in absolute giddy joy at the news. Naruto, feeling tired after all the spells he cast in the forest, stumbled into one of the rooms specially provided for Chunin examinees, locked and warded the door, and fell into bed, cradling the Kyuubi doll to him as he fell into slumber. 11:30 a.m. After sufficiently resting, Naruto slipped into the shower to wash off all the blood and grime from 5 days in the Forest of Death. He would have done so the night before, but it wasn't his bed, so he didn't care if he got blood in it. He had a feeling this day would be interesting to say the least. Tower Arena. Kabuto was not having a good day. Not at all. It all started in the morning when he fell off the bed, and then the hot water was all used up. And now Orochimaru-sama wanted him to stay in the competition to find out more about the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Apparently Orochimaru didn't believe it was possible for the blonde to not be a Jinchuriki. Ah well. Good thing he had rigged the random matches so that he would be fighting Naruto, and nobody else. He was broken out of his musings of just how bad this day was going to be when a thin sheet of ice seemed to melt out of thin air next to him, with the visage of the blonde in question inside it. He was starting to get really freaked out now. When the blonde actually walked out of the sheet of ice, he knew he was fucked. A few of the contestants flinched violently when the blonde appeared through the mirror, while Uchiha Sasuke simply glared at him for taking the spotlight. Kyuubi doll situated atop his head, knee-length blonde hair swaying behind him in the breeze, he looked to be some sort of model. Unfortunately, the murderous glint in his eyes shattered that notion. It was at this point of time that Kabuto started praying. After finally realizing what the glowy hand thing was that Yoroi was utilizing, Sasuke was able to use a plagiarized version of the Goken fighting style that he had copied from Lee, creating the Shishi Rendan, Lion Combo/Barrage. Up in the stands, Asuma, Kurenai, and Guy were able to hear the murmur of like teacher-like student that came from Naruto. Kurenai turned her red gaze towards him and quirked an eyebrow, gesturing for him to continue. The blonde turned to face her, and gave a simple reply, his fingers scratching a bit behind the fox plush's ears in his arms. Few realize what the Sharingan is truly meant to be. The way those two use it is a horrible crutch, they rely far too much on it. Itachi, however, only uses it as one should, he thinks of it as any other ninja tool, such as a kunai. He actually trains, and can fight without his eyes if need be. Guy-san, I apologize that your student's hard work was bastardized by the Uchiha. The three jounen were quite shocked at the analysis of Konoha's prize Dujutsu, and couldn't help but agree. They turned back to the matches to continue watching, though they were quite boring, causing Naruto to zone out during most of them up until a specific one. Sakura and Ino had some sort of grudge match that Naruto tuned out, up until the point that Ino cut off most of her hair, using the strands to attempt to entrap her opponent so that she could possess her. Unfortunately, the possession was thrown off by Sakura's split personality, forcing the Yamanaka back into her own body. The sheer force of the repulsion jump-started Ino's survival instinct, her hands forming seals she had long ago forgotten due to her obsession with Sasuke. Finishing the short seal chain, Ino went through an experience that she would later state as I wasn't sure what I was doing or saying, it was instinct. Megan, Jikog Fukai-kan, demonic illusion, hell nightmare. Time seemed to stop in the arena, before Sakura paled dramatically, giving off a blood-curdling scream and collapsing to the ground, unconscious and shaking. Ino released the technique, somewhat in shock of what she just did, before a slight tingling made its way to her mind to let her know what the illusion did. She realized that she had taken the rather traumatizing event in the forest, and used it as the illusion, forcing Sakura to believe she was the one that was impaled with ice spears, crushed by a rock hand, electrocuted by lightning and finally flayed with whips of water. When the realization finally struck her in full force, she paled to an almost Orochimaru shade of white and ran to her sensei, barely realizing that she made it to the next round before she broke down crying next to Asuma. The bearded jounin was rather perplexed by her distress, making out a few words like illusion forest Naruto death horrible. He turned to Naruto and quirked an eyebrow, silently asking what the hell she was talking about that would scare her that much. Said blonde was rather amused by this turn of events, and gave out a slight chuckle before responding. Apparently she used a genjutsu that forced Sakura to experience what I did to save her team out in the forest. I believe that would be having her chest squeezed in a fist of rock until the chest cavity collapses, then impaled in all 8 vital points by ice spikes, electrocuted by arcing lightning bolts, and then flayed into a pile of flesh and blood with hair-thin strands of water. Kurenai and Guy, who were eavesdropping, gasped in shock and slight disgust at the brutality of it, before looking down at the poor blonde who was still crying on the ground, holding her knees to her chest. Kurenai absently noted to herself that maybe this would break Ino of her fangirl nature and allow her to be a competent ninja. Judging by the genjutsu she used, maybe she should offer some genjutsu lessons to her. The black mage turned back to the matches, realizing there were only 3 left, so he was either going to be paired with Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Neji, Yakashi Kabuto, Sabaku no Gaara, or Rock Lee. He was hoping to go against Gaara to test how a Jinchuriki's power would fare against him, but he wouldn't mind letting others have a go with the homicidal Tanuki container. He looked up at the board to realize that he was going up against Yakashi Kabuto, and let a malicious smirk tug at the edges of his lips. This was just too good to be true. He supposed the Genin must have rigged the fight so that Orochimaru could spy on him, so might as well give him a show. He broke out into maniacal laughter that had 2 snake using jounin looking at him in reverent awe as well as respect, and most of the Konoha spectators paling in fear. Deciding he would go for shock value, he teleported with an elaborate whirlwind of miniature ice mirrors. The Sannin had to shove his tongue back into his mouth to prevent from salivating. Who knew the container could use Huton? Kabuto was sweating heavily in fear, shaking a little as he stood a decent distance away from the blonde, waiting for the proctor to start the match. As soon as the proctor called out Hajime, start, he activated his chakra no Mesu, chakra scalpels, planning on attempting to cripple his opposition before he could die. His opponent, however, simply stood there with his smile widening every second. Kabuto was unaware, but the rest of the spectators were able to see crystals of ice appear all around the arena, multiplying at an amazing rate every second that Naruto apparently wasn't doing anything. As Kabuto leapt forward to try to end the match quickly, the blonde tossed his doll into the air, lifting both hands as a violet aura sprung to life around him. Most of the audience were impressed, and a little afraid, at the aura, though ninjas could feel no chakra coming from it. All of the ice crystals buried themselves underground as his hand slammed downward, coincidentally at the same time that the doll hit the ground. A single sentence was said, Kabuto still in the air from his leap, before the scene descended into chaos. In honor of Haku, Huton, Jigoku no Tuketsu Suru Mori, Ice Element, Frozen Forest of Hell. Hundreds of thousands of spears of ice seemed to explode into existence from underneath the arena, branching off multiple times as they grew to a height of 30 feet, ending just below the area the spectators were watching from. In the space of less than a second, the arena was literally a frozen forest. Kabuto was jumping from one spear to the other, trying to avoid being impaled on one of the many millions of branches and twigs in the forest. Naruto swiped the doll from the ground, and walked to the closest trunk of an ice tree, before melting into it. The audience was witness to what happened next, as they all saw reflections of Naruto in every single branch and twig of the forest, the feral smile upon his lips. For only a few seconds, he disappeared. In those few seconds, the most blood-chilling scream of agony was heard throughout the village, causing all the spectators to get a chill down their spines. Team 10 were the only ones who knew exactly what caused it, and all 3 of them spoke at the same time to their jounin sensei while they waited for the forest to melt. Kabuto-san is dead. The forest was starting to melt now at a pretty rapid pace, but slow enough to bring up good dramatic tension. Asuma turned to his 3 students, while the other jounin eavesdropped on the conversation, wondering how a Genin team knew what happened. How do you know that? Shikamaru was the one to speak, as Ino was having flashbacks, and Kyuubi was trying to forget the memory by eating. His voice lacked its customary drawl, and faltered a bit as he, too, remembered what happened the last time anyone heard that sound. The last time we heard that scream was in the forest, when Naruto flayed a ninja alive. Nothing was left of him but a pile of flesh and a bloodstain before he pulled it underground. The only way to make that sound is to die an excruciating death, screaming out your last moments. The forest finally finished melting, the water suspended in the air in multiple balls the size of a tennis ball to prevent the floor from being slippery. In the middle of the ring, surrounded by holes from the roots of the trees as well as several 100,000 sharp objects of varying elements, were two figures. The first was Naruto, covered head to toe in blood, and he seemed to be slightly amused at something, while the second figure was a bloodied mess of skin, clothes, and hair. Finally, Naruto spoke. Regenerative capabilities? I was so sure that I had killed you with that, too. The bloodied mass seemed to gurgle a bit, still clearly alive, though not by much. The proctor was just about to end the match when a mass of earth, rock, and concrete sprung to life next to Naruto, molding itself into a vaguely humanoid shape. The figure wrapped both its arms around the mass of Kabuto, giving off several sickly crunch sounds as it hugged it, before pulling it down underground with it. The blonde flicked his head, a spray of blood splashing over the proctor from his hair as he turned with a quirked eyebrow, not perturbed at all by all the blood. I believe I win, seeing as how I eliminated my opponent. Correct? Genma nodded dumbly, still in shock at the horrific scene before calling a 10-minute intermission to fix the arena due to all the holes marring the ground, making it look like Swiss cheese. As Naruto left, several of the globules of water surrounded him in a large globe of water. The orb swiftly changed from a sky blue color to a deep red as Naruto exited it, devoid of all blood on his person. He let the globe splash against the ground behind him as he ascended the stairway back up to the spectator deck, quickly drying himself and Kyuubi off with a minuscule amount of fire. After the intermission was over, the last two matches were quite boring in comparison to most. Hinata was pummeled by her cousin Neji, and didn't think ahead enough to use the seal on his forehead against him. She lost, Neji won, and she was sent to the emergency room to make sure her organs were all right after the one-sided fight. Gaara and Lee's fight was rather odd. Gaara stood still, his sand attacking for him, while Lee bounced around off the walls, trying to kick through the Suna no Yoroi, armor of sand. He eventually was forced to use 5 of the celestial gates in an attempt to win, but Gaara softened the blow with his sand, allowing him to live though he was severely wounded. Lee was unconscious due to the pain, his body having undergone far too much strain from using the gates at his age. Gaara sent out one last attack, hoping to kill his opponent while he was unconscious, but someone interfered. Naruto, seeing as the Jinchuriki was going for the kill on an opponent who was knocked out, used the remaining globes of water to encapsulate the limp body of Lee, cushioning it from any jarring as a wave of intense flame devoured the sand, crystallizing it into glass. Many from Konoha were shocked that the demon was showing some form of compassion, though his apathetic face gave nothing away. He hopped down from the viewer's deck to the water globe that left Lee's head unguarded due to suffocation concerns. He lifted the body from the ground, forcing it to hover behind him as he turned to Gaara, and spoke. I may not be very compassionate, but I do have a sense of honor. Your opponent was knocked out with no way to defend himself and you attempted to assassinate him, even though the proctor would have declared you the winner. My match was an exception, the opponent could regenerate from fatal wounds, and probably would have been on his feet ready to fight me again in less than 3 minutes. He then turned and began to inspect Lee's body for any serious injuries before nodding to himself, and jumped back up to the viewer's deck, the globe of water following him through the air. He turned to Guy, and cracked a slight smile. He will be alright, he just needs to rest for a week or so. The water is preventing any movement from jarring his overworked body. It would be advised to accompany me to the hospital after the exams, as I doubt they would assist me in any way. With that done, all the contestants were called back into the arena to draw numbers for the final matches in 1 month. The matches ended up as Yamanaka Ino vs Nara Shikamaru, Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, Sabaku no Kankuro vs Sabaku no Tamari, Hyuga Neji vs Sabaku no Gaara, Aburame Shino vs Inuzuka Kiba. Naruto and Guy headed off to the hospital with the Lee bubble in front of them. Naruto was contemplating what to do for the month they were given, and decided he might as well ask Yamato for a tip on Makuten, wood element, seeing as his ice manipulation seemed pretty damn close to finished. The Kyuubi on his shoulder was contemplating what his charge could do with the element of wood, and planning on different ways to use it against the Uchiha in the finals. Oh, the possibilities. Chapter 7, Finals and Invasion. 1 month break and invasion. Many of the denizens of Konoha looked upon Naruto with varying emotions. Mainly, it was an odd cesspool of fear, hatred, greed, and awe. Of course, to watch the emotions play out on their faces was damn hilarious to Kyuubi. The blonde black mage was currently on his way to the Hokage Tower to ask the Hokage about where he could find Yamato, while thinking of different elemental combinations in his head. He was replaying what he felt when Gaara was fighting, as he swore he could tell how the sand was manipulated. The way he moved the sand was both a solid and a liquid at the same time, innumerable tiny particles of sand working together to move as the wind yet strike as the stone. Something seemed to click in his mind when he thought about it that way. Quickly relaying his thoughts to the plush doll situated in his arms, causing the doll to smirk at him. It seems as if you found the truth of the sand manipulation. The blonde had to fight his instincts to either hug the life out of the doll or jump for joy. Instead, he decided to give a full-blown grin, right as he walked into the Hokage's office. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi was, unfortunately, in the middle of a meeting with quite a few jounin who were also in a mixture of emotion, though different from the other denizens. Among them were Anko, Kurenai, and Kakashi, though there were quite a few unknowns in there too. Many of the jounin were concerned that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was gaining too much power, angry that he dared to insinuate that he was related to their beloved fourth, fearful that the village wouldn't be able to control Naruto for their own gains, and smug, believing that they could get the Hokage to force Naruto to teach the Uchiha. Anko and Kurenai were just standing off in a corner, trying hard not to snicker at the swarm of demon-hating ninja in front of the Hokage's desk. Kakashi was at the forefront of the swarm, however. The door opened rather plainly, and the blonde simply strode in with a beaming smile on his face, blinding many due to changing toothpaste brands to that of Guy to get the full youthful smile effect. The Hokage, used to such smiles from Guy and his surrogate son/apprentice Lee, was able to recover from the smile effects quicker than others. The blonde waded through the masses, his smile disappearing as he made it to the Hokage's desk and asked his rather simple question. The aged Hokage slipped the teen a piece of paper with Yamato's address and bade him a good day as the ninja finally got the spots out of their vision. Unfortunately for them, the object of their ire had already jumped out the window and teleported on the way to the ground, evading their gazes. Unfortunately for the poor fruit vendor below, the demon child was heading on a crash course for his cart before he was enveloped in a ball of fire that morphed into the visage of the Kyuubi of legend, scaring the poor man to death by heart attack. Both the Kyuubi and Naruto found this hilarious. Yamato's apartment. The residence was rather plain, considering the fact that the ex-Anbu had the Shadaime's bloodline, and therefore the council would have wanted to suck up to him. It was located in the ninja section of housing, the village having separated the two so that the non-shinobi wouldn't have to deal with the baggage that the ninja tend to bring home. Apparently bloodstained clothing, copious amounts of bleach to cleanse weapons and such, as well as the just got finished with an assassination smell that tends to follow shinobi around aren't aspects of a good neighbor. Who knew? The blonde simply knocked on the door and waited, observing the surrounding area and taking note of a few Anbu following him around. He mentally shrugged, dismissing them but keeping subconscious tabs on them just in case. When Yamato answered the door, he was greeted to a rather odd sight. Standing on his doorstep was Naruto, the Kyuubi doll cradled in the crook of his right arm, with his hair tied back in a high ponytail. It was rather surreal, until he realized what he may be there for. He ushered the blonde inside with a slight smirk, rather proud that someone else may finally be able to use Makuten. Unfortunately for Yamato, the genetic engineering that was used to insert the Shadaime's Makuten bloodline into his cellular structure had the adverse effect of making him sterile, leaving him unable to bear children. This was a rather amusing kick to the crotch of the bloodline brown-nosing council who, for a euphoric few days, had delusions of an army of wood-using ninja. The inside of the apartment was rather Spartan in design. There was no decoration that had no functionality, and all items within the house were used on a regular basis to maximize efficiency. Arguably, the only decorative quirk was the Anbu mask left on a hook next to the door, presumably for quick recovery on the way out. However, since he was no longer in Anbu, there was no real use for it anymore, though it would make a nice conversational piece. After bidding the black mage to sit, Yamato headed into the kitchen to make some tea, leaving the blonde to his musings. When he came back with the tea less than 10 minutes later, he was witness to a rather interesting scene. Naruto had conjured a go board, using a block of dense, slightly glowing blue block of ice as the board itself. The black pieces were created with earth manipulation, crafting them out of incredibly dense obsidian stones. The white pieces were created in the same way, only out of white marble. Currently, Naruto was contemplating his next move against an unknown opponent who had a slight edge over him. The jounin almost dropped the tea set when the plush doll snickered and proclaimed that there was no way to win now. Naruto, having noticed Yamato's presence, banished the go board, mumbling something about winning the next game. He picked up the plush doll and sat back on the sofa, seeming more amused than shocked or irritated that his doll had just spoken. The ex-Anbu sat across the table from the blonde with the tea in between them, and gave a look that clearly demanded explain. Would you rather listen to the long story, or the short story that encompasses all the main points? Yamato thought it over for a few moments, before replying. Short. The Onbu outside will start to get antsy if you stay here for too long, thinking you must have killed me or something. Naruto nodded a bit, before launching into his story, scratching the plush fox's ears a bit. The Kyuubi is not dead at all. I instead did a ritual that removed him from my body and sealed him within the doll. I have complete control over his Yuki, and can control the size of the doll itself. I also can control his every movement, making him a slave within his own body, but I give him freedom of movement, as making him a slave would be pretty cruel even by his standards. He's been my companion like this since the age of 3 when I was kicked out of Konoha, and has helped me with a few ideas on my techniques due to the fact that he has much more experience with such things. I'm probably not going to be here for much longer as I feel that the village isn't improving itself at all, and prolonged exposure to the idiocy and greed will probably force me to pull an Itachi and destroy everything. Knowing this, will you still help me with the Mukuten? I'm pretty sure you already know my Huton is nearly mastered. The Mukuten user leaned back in his chair, massaging the bridge of his nose to attempt to stave off the headache he was sure was going to come on. He quickly weighed his options and had a slight mental debate with himself while Naruto amused himself by floating globes of different elements above his head. He could see sea blue water, light green wind, vibrant yellow lightning, rich brown earth, crimson fire, light blue ice, and the beginnings of a beige-brown hybrid that looked suspiciously like sand. He sipped his rapidly cooling tea, savoring the flavor a bit as he came to a conclusion. The stray thought of "I just know this is going to bite me in the ass" went through his head as he opened his mouth. I'll give you a hint to it, and assist you to a beginning proficiency in the element, but after that you're on your own. I might have stunted my growth by learning from scrolls, and I won't let the element go to waste with you. He held out his hand and channeled chakra into his palm, taking advantage of the stunned silence to show exactly how he created the trees. A deep green glow enveloped his palm, condensing into a tiny sphere in the shape of a seed, before solidifying into a real seed. He lifted his other hand over the seed and sent chakra through that palm, gently coaxing the seed into growing. Less than a minute later, he had a tree sapling in the palm of his hand, and he was breathing a little bit heavily, due to the taxing nature of growing the tree slowly instead of forcing it to explode into growth. The blonde was deep in thought, staring at the sapling with a pensive expression before speaking. Are you only able to create that specific type of tree with your wood element? The Jounin was hard-pressed not to slam face first into the ground at the hidden question within the question. Can you create other plants with it? Scratching the back of his head sheepishly, he answered. Well, yes. The tree is composed entirely of my chakra and given a solid form, so I don't have to carry seeds with me. I heard that the Shodai actually created the surrounding flora around Konoha, so I guess either he was really good with his chakra, or he had the seeds for it. All of the scrolls on Mukuten involve the same tree. I never gave much thought to it. One thought was rather blaring in his mind: why the fuck didn't I ever try to make different trees? The blonde nodded a little bit absent-mindedly before holding his own hand out, palm up. A lavender glow formed around it, condensing into a purple seed, surprising the Jounin. A bead of sweat appeared upon the black mage's brow as he carefully manipulated his mana to do his bidding, the seed sprouting into a rather demonic-looking sapling. The bark was jagged and sharp-looking, a deep violet color, while the leaves were a sickly green. A few flowers had sprouted from the young sapling as well, a fine green mist leaking out of the seemingly innocent white blossoms. The fox doll stared at the plant for a moment before erupting into a fit of laughter, declaring, in between wheezes for non-existent breath, that he seemed to turn even wimpy flowers into deadly weapons. This statement was punctuated by the fact that anything that came within 5 feet of the young sapling was subjected to a cloud of noxious green gas via the blossoms. Yamato had trouble keeping his jaw off the floor at this. The blonde had learned the beginnings of Mukuten by just watching him grow a single sapling. And he somehow created some sort of super evil plant thing. Granted, the exertion of doing something for the first time took its toll. But still, he was hard-pressed to keep from pouting at the unfairness of it all, and resigned himself to the fact that, if he could learn Huton in a month or so, then he could probably learn Mukuten in that time as well. Naruto had one thing to say. I was going for something man-eating, not poison-spewing. Poor Kyuubi and Yamato slammed into the floor face first at that proclamation. Unfortunately, the blonde then began to coo and pet the rather lethal-looking sapling, tickling the branches like one would an infant. His amethyst eyes had lit up in what could almost be motherly love? If Yamato didn't have a slight concussion from the face fault, consequently feeling as if he were dreaming, his heart would have stopped at that. Kyuubi thought it was gut-wrenchingly hilarious. Reversing the growth process was quite another thing altogether to learn, however, and required a bit of thinking to figure it out. Yamato was, at the moment, indisposed and in a bit of a daze from the slight concussion. Creating the seed requires earth and water elements to blend and compress. Earth is the framework, the exterior, and is what makes most of it up. Water is simply the veins and arteries, providing energy to grow/move/attack. To force it to grow, one must pour more water into it and forcing it into all directions at once to make the plant grow evenly. To reverse growth would be to drain all water back to the center, and recompress the earth around it. The seed itself is nearly impossible to break open, as it's incredibly dense, whereas the tree is much easier to destroy due to the fact that you barely need to add more earth to it while it's growing. To change the plant type, I need to place my intent into my magic, and allow the mana to create it for me, and remember how it was formed so that I may recreate it later. The vicious purple tree flower thing seemed to implode, reforming into a seed into his hand before dissipating into its respective energies, becoming reabsorbed into Naruto's body. Thinking about it a bit, he decided to try for a vine, one that could ensnare and disable. The mana swirled into his palm, taking on a slightly brighter hue and becoming a pale purple seed that began to grow at a decent rate into what could be aptly described as ivy from hell. The vine seemed to be made out of hundreds of fibers of plant tissue that wove into each other, making it much like rope in toughness, and was an odd shade of cement gray. The leaves were quite sticky, for lack of a better word. Each leaf looked about the same length as a kunai, though they were a bit wider, and colored a rather bland shade of slate gray. After gently prodding one with a finger, Naruto found it quite hard to make it let go as the leaf actually curled around his hand and attempted to entrap it before backing off, sensing that it was attacking its master. Yamato broke out of his daze by this point, mostly because he was witness to something rather weird. Naruto had apparently set the vine on the plush doll, and it was now growing at a rapid pace in an attempt to cover the entire room to make sure it could catch the Kyuubi within its grasp. The doll was having quite a bit of fun outmaneuvering the vines and leaves, and almost seemed to pout when Naruto had to stop since he was getting worn out with directing the vines and growing them at the same time. The blonde wiped the sweat from his head, before giving Yamato a rather rare smile. Not just a tugging at the edges of his lips, but a real smile. The vine swiftly retracted into the seed he had at the beginning, before it dissipated back into his body. Having learned the basics, he decided he should leave before he imposed upon his host more than he already had. As he got up and held out his hand for Yamato, he decided he should return a favor with a favor. You don't need to carry seeds around with you, although I'm pretty sure the Shodai did. My plants may look otherworldly simply because my energy isn't chakra, though it isn't Yuki either. I'm curious as to how yours would look. Instead of forcing your chakra into molding how you see fit, try to project your intent into it as you create the seed. Think of it as killing intent in a way, only project your intent to bind, disable, poison, deadly, or whatever instead of just normal killing intent. With enough practice, I'm sure you could project the intent to grow vines and fire poisonous darts from innocent-looking blossoms for more detail. Yamato nodded a little in contemplation, before attempting it. He usually just projected the subconscious intent to grow trees, wood clone, wooden bars, or wood house. It was never anything more specific than that, as he had learned from scrolls that never stated to do anything aside from the techniques themselves. This time, he repeated a mantra in his head to make a binding tree. The seed itself looked quite mundane. But when it exploded into a young tree, it looked quite different from his other trees. It was pretty young, since they were indoors, but it looked to be in the shape of a sakura tree. The branches, however, moved on their own and grabbed Naruto, pulling him towards the trunk where vines that looked more like steel cables wrapped around his legs and arms. He quickly released the technique, and reddened a little in embarrassment that his creation had attacked his houseguest without warning, though the blonde merely gave an amused chuckle. Your creation is rather good. Not many would think a sakura tree would attack them. You probably need to relearn control, though, as your new plants will probably be unruly the first few times you make them. You remember the feeling you got when you made that seed, right? The Jounin smiled a little and nodded, contemplating a bit before answering. It's hard to put in words. I wanted it to attack, but not harm. I didn't really care how it manifested. Aside from the fact that it would incapacitate. Naruto's lips twitched a bit into a smirk, before nodding. He cocked his head to the side, before bowing to the Jounin, his eyes sparkling with amusement. It seems the Anbu felt your chakra spike and are heading here. I sincerely thank you for your help, and should I find others who may learn from this, I will teach them in hopes that the Makuten element will never die out completely. I believe we both have training to get to, so I bid you farewell. With that goodbye, he plucked the plush doll from the couch and slipped into a black void, disappearing just as the Anbu smashed down his door. Yamato turned to look at the Anbu, noticing it wasn't just one or two single Anbu, but 4 squads. His simple reaction was said in a deadpan tone. The door wasn't locked. Naruto holed himself up in his apartment for the next 3 weeks, learning all he could about the wood element, and mentally reminded himself that they should change it from wood to nature. He discovered a love for gardening, which the Kyuubi would have called wimpy if it wasn't tending to plants that were potentially dangerous. The Kyuubi was rather destructive by nature, and the creation of life didn't really appeal to him. The elemental automatons were fine, as they weren't actually alive, they were more like puppets created out of the elements to do Naruto's bidding. The plants, on the other hand, were quite alive. He had spent 3 days straight trying to find a way to change them from mana constructs to real living things. He succeeded, but it took so much mana to do so that he made a mental note that it was only for non-combat purposes, much like his self-sufficient flame that consumed no oxygen, yet would burn for all time, or until he took it down, and is never melting frost. He supposed he could make an electrical charge that never lost power, or a permanent wind, but didn't really want to try it. The flame and frost were for the statue of Lulu, and were mostly decorative in purpose. An electrical charge that never lost power would be sought after by many, simply for the chance of a source of unlimited power for homes and such. The permanent wind would screw up all the global winds. At least the plants would die. Eventually. He wasn't quite sure what their lifespan was, but figured he would reabsorb them should he have to. He was on his way to the Hokage's office, as the old man apparently needed him for something. He said it was important. The Kyuubi was currently out. Somewhere. Said he wanted to find something. Naruto had asked if the doll wanted his size increased, but he had declined, stating it was a covert operation and requested that his color be changed so that he didn't stick out as much. The black mage had relented, bending the light around the doll with his mana to make it so that light seemed to be absorbed into it, causing the doll to look a dull black color. The blonde had decided to change his wardrobe, stating that spending so long with the same outfit made him feel boring. He had decided to attempt to look completely androgynous, as both the Kyuubi and he thought it was hilarious when people mistook the blonde for a woman. He now wore a black battle kimono with a gray obi, and silver trimmings. The kimono itself was quite ingenious in design. The innermost layer was made out of a fine silk, with a middle layer of metal fishnet, and the outer layer was made of a strange yet sturdy cloth. It stood up to quite a few kunai tests, most of the kunai having a slightly difficult time penetrating the first layer. The kimono was actually easy to move around in, surprisingly, and he got the mandatory black mage sleeve effect since the sleeves were wide at the ends, ending about an inch past his fingertips. The kimono ended halfway down his shins, though it had slits up the sides up to mid-thigh for easier movement. His feet remained barefoot for silent movement, not at all affected by tree hopping or other abrasive or rough terrain due to covering them with a fine, yet dense, layer of earth that left no footprints when he moved. An odd change in his appearance had started, though he brushed it off as a trick of the light, or perhaps his imagination. The roots of his hair, instead of being the same golden blonde as the rest, had become a dead bone white color, though they were less than a centimeter long. He chose to attempt to ignore the change, as he was sure it would either reverse itself or make the cause known before too long. Hokage's office. Naruto had foregone going through the secretary for the day, instead teleporting via an odd sunshine, body flicker, directly into the office. He appeared by what looked to be a swirl of sakura blossoms, rather odd seeing as how they weren't in bloom. And sakura blossoms aren't supposed to be purple. There were only 2 people in the office that day, aside from the paperwork that could almost be considered an entity, seeing as it seemed to be grinning smugly at the Hokage. The first person was the Hokage himself, though he seemed to have a perverse blush on the bridge of his nose, and a conspicuous orange book was poorly hidden under some papers on his desk. The second person was quite tall, at least 6'2", broad-shouldered, and had a mane of spiky white hair that trailed down to his knees. He was wearing what looked to be a unique Hittite 8 forehead protector, with the kanji for oil on it, and it appeared to have 2 blunted horns on it. He had a peachy skin tone, unlike the Sandaime's tan brown, and had 2 red tear tracks on his face. He was wearing what looked to be green and red kabuki-style clothing, and was wearing wooden geta, as opposed to shinobi sandals. Apparently this teleport dumbfounded the 2 people in the office, as he had to clear his throat to break the daze. The taller man, who seemed to be in his 40s or so, immediately appeared next to him with a lecherous grin on his face and hearts in his eyes. The man attempted to smile winningly as he bowed and spoke. "So beautiful. I simply must put you in my books." A twitch was beginning to form in the blonde's left eye as he turned his head slowly towards the Hokage, who seemed to be halfway in between mortified embarrassment and incredible amusement. Naruto's voice was deadpan with an edge of malice in it as he spoke to Sarutobi. "If he's important, call him off before I kill him, Hokage-san." The aged Hokage, quickly regaining his dignity, coughed politely as he addressed the white-haired lecher. "Jiraiya-kun. This is Naruto. He came here because I called for him." The lecher immediately paled to a shade of white that would make Bleach jealous, and seemed to teleport to the Hokage's side in an instant, looking a little green. Naruto was apathetic to the situation, and the twitch hadn't gone away yet. "You called me here for a reason. Please explain." Sarutobi, remembering why he had called the blonde in, shifted into Hokage mode. He folded his hands on his desk and leveled a piercing gaze over them at the Black Mage, before speaking in his authoritative voice. "This is Jiraiya, the Gamma Sennin, Toad Hermit. He wishes to help instruct you, as he promised it to your father." The tick in the blonde's left eye started twitching out of control, the only indicator that he was getting annoyed. "Why? Exactly? Do I care? Minato was my sire, nothing more. He cannot be called a father as he did not raise me. I have no ideas on the whereabouts of Kushina, but if she's not dead yet then I'll be glad to do the honors for her absolutely award-winning job of maternal care." Jiraiya seemed startled at this, as he was just getting details on the kid from the Hokage when said kid had used some sort of weird sunshine. "I expected a mini Minato, dense, honorable, bright and cheerful, as well as a heart of gold. This is like an Itachi. Cold, calculating, deadly, androgynous. The only indicators of him being Minato's son is the golden hair. The skin tone came from Kushina. In fact, the facial structure is from neither of them. He looks more like a Hyuga. And purple eyes?" While he was analyzing his new apprentice, the Hokage finally noticed something. "Where's Kyuubi?" Jiraiya nearly fell over from the implications of that statement, immediately plotting on a way to check the seal. "Kyu-kun said he wanted to go check on something and left. I expect him to be back by the finals. However, you interrupted my training, and I would like to know exactly why it was so important to do so." The Sennin immediately went on high alert at this. He wasn't supposed to be on good terms with the fox. And what did he mean by go and check on something and be back by the finals? Is the fox loose from the seal? Sarutobi was skillfully ignoring the panicked looks from his ex-student, and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, though on the inside he was cackling like a madman at his student's anxiety. "Jiraiya here wants to teach you. Isn't that right?" Finally getting the chance to introduce himself properly, the Gamma Sennin immediately went about summoning a large frog and did a little dance on top of it, complete with mysteriously appearing confetti and spotlights from nowhere. With the dance finished, he noticed that the blonde was giving him a baleful glare that practically oozed "You waste my time." Clearing his throat and regaining his remaining dignity, he spoke. "Yes. I promised your father that I'd teach you toad summoning, as well as a few other things. It's incredibly hard to track you down, you know that? Nobody seems to know where you live aside from Sarutobi-sensei here." The blonde simply leveled another glare at him, before speaking in a drawl. "The point of being a ninja is to deceive and to not be seen. The only person I have to answer to is the Hokage, not the council, not my idiotic teacher who favors the Uchiha and plots to kill me when he thinks I'm not listening. The Hokage is the only one who needs to know where I live. I do not wish to learn my sire's techniques, as they not only wouldn't be of use for me, but I believe in creating a style of fighting unique to me, not using others' techniques. Summoning is worthless to me as well, it's binding another being to my will and having them fight for me. I don't care if you say that they want to fight, because they aren't appearing of their own free will. While I don't believe shinobi have to play fair by any means, I do have a personal code of honor. If I am going to fight, I will do so by my own merits, not using others in my stead. Is there something else you need, Hokage-san?" Jiraiya seemed unnerved at this, as his perfect Naruto dream was being shattered right before his eyes. He still had one trump card, though. "Gaki, brat, I can teach you how to use your other chakra. I need to check your seal first, though." Jewel-like amethyst eyes rolled in annoyance at the poorly veiled attempt to see his non-existent seal. "Jiraiya-san. The seal is gone. I do not have another source of chakra, nor do I use chakra at all. Neither do I use Yuki, or demon energy. I use something else all my own. The more you try to soften me up, the less respect I give you, as not only is it quite pathetic, but it makes you seem haughty. If you want to ask me something, ask. If you need to say something, say it. Since you haven't been here in over a decade, I give you my word you won't be obliterated like Danzo, who attempted to use me as a weapon for his root force." The Sennin blinked rapidly, before giving a mental shrug and going with it. First of all, what happened to you? You don't have the facial structure or the eye color of your parents. What happened to the seal? Why are you on good terms with the fox? Is it influencing you? How the hell did you kill Danzo and live? And how do you not use chakra? The blonde gave a slight smirk, his voice regaining a bit of emotion in the form of amusement. In order, the village threw me out at age 3, and Hokage-san presumed me dead, which voided his law and allowed the children to be corrupted by the propaganda. I had Q-kun infuse Yuki to my eyes and slightly change my bone structure so that I wouldn't look like a clone of my sire. I grew my hair out to this length so that it quit spiking. I did a ritual at a young age that bound the seal into a plush doll, and forced the Kyuubi's soul and Yuki into it. I can control him like a slave, but that's just cruel, so I allow him free rein so long as he doesn't cause too much trouble. He's actually an interesting person to know, and he helped raise me. He has influenced me, but only by showing me the merits of sadism against enemies, as well as the merits of a good fight. I am not destructive by nature, though many will say my techniques counter that statement. I killed Danzo in a display of power in the council room to force them to back off, and they respect that. For now. I use a different energy that I will not go into, and only a select few people will ever learn it. Anything else? The Sennin had only 2 questions left. Why did the Kyuubi attack, and I still want to apprentice you? I promised your old man. The slight tugging at the edges of the blonde's lips turned into a full-blown smirk, his eyes sparkling in mischief and slight malevolence. To quote the Kyuubi himself, I was there, they were there, I wanted to fight. I doubt I could learn anything from you, but you seem like a good ninja. Maybe I could bounce ideas off of you? The Sennin had to stifle a snicker at the reason behind so much devastation. Sure, he lost his favorite student, as well as quite a large chunk of Konoha's populace. But it was still quite funny. The past is the past, and hindsight is always perfect, so it's worthless to brood on it. Why don't you think you could learn anything from me? Naruto looked over at the Hokage, his eyes sparkling with amusement. You didn't tell him anything about me, did you? The Hokage simply shook his head in the negative, and puffed his pipe. The blonde sighed in mock exasperation before speaking again. I wiped out 300 hired mercenaries in a single technique. The only remains after that was a bloodstain on the bridge. No body parts. I can use 7 of the 9 known elements to a decent degree, and I can manipulate the 8th in a basic manner. I can cause more destruction than the Kyuubi itself, but I need rest after doing so, whereas the Kyuubi causes the destruction through physical force. Jiraiya was shocked at first, before speaking with an edge of suspicion. Prove that you can control the elements. I don't believe you. Naruto simply raised both hands together, palm up in a cupping motion, before his body flared a light purple. 5 perfect globes started to rotate in a circle above his head, each about the size of a softball. One was a deep sea blue, and rippled in a liquid manner. One was a rich brown, and looked like compact dirt and rock. One was a light green, and gave off slight breezes around it. One was a crimson red-orange, and gave off a wave of moderate heat. The final one was a vibrant yellow that crackled and sparked with electricity. At his heels, a tree sprouted and grew into a beautiful, if unnatural, sakura tree that towered over him by about 3 feet. The blossoms were black in color, the wood a pure white. A helix of sand enveloped him, swirling around him protectively. Finally, an icy mist enveloped his feet, several spires of ice coalescing out of the mist. Both the Hokage and the Sennin stood there shocked, before all of the effects were reabsorbed back into the blonde, who merely smiled. I believe that is proof. I still need to train in Makuten, and master Huton. Makuten is only a third of the way finished, as I can't cause growth in an instant like Yamato can. However, Yamato is currently relearning a large part of Makuten that he never found, learning how to create different plants besides the single species of tree he kept making. And finally, I need to train in sand manipulation. Badly. I only have a basic knowledge of it from watching Gaara fight, as well as figuring out for myself how he does it, and replicating it without the use of an insane sand tanuki's yuki. That reminds me, Hokage-san. I believe there's going to be an invasion of some sort. I saw Orochimaru in the forest, and he gave some sort of perverted snake hiki to Sasuke. I think Hatake-san sealed it, but, in his words, the seal works on the belief that the seal has no power. If Sasuke believes he can get power from the seal, then the containment breaks. With his warning delivered, he disappeared in a storm of flower petals, leaving a simple note for Jiraiya with his address on it, and to flare his chakra if he ever visits so that he could disable the defenses. 1 week later. The final week was spent further training the Makuten, and Kyuubi had apparently found what he was looking for. It looked like a rather gothic tome, and seemed to be in good shape. When he asked what it was and how old it was, the Kyuubi's answers threw him for a loop. It's an ancient text that I never got around to reading, and it's quite possibly tens of thousands of years old. It has an enchantment on it so that it doesn't rot from age. Looking at it, he decided he would work on finding a way to decode it later. He sealed it within a blood seal, and added extra protections before sealing the blood-sealed scroll into his body. Never could be too careful with ancient artifacts. Today was the day of the finals, and Naruto couldn't be more bored. He supposed he should be pumped and excited because the invasion would most likely happen today, but he couldn't find the energy to get excited over it. He supposed that, should the invasion go badly, he'd skip town and go check up on Itachi and Kisame. Maybe their leader would have news for him on his idea of joining? Possibly an awesome hat with a mini hat for Kyuubi? Konoha Chonin Stadium. Most of the finalists were there, quite a few looking nervous, a few looking like dead men walking, but those were mostly people thinking about facing Naruto or Gaara, and Gaara himself was looking bloodthirsty. Or maybe that was just gas. When you have the emotional range of a teaspoon, one emotion tends to look like all the others. Sasuke wasn't there yet, presumably late due to extra training. Quite a few people who weren't blindly infatuated with the Uchiha heir thought he was going to be making a dramatic entrance. Since everyone believed he was going to do some sort of awesome teleport thing, Naruto decided to walk in slowly. The proctor didn't even realize he was there until he coughed into his hand to bring attention to him, and to show that he wasn't going to have some sort of special effects this time. Quite a few people were put out at this fact, though they were more interested in his change of attire. A lot of males in the audience thought he was a woman. A rather attractive woman. Naruto wondered if maybe this would be how Haku felt if Haku were a guy. She looked androgynous enough. After the mandatory speech of something, Naruto kind of tuned it out. They called the first match Yamanaka Ino vs Nara Shikamaru. All finalists vacated the stadium, except for those two. The proctor quickly called out Hajime before hopping back to get out of the crossfire between the two. It seemed as if Ino had been training in the 1-month break, and quite possibly from Kurenai, seeing as how Asuma probably was playing shogi and go with Shikamaru all month. She did a few quick hand seals behind her back, and whispered genjutsu, Niza no Kankyu, illusion technique, false surroundings, accompanied by a wave of chakra as she started throwing kunai and shuriken at Shikamaru, who looked around a little in confusion before attempting to break the illusion. He retreated behind a tree, and quickly formed the seal for his Kage main no jutsu, shadow imitation technique, the shadow stretching out to attempt to capture her. Unfortunately, she seemed to have bettered her observation skills to detect genjutsu easier, and was able to spot it and back off, quickly forming a Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, creating 5 clones that took off in different directions to try to distract him. This went on back and forth, Ino casting confusing genjutsu, and Shikamaru trying to outsmart her and catch her with his Kage main. Finally, Ino used most of her remaining chakra in one last-ditch attack. Magen, Jubaku Satsu, demonic illusion, tree bind death. An illusionary tree, visible to everyone this time, sprouted behind the shadow manipulator, grasping him in the branches and preventing him from forming the seal to release genjutsu. Ino faded from view and seemed to emerge from the trunk above him, holding a kunai to his throat. Surrender, Shika. You lose. The shadow nin gave her a smirk, before she stiffened, a hand of shadow moving up her chest and reaching her neck. Kage Kubi Shibari no Jutsu, shadow neck bind technique. Mendokus, troublesome, Ino, but it's a draw. The proctor stepped in at this point, and declared it a draw, as they both had the other in a fatal position, Ino with her kunai at Shikamaru's throat, and Shikamaru's shadow hand in position to snap Ino's neck or choke her. After a 5-minute break to clean up the myriad of weapons strewn about, they called out the next 2 contestants. Naruto, once again, walked all the way down, causing more people to sigh in resignation that he wasn't going to do something flashy and awesome. Of course, when Sasuke didn't show up, they decided to give him 10 minutes to show up due to favoritism. Now that the crowd knew Sasuke was late, they paid more attention to the name of his opponent. For some reason the name Namikaze seemed familiar, but they couldn't quite place it. Isn't it wonderful how nobody really recognized the Yondame's name? He was simply called Konoha no Kyoru Senko, Yellow Flash of Konoha, or the Yondame. Nothing really mentioned his real name. They thought it was rather odd, though, that Naruto, a masculine name, was applied to an androgynous individual and was that a Kyuubi doll on their head? Weird. Finally at the 9-minute 58 seconds mark, They must have had spies in there somewhere to get that close to the deadline. A highly dramatic Konoha sunshine, leaf body flicker, appeared, with excess leaves. In the middle of the whirlwind of leaves was Sasuke standing back to back with Kakashi, both looking smug and proud of their accomplishment. Naruto gave a yawn, before speaking for the first time. His deadpan voice carried up to the stands easily, even though he didn't raise his voice. The next time you want to be dramatic, do a sunshine that people don't know. Half of Konoha uses the stupid leaves, and they make a mess. Everywhere. Be glad that the bigoted idiots care so much about your family name that they'll be willing to bend the rules for you, Sasuke. Otherwise, you would have been disqualified for being late, seeing as how nobody should get extensions. Sasuke, angered by the fact that the Dobi had messed up his awesome entrance, activated his Sharingan, showing 2 Tomoe in one eye, and 1 Tomoe in the other. The crowd oohed and ahed at this, clearly excited about it, and making the blonde roll his eyes again. Kakashi quickly teleported out of the arena and appeared with the rest of the Jounin senseis, looking quite sure of himself and smirking beneath his face mask. The proctor quickly called out Hajime. Before the battle was joined. Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Naruto, already bored with the match, threw the plush doll up to the observation deck where it landed on all fours and walked up to Ino, plopping down in her lap and seemingly oblivious to her shocked and slightly horrified expression. She may have been redeeming herself a little, but the thought of a moving, living Kyuubi doll still scared her. She did, however, find his plush fur quite soft, and petted it while watching the match unfold. With the doll out of the area, Naruto had effectively limited his magic, preventing him from casting Flare or Ultima, as well as causing his magic to have less of an effect in the higher tiers. He quickly dropped into a ready stance, and waited for Sasuke to charge at him. The Uchiha sprinted forward with his copied speed, easily surpassing most Chunin, and coming close to Naruto's speed. Apparently, Kakashi copied Guy's speed, and then let Sasuke copy it off of him, though his body couldn't get the full benefit from it. They exchanged blows in taijutsu, with Naruto getting more hits in, though Sasuke did land a few rib-bruising kicks. To civilians they disappeared and reappeared in blurs, punctuated with soft grunts of exertion/pain from Naruto, as well as yelps and cries of "I'll kill you" from Sasuke. A lucky shot, coupled with Naruto overestimating himself, allowed Sasuke to land a heel drop on top of the blonde's head, stunning him for a moment. The Uchiha quickly used this moment to pull a scroll out of his kunai pouch, unroll it, bite his thumb and perform a few quick seals before calling out a jutsu. Kakashi's jutsu, in fact. Kushios, Doden, Suiga no Jutsu, Summoning Technique, Earth Element, Tracking Fang Technique. Several nin dogs dove into the ground from the scroll, and latched onto the dazed Naruto's limbs. His reaction slightly slowed from the hit to the head, he wasn't able to get them off in time before a Chidori, thousand birds chirping, plunged into the middle of his chest. The dogs puffed away in a plume of smoke as Sasuke pulled his bloodied fist out of the middle of his chest and kicked him away, causing the blonde to slam into the ground. Many of the crowd gasped, many in horrified shock that the last Uchiha would use an assassination technique on an ally, while others were still in ignorant bliss that the last Uchiha knew such cool jutsu. Most of the Konoha 12 were disgusted that Sasuke would use such a technique on a comrade, while Kakashi was nearly orgasmic with delight that his plan was working. The demon was going to die. However, not all things go as planned. The blonde staggered upright, blood gushing freely from the wound that somehow, most likely due to arrogance, lack of knowledge of anatomy, as well as idiocy, didn't harm his vital organs, and coughed up a bit of blood. Sasuke chose this moment to start to gloat about his win. Humph. Dobi. There's no way you can beat me. I'm an Uchiha, and I know Kakashi-sensei's most prized jutsu. The blonde, however, took this time to smirk as he collected his mana, the purple haze surrounding his body and causing his blood-spattered hair to billow outward in the wind, not having been tied back today. I'll admit I was overconfident, however. You should have killed me while you still could. I never thought I would be forced to use this. Drain. The Uchiha gasped in shock, horror, and pain as the purple haze exploded from his opponent, settling around him and pulling at something from within him. He cried out in agony as a silvery liquid substance ripped itself from his chest and slammed into the blonde, visibly regenerating the damage until the only evidence that he was harmed at all was the blood and the hole in his battle kimono. Sasuke had seen better days. The jutsu, whatever it was, seemed to have sapped half his strength. As he tried to calm his breathing, the violent violet energy embraced the black mage once more, taking his time to bring up a particularly powerful spell. Up in the cage box. Sarutobi was rather horrified that one of his ninjas would attack a fellow ninja with an assassination technique, solidifying the accusations that Kakashi was trying to kill Naruto. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, was almost salivating with delight at this unique jutsu that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki used. It harmed the enemy. And healed the user? Genius. If only Kabuto were alive. But no. It was a worthy sacrifice. The reward for Kabuto dying was revealing that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had the bloodline of Huton. It was so worth it. Jiraiya, disguised as a normal jounin to guard the Hokage, was in slight shock. He never thought that Chidori, thousand birds chirping, could be survived. Then again, the Uchiha Gaki didn't really hit a vital area. Either way, he was amazed at this technique the blonde Gaki used. It seemed more like something Orochimaru would use, though. Harming the enemy to heal the self. Back in the arena. The purple energy twisted and writhed about the blonde's body as the smirk on his face turned into a full-blown maniacal grin. Ino, who felt her Uchiha fangirlism shatter from what Sasuke did to Naruto, was surprised when the plush doll in her arms, being subjected to the hug of doom, started laughing maniacally. Many of the ninjas snapped their attention to it, and nearly fainted when it started talking. That Uchiha Gaki is going to get it now. He ruined good clothing with his wimpy lightning thing, and now he's going to pay. The buildup of energy exploded from the blonde, lack of expertise as well as a lack of a focus, Kyuubi, being the reasons for the long charge up and excessive energy. Mukuten, Hebi Sanin no Hentai, Wood Element, Perverted Snake Sanin. Several vines and saplings exploded into growth in front of Sasuke, who stood there stunned. The flora formed a rather detailed clone of Orochimaru, though it was earthen in color, and had a few twigs here and there. The Kazekage was torn between being flattered and infuriated that the brat had the audacity to call that a representation of him. The Orochimaru construct walked forward, seemingly clad only in a pair of short shorts made out of leaves, and slipped out a tongue-like vine, dripping in sticky sap. The tongue, rivaling the original snake Sanins in length, wrapped Sasuke from head to toe in sap before unwinding and licking him repeatedly. While the tongue was doing its job, the construct's hands were tearing off the Uchiha's shirt, and tearing at his pants, not caring that it was drawing blood. The crowd was absolutely revolted at this, though Naruto and Kyuubi thought it was hilarious and proceeded to laugh accordingly. The scene was actually so incredibly horrifying, that nobody really noticed that Naruto had used Mukuten at all. Many spectators seemed to try to retreat into their mind to make the image go away. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, was once again torn between two emotions. He could be flattered that the blonde was reenacting one of the finer days that Orochimaru had ever seen, or he could be pissed because it wasn't him who was doing the licking, but clone made out of plants. Jiraiya had a fist stuffed in his mouth to avoid snickering, while Orochimaru's bodyguards were a bit sickened, wondering if Orochimaru-sama wanted to do that to them next. The proctor quickly called the match in Naruto's favor before the Uchiha heir could be stripped to nudity and molested by a living floral arrangement. If Sasuke wasn't experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder, and having flashbacks to the time when the real Orochimaru was licking him, he would have been pissed that he lost the match. Kakashi was understandably pissed that, not only did Naruto not die, but Sasuke lost. In the cage box. Orochimaru, in a strange fit of emotion somewhere between envy, anger, flattery, and voyeuristic arousal, decided to call the invasion early so that he could collect his prize quicker. Unfortunately for him, Sasuke retreated into his mind from the post-traumatic stress disorder, so he wasn't witness to the destruction of the invasion, though he would hear stories of it later. He did several quick hand seals within his sleeves, though both the Hokage and Jiraiya caught them, and whispered a jutsu. Genjutsu, Nihon Shoja, Illusion Technique, Temple of Nirvana. Feathers rained down from the sky, causing most of the spectators to slump into a deep slumber. Naruto, Shikamaru and Ino were able to throw off the Genjutsu, Ino due to training, Shikamaru due to intellect and willpower, and Naruto due to sheer power as well as training and observation. Many Chonin were put to sleep, though all the Jounin senseis were still awake. The cage box literally exploded, and 4 auto, sound, nin formed a rectangle, projecting a powerful barrier that incinerated anything on contact, locking Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the Sandaime inside. Naruto, seeing his chance, teleported up to where Ino was and landed right next to her with a small smirk. Demonic chakra suddenly flooded many shinobi's senses, emanating from Gaara, who was putting himself to sleep gradually to avoid too much of a shock to the system when the demon took control. Ino and Shikamaru were shaking heavily from the sheer malice and hatred carried on the heavy chakra, and if Kyuubi had lungs he would be suffocating from the death hug. Deciding he might as well have some fun with the invasion, Naruto flared his mana to embrace the two with a soothing comfort. Both snapped their attention to him with wide-eyed looks of shock and awe, though it was Ino who spoke. "What's wrong with him? I feel a lot of hatred, malice, and something weird coming from him. It feels like two people in the same body fighting for control, and the chakra is a lot heavier." Naruto pulled the doll from her grip and helped both of them up before responding, an amused tone in his voice. "He is a Jinchuriki like I used to be. His seal, however, is unstable, so the demon is closer to his consciousness than mine was. What he is doing is allowing Ichibi no Tanuki, Sabaku no Shukaku, one-tailed raccoon dog, Shukaku of the desert sands, to take control over his body. The heaviness is caused by Yuki, not chakra, which is much more chaotic and thicker than human chakra. The malice and hatred is due to the fact that Shukaku is insane, amplifying his normal destructive tendencies. You two are coming with me, because I need to stop him, and you're safer with me than down here." Both gave hesitant nods, before Naruto dropped the Kyuubi doll into the arena, enlarging it to the size of a small house. He quickly jumped down, landing lightly on the doll's back and beckoned the two down. Both quickly squelched the growing horror at the fact that the doll was getting bigger, and hopped down with him. As the doll grew higher and higher, Naruto was striking everywhere against the Suna, sand, and Auto, sound, nins with varying elemental attacks. He saw a three-headed snake in the distance and launched a thundaja at it. Several dozen lightning bolts arced from the air in front of his palm, taking off like a cannon and causing a sonic boom in its wake, striking the three-headed snake down with impunity, killing it instantly instead of sending it back to the summon world. The demonic chakra finally exploded, and a 100-foot-tall sand tanuki stood a little ways out into the forest, cackling up a storm. Kyuubi, currently about 120 feet tall, quickly bounded over there to prevent the Baijuu from causing too much damage. Due to the nature of the battle, Naruto gave the Kyuubi full reign on his Yuki, allowing the fox to do whatever he wished with it. He was too busy killing off enemy nins with his magic, while Ino and Shikamaru were dumbfounded by what they were witnessing, though they had the foresight to stick to the fox's head with chakra so they didn't fall. With a great roar, the two Baijuu attacked. Shukaku using Futon, Rinkudan, wind element, drilling air bullet, and Kyuubi slamming into the tanuki with everything it had. Several blasts of Yuki exploded out of the tails, as well as one concentrated beam of Yuki from the fox's maw as he tried to counteract the regeneration of the Ichibi, who simply reformed everything. In the cage box, Orochimaru took advantage of the distraction caused by the two warring Baijuu, and was able to score a direct hit with his Kusanagi no Tsurugi, Kuno Tachi, grass-cutting sword, long sword of the heavens, on the Sandaime, fatally poisoning him with the blade's constant poison. This, however, distracted Orochimaru as he paused to gloat, causing Jiraiya to launch a Gamayudan, toad oil projectile, and incinerate the snake Sanin's arms from the forearm down, as well as heating up the sword to the point where it became untouchable. Back with the Baijuu. Finally fed up with the annoying Tanuki's regeneration, Kyuubi decided that either someone would wake up the medium, Gaara, or he was going to vaporize the entire thing with an overwhelming blast of Yuki. Naruto gave a rather sadistic smirk at this, and decided on the hidden third option. He quickly pulled out a scroll with a rather intricate sealing pattern on it, and teleported off the top of the Kyuubi's head and onto Shukaku's. He backhanded Gaara, hard, to wake him up and dispel the Tanuki, who managed to wail that he wasn't done playing yet, and rode the red-headed boy into the ground like a cushion. Thankfully, the Suna no Yoroi, armor of sand, absorbed the impact from a 100-foot fall, though it did knock the Jinchuriki unconscious. Pondering the ethics of his solution, Naruto gave the equivalent of a mental shrug before activating the intricate sealing array on the large scroll, which placed Gaara into stasis and absorbed him into the paper to be released and revived when the seal was activated again, or the scroll was destroyed. The aftermath of the invasion was quite severe, though definitely not as bad as it could have been. Mostly it was property damage, though a few ninja were killed, as well as the Sandaime. Orochimaru fled with his Sound 4, leaving the sword behind due to being too hot to pick up at the time, though he pledged to retrieve it someday. Naruto quickly knocked out Ino and Shikamaru, teleported them through a black void into the hospital lobby, and left a quick note for Jiraiya to find. Jiraiya-san. I apologize for not staying longer, however, I have come what I came here to do. I gave Konoha several months to redeem themselves from their crimes against me when I was younger. They have failed spectacularly. If possible, please erase me from the Konoha ninja register, otherwise I shall have to be marked as a nuke nin. I resign from Konoha. Nuke nin doesn't sound that bad actually. Perhaps Akatsuki? The hats are awesome. I have abandoned my surnames due to the fact that I do not identify myself as part of the Uzumaki or Namikaze clans, so if they're going to mark me as Nuke Nin, they should either call me Naruto or Kouhai no Naruto, Naruto of Devastation. I must say, though, that the Sun Daime redeemed himself before his death, and I will mourn him. However, I am rather glad that he was able to die in the heat of a battle, rather than from old age. My regards. Naruto. He ran a quick mental check over his things to do while in Konoha. Maim and or kill Uchiha Sasuke. Irreversibly, horribly violated counts. Check. Horrify the entire council into subservience. Check. Learn Mukuten. Check. Cause beginnings of civil uprising by attracting several ninja to take my side. Check. Thoroughly scout Konoha for possibility of redemption. Check and fail. Extra credit, capture of Ichibi no Jinchuriki. Possible second plush doll, though the insanity would get annoying. Perhaps soulless Tanuki doll as a symbolic trophy, give soul of Ichibi to Akatsuki so that it can drive one of their members insane instead? Further extra credit, liberate an ancient/magical sword from Orochimaru, destroy the binding he has on it so that he can control it, use it for self? If not, keep on a bracket in-house for good conversational peace. Possibilities of changing sword shape into spork? Poison spork? Thinking over the events of his stay, Naruto could safely say that he had a good time. With these thoughts in mind, he grabbed the kusanagi and melted into a tree trunk, attempting his first ever Mukuten Shunshine, would body flicker, teleporting as far as he could to get a jumpstart ahead of Hunter Nin. Now all he had to do was train ice manipulation, flora manipulation, because wood manipulation is too specific, and sand manipulation. He supposed Akatsuki would come find him once they heard of his defection/resignation, and he welcomed it. He really wanted one of those hats. Chapter 8, as time flows. Soon after his defection from Konoha, Naruto needed a place to stay while training. When the Kyuubi reminded him that he could make a place to stay, he nearly smacked himself in the forehead. Deciding he might as well go for a flashy living/training area so that Akatsuki could find him if they ever needed him, he set himself up at the border of Kaze no Kuni, Land of Wind, and Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire. With Naruto, he hopped down from the treetop he was scouting from, landing in the slightly grainy soil that denoted the beginning of the shift from woodland to desert. The temperature was a nice medium from the pleasant forests and the scalding deserts, and he was close enough to both elements he needed training in. It was perfect. He swiftly began constructing a training area/base/living area by obliterating the forests surrounding him and growing his own. He sat in a lotus position, working on decoding the grimoire in his lap as his dark purple energy expanded from where he sat. It spread in a wave, corrupting, reforming, and bending the surroundings to his will with him in the center. It took 3 days to fully complete his forest area, and it was quite a sight to see. The outer rim was a natural barrier created out of tall, sturdy, sickly green trees with poisonous miasma emanating from them like a fog. Anything entering would be dead within a few minutes, killed from the potent neurotoxin within the miasma. The middle area for those able to bypass the miasma was a jungle, filled with barbed vines laced with potent necrotic venom. Beautiful, if otherworldly, ivory sakura trees complete with violet blossoms stood guard around the innermost area, the blossoms able to fire their stamens and pistils as darts at any mobile intruder, filled with yet another toxic poison designed to immobilize and slowly kill. The absolute center was a rather plain-looking house, created out of hardened and compacted earth, with roofing created out of black frost. The entire area was bathed in an eternal twilight, neither day nor night, light or dark. After the base was completed, he turned in for a well-deserved rest, having only been able to decipher the title of the book. The glyphs used as a language were constantly shifting and twisting, seeming to change constantly when under perusal, though after the word or sentence was decrypted it stayed in place. A guide to in-death for idiots. In Konoha, the council was somewhere between panicked, shocked, angry, and smug at the news that the Jinchuriki was missing. Some of the wiser council members had known this would happen at some point, and immediately pulled out matching folders of Operation Missing Jinchuriki. The spokesman, or in this case woman, of the wiser council members was none other than Inuzuka Tsume, clan head of the Inuzuka clan. She spoke in clear tones over the general chaos of the council room, silencing them immediately. It is clear that the container has deserted Konoha, and therefore must be marked as a Nuke Nin. We must send out the Onbu in collaboration of the Hunter Nin to hunt him down before he becomes too much of a threat. He should be marked as an S-rank Nuke Nin in the bingo book. He should be detained if possible so that we can breed his bloodline into Konoha, or have his body brought back to be dissected so that we may learn how to replicate it. Before the council could roar in agreement to her idea, Jiraiya appeared in the standard puff of smoke denoting a sunshine, body flicker. As soon as the Sannin saw the folders denoting that they had been prepared for this, he began speaking. Before he left, Naruto left me a message stating that he resigned from Konoha's ninja register. But knowing that you will mark him as a nuke nin anyway. He asked to be known as Konoha no Naruto, Naruto of Devastation, much like Sasori is known as Akasuna no Sasori, Sasori of the Red Sands. He also stated that he left because the village failed to redeem themselves in his eyes for their actions when he was younger. The council was understandably shocked at this point. They could have had the Jinchuriki all along if they would have simply appealed to his standards? But that would involve thinking something through, as well as actually bowing to the demands of someone. Blasphemy. Hyuga Hyashi stood, his normally impassive face marred by a scowl. Or at least, a scowl by Hyuga standards. In reality, it was simply a slight downward tilt of his eyebrows, as well as a very slight twisting of the edges of his lips denoting a Hyuga sneer. Why would the village bow to the demands of a demon? Jiraiya was hard-pressed to not roll his eyes at the pure stupidity of the council, their normally sound advice being twisted of over a decade of delusions concerning demons and their ilk. They seemed so childish. Refusing to consider the possibility that their beloved Yondaime could maybe have done the seal correctly and that the boy wasn't a demon. He was tempted to tell them that the demon they kept referring to was actually quite human, and had removed the demon from his body and soul by transferring it into the plush doll he always carried around with him. But then again, that would spoil the I know something you don't know fun, as well as possibly break the trust he had tentatively created with Naruto. Speaking of which, he really should try and use his spy network to find where the boy had gone. With his looks, he could create a whole new character for his Icha Icha series. Of course. It would probably be a female character involved in an orgy with a tentacle monster and a naughty ninja, but those details are unimportant. He quickly left after the council had chosen to mark the missing Jinchuriki as an S-class nuke nin known as Konoha no Naruto, covering up their distaste at naming him something he wanted rather remarkably. They stated that the name was rather daunting, and would appeal to their needs to mark him as less human than demon. Back with Naruto. After setting up his base, the Black Mage began his training in the remaining two elements in earnest. He already had the form manipulation down for his flora manipulation, meaning he knew how to create different plants and trees, but he didn't have the sheer speed that Yamato had. He intended to become even faster at creating plant life than the former experiment of Orochimaru. Likewise, he also had to train in sand manipulation. He understood the concept of it, as well as a little bit of the practical part, but it could be used for so many things. It was like water manipulation. Only it's both solid and liquid at the same time. Kyuubi became a rather good partner for bouncing ideas off of while he trained, as the fox had seen some rather interesting things in his days. Material concerns such as food and water were easily taken care of, though the plants that he created for food had a rather interesting taste to them. If he tried to put it into words, he would state that they had an aftertaste of what one would think the aftermath of a lightning bolt hitting sand would taste like, a delicious molten glass taste with a hint of grit, and a little bit of electrical zing to make it memorable. He wasn't quite sure why a plant would have an aftertaste of electricity and sand, but he didn't question it. The fox would probably spout something about how his mana was used more often to use lightning techniques in offense, and how his sand manipulation was used more often in defense, and thus was affecting his other techniques, though Naruto really didn't want to test that theory by eating a wind blade. He had a feeling it would be like munching on razor blades, but lacking the metallic tang, and thus tasting mostly like his own blood with a hint of spring breeze thrown in there as a garnish. Within his home, lair, he would amend to himself, as any place without Lulu was never home. He trained to the brink of exhaustion, bringing all the elements that he controlled to their peak of mastery. When he ran out of mana, he would pick up the kusanagi and pluck at the various seals and bindings Orochimaru had placed on them, forming a plan of how to break the Sannin's control over the blade. This continued for many months, never straying from the protective embrace of his forest, completely cut from the outside world. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke was pissed. Strike that, he was furious. He quite possibly had completely shed his Ice Prince attitude by snarling in rage at random passerby as well as anything remotely cute and cuddly. The reason for his rage? Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, or Konoha no Naruto as he was now called. The blonde Dobi had ascended to S-class nuke nin, and thus was on the same level as Itachi. And seeing as how he didn't defeat him in the exams, he was understandably pissed. Since he couldn't defeat Naruto, how could he defeat Itachi? Luckily, he hadn't quite gotten to the point where he realized that Naruto had limited his own abilities when fighting, and had almost beat him with pure hand-to-hand combat, the Black Mage's worst skill. Then, he realized it in the middle of the street, causing waves of concentrated angst to roll off him, causing many pedestrians to become nauseated or suffer from vertigo. However, as quickly as it came it passed, and waves of concentrated smugness began radiating in their place. These had the odd effect of causing many girls, ages 8 to 80 to squeal at the top of their lungs and launch themselves at the Uchiha air. It's quite creepy when someone old enough to be your grandmother is yelling Sasuke-kun, I wanna have your babies. Tujinan Kunoichi in training, however, were unaffected and watching with a detached air of disgust and shock. Yamanaka Ino, and Tenten, who had no surname as she was an orphan from the Kyuubi attack and all the available surnames were taken, watched in fascination as the Uchiha was swarmed with hordes of women. In unison they gave a sigh of disgust and continued walking. Right into each other. Quickly picking themselves off the ground, they realized they were the only females within a large area that wasn't affected by Sasuke's presence, and struck up a rather odd conversation on the subject. Halfway through theories of how the youth of Konoha were brainwashed by their parents to want to create Uchiha babies through skilled use of a tape recorder and hypnotic recordings played back during sleep, they broached one of the most trap-laden topics of discussion ever. Kunoichi training. Tenten, personally, didn't see the reason for training to correctly arrange flowers of all things, when in reality it's never used whatsoever. Surely, if they needed it during a mission, they could just buy a book on it and study it. It didn't need years of training to correctly arrange a bouquet. Ino, who worked in a flower shop, had argued that there is more to it than simply placing flowers in a specified pattern. She went into the fact that there was a whole subconscious message played through the flowers that is fundamentally identified by the receiver, who, even if they don't acknowledge it consciously, will always subconsciously know. Even after she said it, though, she still didn't believe it. After the two went into the details of how kunoichi training is different from shinobi training, they came to a rather odd conclusion. Why don't we both get the same training? Surely, if a jutsu is able to change your appearance by an illusion, couldn't it also change your gender? Then a shinobi could be sent on a reconnaissance mission that a kunoichi is generally used for. This way, kunoichi could partake in shinobi training, and shinobi could partake in kunoichi training. Jiraiya, who was still apprentice-less and was ordered by the honored council to retrieve his teammate to replace the now dead Hokage, came across them as they were going into the details of how women can fight too, and how men should have to learn seduction and flower arranging just like women have too. After all, some women aren't able to grasp it as well as some men are. The Toad Sannin, hearing their heated debate, which was held within the middle of a training ground while they were sparring, immediately came to a conclusion. He would take these two to meet Tsunade with him, as they might be able to help persuade her to come back, since they could tell her all about how Konoha was screwing up kunoichi training. Even if that didn't work, he could still help train them. After all, he was still missing an apprentice, and he was getting on in years and needed to pass on the Toad contract. Naruto didn't want it, and he helped these two with their training. So maybe one of them? After a quick explanation of exactly why and where they were going, he had to deal with the hero-worshipping Ino and Tenten who had learned exactly what the slug Sannin could do with but one finger. He quickly got permission from Yamanaka Inoiki, the Yamanaka clan head, and set off with the two kunoichi to where Tsunade was last spotted. He didn't miss the wistful smile on Tenten's face, as well as the slightly cloudy look in her eyes when they met the man that was Ino's father, and contemplated on the possibilities of adopting the girl since nobody else had taken an interest too. Normally he would take the scenic route, taking care to hit as many bathhouses as possible on the way, but the way that Tenten girl kept fondling her kunai, shuriken, and other pointy objects was making him think perversion would not be a good idea. In Tanzaku Gai. It had only taken them a week to pinpoint Tsunade's whereabouts, which was rather odd considering the fact that she was a Sannin and knew she had people after her. One would think someone who was wanted by both debt collectors and dangerous ninjas would have covered their steps a little better. During the week that it took to find her, Jiraiya found quite a few copies of Icha Icha Paradise and Icha Icha Tactics in Tenten's backpack. When questioned on the books, she had replied that she had taken to reading them whenever Neji went on a fate speech, or her teammate and sensei were having a manly moment. He didn't tell her he wrote the books, however, as the research needed to write such a masterpiece was rather questionable. When they found Tsunade, she was already considerably sloshed in an average bar, and was ranting to a small pig wearing a red jacket and a beaded necklace all about how the casinos were ripping her off. A woman no older than 20 with short brown hair wearing a kimono was wringing her hands in anxiety while asking Tsunade-sama to stop drinking as she was already quite drunk. For Tenten and Ino, this scene was a rather large eye-opener. It showed that, regardless of how hallowed their heroes are, they are still human and thus have human vices and habits. The fact that Tsunade was currently pissed drunk just proved that she was just as flawed as they were. This did, of course, substantially lower their hero worship, but they still respected her strength regardless of her alcoholism. Honestly, when a woman can shatter a boulder with her finger when sober, imagine what would happen if she were an angry drunk. Respect goes a long way to a longer life. Jiraiya, with Ino and Tenten in tow, sat down on the opposite side of the table from Tsunade, where the toad Sannin promptly went into serious mode. This was a derivative of the Hokage's authority mode, also known as mission mode, and consisted of him leveling a piercing stare at his former teammate and steepling his fingers in front of his carefully blank face, trying hard not to have his gaze stray to her feminine assets. Tsunade seemed to miraculously sober, a testament to her supremacy of the medical field. To go from shit-faced drunk to post-hangover sober was a remarkable feat, even for a medic nin. After listing that they wanted Tsunade to come back to Konoha as the Hokage, in which the slug Sannin spewed a hate rant of the title, Tenten finally spoke up. While I respect you for the fact that you are the most notable kunoichi in recent history, it is rather sad that you won't come back to Konoha. I thought you would have considered all the different changes you could make, including those to the hospital as well as the kunoichi training, which is rather lacking and quite sexist, instead of constantly thinking about all the village has taken from you. Ino spoke up at this point, taking up where Tenten left off. We have a theory that the council had tried, and succeeded, to brainwash the younger generation into loving the Uchiha heir by using hypnotic messages in our sleep. The only girls that aren't currently trying to rape him or seduce him are Tenten, Hinata and I. Considering our theory, Tenten is one of the few unadopted orphans and thus wouldn't have been hypnotized, and I got my delusions shattered rather horribly in the middle of the forest of death in the exams. Hyuga Hinata probably wasn't affected because the Hyuga and Uchiha have a long-standing conflict, and wouldn't have wanted unity between the clans. Plus, a hybrid of Dujutsu would be quite freaky, and possibly bad for the child's health. An acquaintance of ours was recently marked as an S-class nuke nin simply because the council wasn't able to keep him under their thumb. Knowing this, it's not too far of a shot to believe that they would have tried to psychologically condition the youth into worshipping the ground Sasuke walked on, simply because it's what they believe is right. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both rather shocked and horrified at this, as it actually explained the phenomenon that seemed to have affected Konoha. Tsunade had to reconsider her thoughts for a moment, before slipping into her own version of the serious mode. However, this effect was lost on Jiraiya, who got a rather large eyeful of her cleavage from the maneuver. Almost unbidden, his hand crept forward and a rather large twitch in Tsunade's left eyebrow was the only warning before Jiraiya was forcefully ejected from the bar via a chakra-enhanced fist, blowing a man-shaped hole in the wall of the bar, as well as a similarly shaped hole in the wall behind it. Regardless of the fact that it was a genjutsu, and a well-made one at that, the flesh still looked, and felt, Jiraiya would later recall, real. Tenten and Ino were torn between laughing at Jiraiya's forwardness, shocked at seeing Tsunade's power firsthand, or being enraged at the public display of lechery. In the end, despite the fact that Jiraiya had put the moves on her, she had relented to become Hokage just to spite the council that had allowed the village to fall so far. She would still mourn for her deceased brother, Nawaki, as well as her lover, Dan, but she would make sure that nobody else had to suffer the same. Tenten, after learning that it was Jiraiya who wrote Icha Icha, immediately glomped him with a Cheshire grin on her face, asking him where he got the inspiration for scene 14 of Icha Icha Paradise, Twins in Paradise. Ino, having contemplated her life thus far, asked Tsunade if she could learn some medical skills from her, as she was unable to be of much help to her teammates at the moment. She also vowed to tinker with her clan's techniques to make them more viable for frontline combat. Tsunade accepted her as an apprentice when she showed true determination to the field of medicine, even though Ino had expressed that she wished to be able to fight in combat as well instead of just working in a hospital. Jiraiya, having learned that the pointy weapons girl was alright with his writing, asked her how her training was going with the creepy spandex guy. After pondering on the data she gave him, he came to a rather interesting conclusion that she required ninjutsu knowledge, not just weapons. She also needed to learn how to fight in close quarters, weapon or no weapon, and took her as an apprentice, as well as unofficially becoming her father figure. Gamabunta was somewhere between enamored with the fact that his new summoner was a woman, pointy weapon fetish or not, and frustrated at the fact that she enjoyed reading hentai novels as much as Jiraiya enjoyed writing them. Gamakichi thought it was cool that she was so great at throwing pointy things. The odd group moved on to Konoha, where, unknown to them, Sasuke had defected while the council was too busy focusing their tunnel vision on a phantasmal menace, Naruto. While the council was currently in DEFCON 4, powerful individual with a reason to hate Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke created a brilliantly organized plan to escape to Orochimaru for training. The man may be an effeminate, body-jumping snake pervert, but he obviously knew what he was doing if he could kill and then imitate the Kazekage without the Hokage knowing. True, he would have to deal with the rapidly dwindling, and dying, due to the mind-influencing property of the cursed seal, voice of reason in his head, but it would be silent soon enough. After all, there is no sacrifice great enough to get the power to kill his brother. Kakashi and his techniques be damned. The Chidori, 1000 birds, obviously didn't kill the blonde Dobi, so how was it going to kill his brother? His plan was something Shikamaru could be proud of. He sent a clone into a public place that, rather loudly, declared that he wanted a date, and thus the women must have a bikini mud wrestling match to find who would date him. The resulting riot, coupled with several hundred gallons of mud created by various Doden, earth element, techniques, brought all nearby Anbu, as well as the gate guards and any other male in the vicinity, to break up. Then again, they were having too much fun watching to pull the women away from each other. Who knew a civilian girl could bend like that? So Sasuke, carrying only the clothes on his back, directions, and phone number, apparently for if he felt lonely the note said, to Orochimaru, right out the front gate. The village would take 2 weeks to recognize this, as fangirls seemed to always file missing person reports whenever the object of their desire was gone from sight for over 45 seconds. After all, surely he must have been kidnapped to stay away from the beautiful and desirable insert name here? The reports tended to get quite clogged with all of those. It was only when Hatake Kakashi came storming into the council room with his stolen Sharingan ablaze demanding to know where his pupil went that they truly thought he might have been really missing. Coincidentally, the day after was when Tsunade arrived and announced that she would take the job as Hokage. The slug Sanin immediately sent out Ino and Shizune for a few cases of sake, already feeling that this first issue was going to be a massive headache that would require liberal amounts of alcohol to remedy. Time passed, and they marked him as a C-ranked nuke nin to be captured or convinced back to Konoha on sight. If he was kidnapped, obviously the kidnapper would have demanded a ransom, or even been gloating to equally nefarious other villains to plot the downfall of Konoha now that they had a male specimen of the infamous Sharingan bloodline. 1 year later. It had been a year since he had left the sanctity of his forest. A year since he had felt the warmth of the sun on his skin, willingly disappearing into the twilight rapture of his forest. He had gained a level of mastery previously unknown to any in the elemental countries when it came to his elemental control. The elements could respond purely to his thoughts and whims now, and he had to forcefully restrain the sand and ice every once in a while from creating beautiful sculptures of abstract matter whenever he waxed poetic in his thoughts. His appearance had changed quite a lot as well, becoming less humane, less approachable, if he could put it into words. His hair had almost completely lost all color, with several streaks of the golden blonde being threaded through the bone white. If he were to systematically count how many blonde hairs there were in comparison to the white, it would come out to 1 blonde hair for every 4 white, give or take a few hundred strands. His skin, which still, irritatingly so, clung to the golden bronze, was not unaffected by the lack of sunlight, having paled slightly in comparison to its previous radiance. His eyes, once sparkling gems seemingly cut from amethysts, had begun to glow with an inner light, visibly giving off an eerie purple glow when embraced within the darkness. It irritated him every now and then that he could no longer rely on his sight in the darkness, as it would give away his position, but he had learned to cope without his sight if need be. He had grown slightly, reaching the absolute height he would ever reach, though his body would fill out a little bit more before he was finished growing. He stood proudly at a respectable height of 6 feet 1 inch, and his hair was cut to his waist after an interesting revelation that it had quit spiking once the lifeless white hair became predominant on his scalp. He was barefoot, and clad in rather odd attire. Tossing away his previous battle kimono sometime near the end of his training, he had created his own clothing out of one of the most durable and adaptable elements. His pants were a flowing set of royal purple-colored hakama, crafted out of uniform grains of sand to create a rather smooth feeling, as opposed to the roughness sand normally creates. His torso was covered by an elegantly crafted black haori, shaped from the same sand the hakama were. His control over the elements had progressed so far that he was able to unconsciously keep the garments in form regardless of his mental state. Meaning, he would never have an awkward moment because his pants or shirt suddenly dissolved into sand in the middle of the marketplace, or some such event. He pondered for a few minutes at the outskirts of his base, before releasing the magics which bound the unnatural constructs to the material plane, allowing the house, which was more of a hut, in any case, as well as the multi-layered woodland that protected it to dissipate into their inherent energies. He gave a slight smile as he continued on his way, a rather odd plush fox toy with 9 tails slumbering peacefully on his left shoulder. Somewhere in Ame no Kuni, land of rain. This was not what he was expecting. He was expecting some sort of underground fortress with intricately laid traps, explosion tags decorating everywhere, in case of an emergency self-destruct, several places requiring an elaborate password, and a convoluted maze to the throne room where one could easily be lost and die of starvation. Naruto was definitely not expecting to come to Amigakure no Sato, the village hidden in the rain, ask for Akatsuki, and be given a guide who led him to something reminiscent of the Hokage Tower, only having 2 stories instead of 4 or 5. When he was led, through a torrential monsoon no less, didn't Pain ever show some hospitality in here? Through a rather average hidden village, he really began to think he might have gone to the wrong country. Perhaps they were stationed in Kaze no Kuni, land of wind, or Mizu no Kuni, land of water? Maybe even Yuki no Kuni, land of snow? Surely Akatsuki wouldn't be so careless to allow random people to be led directly to their base? Apparently he was wrong. The guide took him all the way to doors labeled Amicage, and told him that the boss wasn't having any meetings and to go right on in. He gave a slight knock on the door, deciding he might as well go with the madness, and gained entry after a deep voice had bid him to enter. Amicage's office. Naruto really wasn't expecting to meet the leader of Akatsuki in person. Regardless, he opened the door carefully and let himself in, shutting it behind him. His senses were on high alert of this being some form of trap, trying to get him to lower his guard before striking. All he saw was a bright orange-haired man with multiple piercings through his nose and ears, as well as one in his bottom lip. He was clad in standard black shinobi pants, standard black shinobi sandals, a long-sleeved black shirt, and a scratched Ame Hitai 8 upon his forehead. On the wall near his desk was the high-collared black cloak with red clouds indicative of an Akatsuki. The man lifted his head from a report he was reading to look up at him with a rather strange set of eyes. They were a shade of slate gray, but had multiple concentric circles in them that had an almost hypnotizing quality. Not as great as the Sharingan at hypnosis, but definitely enough to slightly unnerve a casual observer. When the odd man, who couldn't have been older than 25 or so, caught sight of him, his mood brightened a little, and the rain lessened outside. The man gave him a curious glance, obviously noting that he wasn't wet at all, regardless of the rain outside, and spoke in the same deep tones he had heard from outside the door. "You are?" Naruto gave a slight smile, bowing at the waist to an angle indicating respect for the other before speaking. "I am Naruto, though I suppose most people refer to me as Konoha no Naruto, Naruto of Devastation, or that demon brat. I am the former Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, and I would like to join your organization. If that is not possible, please direct me to the nearest place to get a hat similar to Itachi's." The man gave him a rather odd look, as if he thought it was either a joke or he was crazy. The corner of his lip gave a slight twitch, before replying. "I am known as Pain. Currently there are no open positions within the organization, as we have yet to retrieve Orochimaru's ring." Naruto tilted his head to the side quizzically, before an enigmatic smile formed upon his lips. "How damage resistant are the rings, Pain-san?" The orange-haired man blinked rapidly at the curious question, before phrasing his statement carefully. "They have survived incineration, as well as explosive clone suicide by the bearer without being harmed." "Why?" The same unfathomable grin appeared on the black mage, and the next few words shocked Pain to the bone. "I believe it's time I pay the Otokage a little visit. I'll have to make it suitably appealing, don't you think, Pain-san? I hope you'll join me on this visit, as I'm sure it'll be quite something to see. After all, it's not often a village is wiped off the map in one day, is it?" Pain thought on this for a few moments, before pressing a button on his desk, and telling the secretary there will be no more meetings. He pulled on his cloak and motioned for them to leave, quite fascinated in this rather remarkable individual. After they left, a second body took over where the first left off, reading the reports while the first watched, intrigued as Naruto split the rain around him, not letting it touch him at all. He would have to tinker with his technique if it was possible to escape it so easily, that was for sure. Naruto continued walking along, the same strange smile settling on his lips as the two took to the trees, headed towards Otogakure no Sato, the village hidden in the sound, at a blinding pace. Chapter 9, Siege of Oto. Naruto and Pain dropped to the ground nearly 100 meters from the ending of the forest where it gave way to plains. Pain was rather surprised by this sudden halt, and quirked an eyebrow at the white-haired teen in silent question. The black mage's lips quirked up in a wry grin as he crouched low to the ground, setting one palm down flat on the earth. The land rumbled in dissension to the unspoken command, but finally gave in to the constructing force of the mana. Within a few moments, a rather large insect, had been formed completely out of soil, clay, and bits of root and other matter caught in between. It seemed like a disturbingly large wasp, easily over 6 feet in height, though it had 4 wings instead of the normal 2. It hovered with an oddly soft buzzing noise, considering how much it had to weigh from being made out of rock, and was vertical in posture with its body curved so that the stinger was positioned forward. Its sharp mandibles snapped once or twice as if to test their strength, before it turned its head towards Naruto, gazing with soulless yellow compound eyes. Pain was watching both insect and master rather cautiously at the moment, as one of his greatest phobias would be bugs. Anything that had an exoskeleton and liked to get into uncomfortable places just unsettled him, and this was a prime specimen. Unfortunately, his sandals weren't big enough to squish this one. Perhaps he should call for Conan to make a paper fly swatter the size of a sledgehammer to try and squish it? Naruto, oddly enough, walked up to it and ran a calm hand over the wasp's head, eliciting a rather odd higher-pitched buzzing before he spoke. I need you to capture someone by the name of Karen. She should be working in the laboratory or in the infirmary of the village, and is usually wearing a white lab coat, knee-length khaki shorts, a white sleeveless top, and has glasses. Her hair is burgundy in color, and she wears it with one side long and straight, and the other short and choppy. If necessary, sting her to paralyze her and bring her back to me. Travel through the ground to avoid being caught. The wasp, oddly enough, nodded its head, completely defying its anatomy, as it would be quite hard to nod when it lacked a neck, before sinking into the earth. The white-haired adolescent quirked a slight smirk before turning back to gaze at the suspiciously vacant open plains ahead of them. With a low chuckle, he raised a hand in the air and twisted it, calling forth a miniature swirling tornado. The storm compressed upon itself, molding into a new form and containing the chaotic winds. Soon it calmed, the previously unrestrained element chained into the forms of a small puppy as well as a fluffy kitten. They, unlike their earthen insect counterpart, were a sandy brown in color with characterless blue eyes. They both looked up towards their leader with their heads cocked to the side in question, prompting the black mage to kneel down, stroking along their fur as he relayed his instructions to them. Wander throughout the village below us and tranquilize and capture any child the age of 11 or under. Bring them back to me as soon as possible, and do not be seen or caught. Feel free to simply allure them instead of outright attacking them. It is preferred to do it that way, if at all possible. Go. The two nodded in unison, presenting quite a disconcerting image to the observing Pain, who was sure that he was going to add soulless automatons to his list of things to destroy on sight. With the orders given, Naruto stepped back and began walking around in a large circle, easily 500 meters in diameter. Almost all trees near and inside the circle actually uprooted themselves and moved out, replanting in other areas and leaving a large grassy area mostly clear. Following his footsteps, a single blade of wind carved an unwavering line, clearly marking the boundaries of the area. As the blade of wind finished carving, it dissipated back into energy, the marking left in its wake over a foot deep and 2 inches wide. He stepped back outside the circle and leaned his back against a nearby tree, resting his eyes after the slight exertion. He knew he was going to have to do much more, and very soon, so he treasured each moment of rest he could come across. Pain, however, had other ideas and stepped up beside him, clearing his throat before asking the most pertinent question that could come to mind. What the fuck? One amethyst eye opened lazily, gazing in apathy at the orange-haired leader of Akatsuki before shutting. He spoke up from his resting place, voice void of inflection. Karen will be able to tell me the exact amount of people, as well as where they are, that do not want to stay in Auto. I refuse to kill those who do not deserve it. That is the same reason for the children being evacuated. The circle is to place the refugees during the fighting. I will protect them once they are all within the circle. Pain blinked rapidly in surprise at the idea that one person would be able to protect an entire village's refugees while right next to the fighting itself, but let it slide. For now. He would get his answers, though. Just. As soon as he got the thoughts of the big wasp out of his head. They stood there in somewhat companionable silence for nearly 15 minutes before the ground rippled and split, as if a large bubble had been forced to the surface of a lake, exposing the wasp and the, notably not paralyzed, medic Nin, Karen. The red-haired woman seemed to be only in her late teens, oddly enough, and was around 5 feet 5 inches tall. The 6 legs of the wasp were clasped around her arms and chest, preventing her from making hand seals or grabbing for a weapon, and yet she seemed quite calm. She alighted her red eyes upon the white-haired black mage and raised one eyebrow quizzically, keenly observing him as a potential threat. After a few moments in which the wasp flew her to within 6 feet of Naruto and hovered, she spoke. I guess you're the one who kidnapped me? Naruto's lips twitched upwards in a slight smile as he moved from his resting place to a standing position, giving his reply. Yes. I have one request and one question for you. Which would you like to hear first? The Med Nin's eyes narrowed in suspicion before she spoke, her arms tensing in case she needed to fight. The question. Not even batting an eye at the rigidity of his captive, he replied. Do you enjoy working for Orochimaru? The question seemed to catch her off guard, and her eyes widened in surprise before narrowing once again in further suspicion. Discreetly attempting to move an arm, she realized the insect had her quite constricted, and she gave up on that avenue of escape for the moment and answered. Orochimaru-sama has allowed me to progress far in my studies as a Med Nin, perhaps surpassing his late servant, Kabuto. The Black Mage's eyes glinted in slight amusement, before he reiterated his question. Yes, that's all well and good, but do you enjoy working for him? Your answer will dictate whether your lifespan will be measured in decades or minutes. Her eyes became slits in suppressed fury, as well as fear. Would he really kill her? Who was he, anyway, to be asking about Orochimaru like that? She started to channel her chakra to attempt to strengthen her muscles in a desperate bid for escape, and spoke the answer she hoped would throw him off long enough for her to attack. It didn't hurt that it was the truth, either. No. He is a nightmare given flesh, using human lives as mere playthings for his sick and twisted experiments. The only thing I can do for my patients is make their deaths as painless as possible, and to lace their injections with painkillers to prevent some of the suffering. She thrashed momentarily in the grasp of the insect, who had yet to tighten its legs around her, cracking the earthen formation of one of its legs before something subdued her. Laughter. Pain also looked up from his place hidden in the trees at the odd sound. It was musical, almost. Not quite the thing to be heard from an S-rank Nuke Nin. He might have to subtract points on the application for that. Nuke Nin are supposed to have maniacal laughter, not musical. Getting his laughter under control, Naruto broke out into a wide smile, showing off his teeth as the plush doll within his arms grinned in tandem at the still-bound Med Nin. Good. It seems you will not die by my hand today. Now, if I may make my request, Karen-san? The redhead could only nod numbly in shock. She had been spared? By a supposedly merciless Nuke Nin? Before she could wrap her mind around that, he had already spoken again. I need you to use your ability, which has been noted in the bingo book, by the way, to search out chakra signatures giving off certain emotions. I'm looking for resentment, hopelessness, and hatred in a combination that is indicative of people who are held within auto against their will, or stay only for fear of their life. Karen blinked rapidly before tilting her head to the side, reanalyzing the teen in front of her, as she clearly mustn't have heard that right. Noticing her confusion, he reiterated. I want you to search for people within auto who do not wish to be in auto and are held against their will, or only stay for fear that they will be hunted down and experimented on or killed. The word experiment seemed to break her out of her reverie, and she seemed to realize something. She spoke up, her voice filled with determination and steel as she tried not to get her hopes too high. You're going to rescue them? How? If you have a good chance of succeeding, I'll do it. Anything to help them. After outlining that he would be protecting them while he laid siege to the village itself, she was hard-pressed to either crack up in hysterics, or break down crying in despair that her savior was a lunatic. Until, of course, he responded that it was quite easy for him to create the automaton which had captured her without being sensed at all. Then she started taking him a bit more seriously. She was released from the bondage of the wasp, and was led to the ring in the earth where he would be protecting the refugees. Already over 50 children lay there, asleep and hidden within the shade of multiple trees that had stayed within the circle purely for the protection from the sun. She was rather surprised at how he was able to evacuate 50 children while talking to her, but then she noticed a small kitten and a small puppy appearing and dropping off sedated children before disappearing once again. Raising the obvious question, she got a rather odd answer. They are creations of wind and air, able to disperse and reappear at whim, carrying others with them. The wasp was a creation of earth and rock, capable of melting into the planet and moving others through the soil. Finally agreeing to the plan, she set herself into the standard chakra gathering stance, one hand forming into a ram seal as her eyes closed. To others, it seemed as if she were meditating, but from her perspective, everything changed. The world faded away, leaving nothing but beacons of energy lighting up the void. The compressed sun of Naruto was almost blinding to her senses, the violet light almost obscuring an entire village of ninjas below them, but she was able to circumvent it. She scouted along the glowing blue orbs of the village of Auto, tapping each one with her senses to feel the emotions emanating from the beacons. Much to her chagrin, and slight resentment, she could find only a few aside from prisoners of war who truly didn't want to be in the village. Out of the 8,000 living within the village, only 250 or so wished to be anywhere but there. Opening her eyes, she realized an hour had passed in the real world, a consequence of going through 8,000 chakra signatures. She made sure to mark the chosen ones in her mind for later viewing, and stretched out as she strode up to the Black Mage. Naruto was currently musing upon the idea of creating the army he would need to lay siege to the village itself. It would be absolute suicide to attempt to take on a village without backup, after all. He had his eyes closed, and held both arms in front of him, about a foot apart as several spheres of colored energy rotated around his head slowly. He halted the creation process as he noticed Karen heading towards him, and tilted his head politely to her in greeting, awaiting her report. The only outward sign that he was annoyed with the information given was a slight sneer on his face, though inside he was positively seething. When he spoke, his voice had a heavy undercurrent of malice, and his eyes snapped open, revealing the now brightly glowing amethyst irises, shocking both Pain and Karen. 250 are worth saving, then. The rest have made their decision to be protected by an abomination of the human race. They are deserving of their fate if they choose that form of protection. The children are all evacuated, and will be waking up within half an hour. One moment while I create chauffeurs for our new refugees. His inward hatred towards the inhabitants of the village was made truly apparent when he simply stomped the ground with one foot, causing a battalion of 100 stone wasps to arise from the earth. Pain was shaking in the tree he was sitting in, alerting Karen to his presence, consequently leading to her rounding on him and casting a sealless Kanashibari no Jutsu, temporary paralysis technique, by lowering her glasses and glaring at the Akatsuki leader. He shrugged off the attack with minimal effort, though he was forced to drop from his hiding spot and introduce himself to the Med Nin. She was rather apathetic to the whole leader of an S-class organization, preferring a quiet lab or hospital to the spotlight of being a known organization. She gave a rather vicious grin, though, when she learned that this was started as an operation to assassinate Orochimaru and get his Akatsuki ring back. After getting locations of the chakra signatures from Karen, he sent his wasps to capture and return, sending them through the ground once again. He beckoned Karen and Pain to follow him as he stepped into the ring upon the ground, careful to not brush the edge itself, which was copied by the other two. He headed towards a grove of trees where the children had been left, and sat down with a slight smile on his face, waiting for them to awaken. To pass the time, he picked up the Kyuubi and sat him on the ground, talking to the plush doll for the first time in front of the other two. Q-kun. How many soldiers out of the other elements should I mold? I want to make sure it's not a total slaughter. The fox barked out a laugh, surprising both the other nins before speaking up. I'd say 50 of each element used mainly as supporting fire. You and me, brat, are going to be the main force. The white-haired teen gave a malevolent laugh before speaking up again. Any parameters you would like to impose upon this siege? The doll grinned wide, showing each of its pointy teeth. No more than 40% power used by either of us, not counting the soldiers. Naruto snickered good-naturedly before supplying his own, starting a ping-pong battle of regulations. No form larger than 10 feet at head height. No forbidden skills until Orochimaru shows up. No consuming your own Yuki to use as a high-powered beam. Why? You can cut through the Hokage monument with that. It'd be hard to tell how many you killed since the bodies would be vaporized. Good point. No absolute murder to the point where there's nothing left of them. No on-site torture for answers. It would be detrimental to the kill count. What should the final attack be? Ooh, I'm thinking something out of this world. Both snickered at the lame pun before collecting themselves. Karen and Pain were both stunned through shock and disbelief at some of the rules that they were implementing. Rules? For a siege? How bizarre. The ground rumbled angrily, waking up some of the children who looked around, bewildered and terrified as 100 enormous earthen wasps emerged from the ground, carrying 2 to 3 passengers each and dropping them into the circle before sinking into the ground. The mana used to animate them streamed back into Naruto through ribbons of purple mist. Refreshed after regaining his energy from the animation, the Black Mage turned to the assorted children, prisoners of war, family members held through blackmail, and other reluctant citizens of Otto with a slight grin on his face. The faces he saw were a nice combination of surprise and fear, as quite a few nins knew him from the bingo book. Karen was heading from person to person, running a diagnostic technique over them to make sure they were okay. Utilizing what little bedside manner she contained, she comforted children and injured persons alike, though her smile was quite strained and her cheeks twitched from having to smile for so long. Waiting for her to check the last of their number, he smiled sadly as she began to heal the more injured prisoners and maltreated and malnourished children. He cleared his throat to gather attention back to himself before speaking in a clear tone. I apologize for the rather hostile way you were all retrieved. However, time is of the essence, and I would rather you not put up a fuss and gather attention, causing Oto Gakure to be aware of what I'm about to do. After the attack is over, I will personally escort everyone around the elemental countries until they find a place to stay, as an apology for most likely destroying all belongings and money. You will all be quite sufficiently protected while I am fighting, and, though you will be able to see the fighting, you won't be able to be harmed or harm others outside this circular area. All sound will also be cut off. The only reason you will be able to see is so that you aren't held in suspense, though I strongly suggest that the children do not watch. Brutal will not begin to describe what will happen. Nonplussed was the general mood, with many staring at him uncomprehendingly. Shrugging them off, he gestured for Pain and Karen to stay within the circle before stepping out of it. Almost as an afterthought, he looked back to the refugees as he had already began calling them, and ran a hand through his hair, flicking his head towards them. Several small seeds glinted in the sunlight as they landed, growing into a large field of edible items. The colors and tastes were off, of course, looking more like a horror show or an exhibit of demonic plants than a field of other fruits and vegetables. The taste. He still had yet to get the electrified glass taste out of them. He supposed they'd have to make do. To cover the human need to keep hydrated, he summoned several hundred globules of water, keeping them afloat in the air and allowing them to constantly absorb more water from the atmosphere for a refill. The refugees, and, indeed, both Karen and Pain, were surprised at this feat. Nobody had ever said anything about him being able to grow things similar to the first Hokage's bloodline. While they were busy preventing their minds from melting, Naruto raised a hand and used his index finger to trace several glyphs and runes he learned from his grimoire in the air, using them to assist in channeling his power. The very fabric of reality seemed to pucker before smoothing out again, and a very faint silvery barrier erected itself in the trench dug by the wind knife. Using his finger again, he wrote letters backwards in the air to allow them to read, and wrote, using the void from between the stars and the nighttime sky, I have crafted a wall. If one were to throw a weapon, use a ninjutsu, or attempt a genjutsu, they would need to bypass the vacuum and lack of gravity of space, thus an impenetrable barrier, but it does allow you to see, though you cannot hear or anything else. You are all enclosed in a sphere, completely separate from the air far above you, the ground far below you, or even me out here. With his protection sustained, he turned to face the open plains once again, and waved his hand in a shooing gesture. Pure white embers scattered in a cone formation, setting the plains ablaze with a wash of heat and light. As the fire burned its way through the plains, he began to gather his mana for an immense spell. He enlarged Kyuubi to 10 feet at the head before writing dozens glyphs and runes in the air to assist him in splitting his mana evenly. Blazing like a violet lamp in an evening sky, though it was only barely noon, with his hair floating about him like tendrils of an affectionate plant, he sliced his right hand through the air, discharging all the accumulated mana. From the ground arose 50 spiders of earth, towering at a height of 10 feet with a leg span, front to back, of over 30 feet. Capable of spinning webs of slick mud, injecting molten magma for venom, and merging/emerging from the ground at will, they were his primary ground force. From the air coalesced a collection of 50 moths and butterflies of wind. Their wingspan of over 12 feet was capable of stirring up gusts seeded with blades of wind, able to shed wind blade scales off their wings, and able to reform and disperse at will. They were his supporting air force. From water in the air itself, 50 serpentine insects came into being. They were nearly 10 feet long each from tail to tip, shaped vaguely eel-like, and had 6 legs upon their underside. They were able to embrace and crush those caught within their bodies, and use their small legs to inject part of their body into their target to attack them from within. They were tertiary air force. From lightning came 50 vaguely humanoid aberrations. 8 feet tall, and boasting an unnaturally long arm length to near where their knees would be, they were agile and quick, supporting ground fire. From frost came the most deadly of the air force. 50 wasps crafted out of crystalline shards, and capable of spitting globs of liquid frost, no matter how paradoxical it sounded, at a distance of 20 feet, as well as being able to reform if shattered. From flame came the tertiary ground force. 50 large slugs, measuring about 6 feet long and 3 feet high, were crafted out of liquid and gelatinous flame. They oozed trails of fire along their path, and were able to spit globs of liquid flame at a distance of 20 feet. Finally, from nature came the medical crew. 50 vaguely humanoid shapes with willowy body forms and lanky figures crafted out of a very violently poisonous herb. They were to cultivate the land while fighting, making sure that the battlefield was not desecrated by the battle, and ensuring that no matter what, new life would always grow even after such a disaster. Should they be attacked while attempting their duty, they would retaliate with lethal venoms that oozed from every pore of their body. Naruto would be casting utility spells, sand magic, and non-elemental abilities, as his threads of mana set aside for each other element were currently in use to keep the army sustained. 352 troops, fighting against nearly 8,000 ninjas. You really had to pity Otto at this point. The Black Mage rested his back against Kyuubi for a moment, breathing heavily from exerting so much mana at once. He caught his breath after but a few moments, and turned to the charred plains, and raised a single hand. Kyuubi, use your Yuki to blast into the village. Earth Spiders, stand by to intercept first wave of reactionary ninja. Lightning Dancers, infiltrate through the hole and destroy their communications. Water Insects, pollute and poison their water supply. Everyone else, stand by to assist the Earth Spiders. With a collective stomp, or nod, from the air units, the plush doll collected Crimson Yuki to the tip of each one of his tails before pointing them at an angle and blasting a hole down into the ground, easily over 20 feet wide and 30 tall. The walls, floor, and ceiling of the tunnel became instant glass from the high heat coming from the Yuki as it ate away at the metal roof of Otogakur, punching through the layers in seconds. Clearly, Otto wasn't built to withstand a Baijuo attack. Immediately alarms began to blare from the newly opened entrance, and several squads of Chonin, a few Jounin, and an Onbu squad who had apparently been nearby flooded out of the hole. Their sandals began to melt upon the still heated glass surfaces of the tunnel, but they trudged on regardless, sealing for ninjutsu, genjutsu, and preparing weapons as they ran to the light. They were met by two spiders stationed at the entrance grabbing two nins each and biting them viciously, using their claw-tipped legs to slash and stab at the one they weren't currently injecting full of magma. Humanoid elementals of lightning jumped, tumbled and skittered through the glass tunnel, shocking and numbing those who got too close as 80% of the lightning force surged down into Otto to shut down all electrical systems. 60% of the water squad floated serenely after them, intent on diseasing any liquid supplies within the village. Along their way to the reservoir and other bodies of water, they caught, strangled, crushed, and killed any in their path. The earth above the roof of the village began to sublime, for lack of a better word. It simply disintegrated into sand which floated lazily into the air, slowly obscuring the sun. Within 10 minutes, the plains had become a 100-foot hole from repeated Yuki blasts into Otogakur, and counterattacks from the village were expected at any second. Suddenly, from the back, a volley of kunai broke through the tree cover, having been thrown by a squad of ninja who had sneaked out of a different exit and come to flank. Unfortunately, they either disregarded or didn't see the floating cloud of sand in the sky which intercepted the weapons, deflecting them into the ground before launching a counterattack in the form of a localized sandstorm. With over 200-mile-per-hour winds, the sand grains were flaying flesh, clothing, armor, and trees alike. The retaliatory army had arrived, and it came in with ninjutsu blazing. The battlefield was full of chaos. With their flank protected by a flaying sandstorm, the elemental army struck in organized squads to crush the resistance, utilizing each squad to the best of its ability. Naruto was in the thick of it, his sand protecting and fighting for him alternately. Sand spines erupted from a very thin layer on the ground, impaling feet and hindering movement. Spikes of sand coalesced from the cloud and fired at high speeds, causing nins to have to avoid them and possibly fall prey to another soldier's attack. Finally, a squad of Auto Jounin cooperated with each other and combined 4 Doten, Retsu Dotenshu, Earth Element, Split Earth Turnaround Palm, squishing 2 Earth Spiders, shattering 3 Frost Wasps, and smothering a Flame Slug. Unfortunately for them, the wasps simply reformed from the shards, the Earth Spiders absorbed the earth used against them and got bigger, and the Flame Slug just pulled itself back together and began gnawing on a nin's foot. With elemental techniques firmly being resisted by the elemental army, the nins resorted to their specialty: sound-style ninjutsu. Fracturing waves of sound echoed across the battlefield in cone areas of effect, cracking and breaking parts of the soldiers off, only for them to be reattached by the nature medics and bound with elastic vines while the wound healed. In retaliation to the technique that almost harmed his army, Naruto caused the cloud of sand to rain javelins of hardened sand. They passed harmlessly through his soldiers, save for the frost wasps, but he didn't care, they just repaired themselves from the shattered pieces anyway, but were greatly effective against the human opposition. Clearly they didn't enjoy being impaled like a butterfly on a pin. Kyuubi, recovering from the compressed Yuki blast that started the entire encounter, leapt from squad to squad of enemy resistance, biting, clawing, and pounding with his tails. Every now and then he'd toss a ball of chaotic Yuki from the tip of one of his tails, the corrosive, and highly toxic, energy-decaying and corrupting flesh, soil, or armor wherever it touched. Within 30 minutes of decimating the squads that were sent, sporadically, directly into his encampment of almost 300 soldiers, the Otokage had finally showed up to prevent more losses. Current deaths. Naruto, 15, 3 frost wasps melted, 8 flame slugs dispersed into earth, and 4 medics burned alive. Otogakure, a little over 300. Following Orochimaru to the battlefield was his Sound 5, complete with Kimimaro who had 1 foot in the grave, as well as Uchiha Sasuke. Oddly enough, their cursed seals were their downfall when they had to pause while activating them, leaving them as prime targets for anything mobile. Kimimaro took a little while longer to die, simply because his Shikatsumiyaku, dead bone pulse, bloodline severely strengthened his skeletal structure. An earth spider had to bite him and inject him full of magma, liquefying him from the inside out before he finally died. Orochimaru and Sasuke were quite shocked, seeing the Otokage's vanguard get killed within the first 45 seconds of combat simply because they couldn't activate their cursed seals on the move. Apparently soulless constructs were less forgiving for dramatic tension than human opponents who would wait for obligatory power-up sequences. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, choosing in a rare moment of intelligence to stand back and watch his mentor and his nemesis participate in combat. The legion of elemental soldiers split before Orochimaru without him even needing to attack, leading the Snake Sannin to believe, correctly, that Naruto was controlling them, even if it was only by a little bit. As soon as an opportunity presented itself, a blurred seal sequence lead into a Shikumi no Jutsu, death foreseeing technique. The powerful illusion disoriented the Black Mage for but a moment as he broke it effortlessly, but the moment was all the Snake Sannin needed to lunge forward, non-magical replica of the Kusanagi in hand and land a glancing blow off the white-haired teen's shoulder, cutting into the sand cloth a bit. In revenge, several spines and spikes of sand exploded into existence at point blank, forcing Orochimaru to jump back to avoid being impaled. The Black Mage turned to face him before deliberately closing his eyes, arms above his head as violet energy pulsed into being once again. Out of the, relatively clear, minus the sand cloud, sky rained balls of non-elemental energy and globs of virulent toxin. The white spheres and amorphous green sludge hailed down all around the battlefield, with the non-elemental energy exploding into pure force on contact, while the goo splattered and corroded onto anything it touched. His eyes still closed, the grass around his feet, what little of it there was, began to wilt and Orochimaru felt a peculiar tingling sensation dancing across his skin. Disregarding it, he launched into more ninjutsu, throwing fire, wind, and earth techniques primarily. Wind blades were deflected and dispersed, the flames smothered by sand, and the earth chunks sublimed to feed the sand cloud. Naruto's face twisted slightly into a scowl, the sand freezing into place for a moment before all it erupted into a forest of spines and spikes all around the battlefield. The elemental constructs, bound to his will, immediately switched tactics to the new battlefield before the forest of sand had stopped forming. Sasuke hopped backwards to continue watching, copying all of the jutsu Orochimaru was using and cheering on the inside that the Dobi was at least good enough to get his mentor to dig into the stuff he hadn't been taught yet. The Snake Sannin wasn't out of tricks yet, and began summoning swarms of snakes from his sleeves to combat the sand-manipulating menace, only to have the summoned animals smothered, crushed, or simply blocked by the sand. The only warning for the counterattack was the sandstorm blocking the flank stilling before it whipped into a frenzied fury towards Orochimaru. Unable to escape, he weathered the flaying sand particles, splitting his body along his mouth and emerging from it without a scratch on him before sinking into the ground, using the Hiru Banshu, Boku no Jutsu, Leech All Creation, attack prevention technique, to escape the deadly storm. As he resurfaced behind the Black Mage, he stabbed upward, hoping to skewer the pest through the ribcage, but the sword in his hand was caught and shattered into small metal slivers by compacted sand. While gawking at his ruined weapon, only for a moment, he was caught off guard as a spike of hardened sand impaled him through the gut, only for Orochimaru to have been an earth clone. Speaking aloud, somehow heard over the chaos of the ongoing battle, Naruto made his observation. "You seem to be more of a cockroach than a snake, Orochimaru. Shall we find out if you'll live for 14 days without your head?" Infuriated by the slight against his title, Orochimaru, hidden amongst the chaos, bit his thumb and swiped it down his arm, over the snake summoning tattoo. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning technique. A huge poof of smoke, causing Naruto to ponder on how exactly the smoke is produced, distracted nobody but the human resistance, ensuring more casualties as the elemental automatons had no use for curiosity or surprise. Kyuubi, attracted by the scent of snake as well as the giant puff of smoke, lumbered over to stand by Naruto as they awaited Orochimaru to finally come out of the cloud of smoke. That man had far too much love for dramatic suspense. Q-kun. Orochimaru is here, which means forbidden magic is legal. How's your kill count? The fox snorted at this, grinning blood-drenched teeth, with an arm stuck in between two of them that the fox somehow couldn't get out, before replying. Your elemental army has taken out about 1,000, but you've taken about 50 casualties. I've taken out 500 or so. You? The Black Mage, appraising Manda, who had finally shown himself from the cloud of smoke, replied almost absent-mindedly. 350 or so. That sandstorm is pretty vicious, you know. After I kill Orochimaru, though, I'm going to start using the good stuff. Should we count them as kills for both of us, since you're helping me channel the magic? The fox nodded in assent before bounding off to up his kill rate a bit more, leaving Naruto to deal with the snake boss and its summoner. Manda was even more displeased than normal to be summoned in a battlefield of monsters of all things, and clearly made it known in a booming voice. Orochimaru, you idiot. There is nothing to be sacrificed here but that one brat. Attempting to placate his arrogant and stubborn summon, the snake summoner attempted to bargain. Just take him out and I'll summon you in an orphanage. A large orphanage. This offer apparently pleased the snake boss, who tilted his head in contemplation, consequently almost making his summoner slide off his head, before nodding, almost flinging his summoner off at the same time. Almost. Their coordination finally established, they turned to the Black Mage, only to find a mongoose crafted out of the entire sand cloud staring back at them with soulless eyes. It was at this point that Manda would have started sweating, should he have the glands to sweat. The fight between the two started viciously, with the mongoose lunging at speeds unheard of for a behemoth of those proportions, only to hit air as Manda narrowly dodged the attack of his race's mortal enemy. Orochimaru, however, was knocked off, finally, from the high-speed duel taking place, but was able to land safely on the ground via using his tongue as a grappling hook on nearby trees to swing to safety. As soon as he was landed safely, though, he was in quite a dilemma, a murderous black mage facing him with 5 orbs of non-elemental energy swirling above his head, picking up centrifugal force while his fingernails oozed corrosive green slime. With his replacement Kusanagi destroyed, he had no alternative but to fight the white-haired teen in hand-to-hand, blocking against Naruto's forearms and elbows to prevent being splashed or struck with the toxic liquid. One of the orbs of white light flung itself at him when he was unprepared, the explosion of concussive force ripping off a leg, which was easily regenerated via shedding his skin. He was quite a bit more careful of those pretty lights after that. They traded blows, with the sand clothing of the black mage absorbing most of the blunt force of the punches and kicks, though a rib or two might have been bruised. The injuries he sustained, however, were healed by his passive use of the drain spell upon the environment. Orochimaru was far worse off, as his normal advantage of extreme body flexibility over his foes was stripped from him, as the teen's natural flexibility was on par with his own modified body. Taking a chance, Naruto inhaled deeply and breathed out a toxic cloud of air, causing the top layers of skin on the snake summoner who had been buffeted by it to rapidly decay. The pain from the nerves screaming at him caused Orochimaru to make a tactical retreat and lick his wounds. A little ways away, Jiraiya, Tenten, and Ino were currently on patrol near Oto territory, and had felt the commotion coming from near Otogakur, and thus had felt the need to investigate. What they were ready for was Baijuu attack, kamikaze bombing, or experimental summoning seals. What they were not ready for was seeing an army of monstrous aberrations waging war on Oto shinobi with a not-so-familiar white head of hair at the center facing off against a definitely familiar black head of hair. When a green cloud of mist puffed out of white hair and hit black hair, causing black hair to scream in agony and retreat while his face was peeling away, they got a bit concerned, not to mention suspicious. Who could be able to cause Orochimaru to run away in terror, screaming like a little girl? Besides the Girl Scouts, of course. Their cookie-selling gimmicks would make the poor snake summoner terrified. When Jiraiya pulled out his handy telescope, 10x magnification for those really good close-up shots of cleavage, to figure out who Whitehair was, he grinned, causing Tenten and Ino to both question his sanity until he spoke. Naruto's kicking Orochimaru's ass. Both were slightly doubtful of this, until they both looked through the telescope as well. Tenten, with her sharp eyesight, was able to pick up something else. Hey, look. There's refugees, I think. Behind that wall that flickers a light silver every now and then. Jiraiya, after looking, confirmed that there were, indeed, refugees. Coming to a conclusion, they quickly departed towards the refugees to make sure they were all okay, as well as hopefully get a grasp of what was going on. As they sidled up to the wall, they noticed there was a doctor or a laboratory assistant performing triage on what looked to be quite a few Konoha nin who were MIA, as well as nins from other countries as well. Ino immediately started going through hand seals for a medic technique, before Jiraiya stopped her with a hand on her shoulder, before speaking. "There's a barrier here, and it's nothing I've ever seen before. We can't go in until whoever made it lowers it." Taking out a large scroll, the Toad Sanin started writing a message across it that asked to put the barrier up, and if they needed any help with medical needs. Karen, who hadn't noticed them until they were right outside the barrier, scrawled a reply in the ground that Naruto made the barrier, and that they did need medical help, badly. Karen was running low on chakra and several of the prisoners of war would die within a few hours without additional help. Right before they were about to doodle a reply, an arrogant voice sounded from behind them. "HN. Weak Konoha nins, here?" All three turned around to come face to face with Uchiha Sasuke. Ino, her fury sparked at being unable to help those in need, didn't even bother with witty banter and simply stomped the ground with a variant of Tsunade's super strength technique, creating a deep chasm and shattering the ground around them in a large area to change up the battlefield. Tenten immediately plucked several senbon from special pockets inside her sleeves and pants that had a disproportionate amount of weapons for their small sizes, charged them with electricity and flung them with deadly accuracy at the Uchiha. Sasuke, surprised that they didn't wish to banter with him, jumped up to avoid being caught in the collateral of the ground shifting, but was nailed in the calf with an electrified senbon, though he was able to avoid all the others. He pulled the needle out, blinked rapidly as he realized his calf was numb from the specific voltage channeled through the needle before staring back at them, his two tomoe, in each eye, Sharingan swirling sluggishly. Before he could come up with another witty comment, the two women attacked in perfect synchronization, careful to not use any specific taijutsu style or use ninjutsu/genjutsu. They relied on chakra manipulation, Ino with the strength technique, or elemental manipulation, Tenten with her lightning elemental affinity and metal weapons, so that the bloodline couldn't copy their techniques. Ino took to the ground, bouncing off the rubble of the rocks stirred by her stomp, executing a chaotic form of taijutsu used by stringing together random moves that she learned through the years, augmented with the strength technique. Realizing that she'll end up harming the environment more often than hitting Sasuke, she switched to using chakra no mesu, chakra scalpels, and switching from strong, straight attacks to more agile swipes. Tenten, using chakra strings attached to senbon needles, was raining electrified needles from every direction, using her incredible hand-eye coordination to control up to 10 needles per finger. She would have started pulling bombs, kusarigama, katanas, and possibly a large mallet or two out of her pockets if she felt she would have a better chance to hit the wayward Uchiha with them instead. Unfortunately, it seems Orochimaru had trained Sasuke intensely in flexibility. Lots of flexibility. If nothing else, let it be said that the Snake Sanin is the best at flexibility, and thus taught it to his apprentice. Or at least tried to. He had good flexibility, but lacked the body modifications that Orochimaru had, thus putting him at just below the amount a good gymnast would have, and much less than a contortionist. He was able to, by using his Sharingan, predict and avoid most strikes, however. The numb calf muscle was hindering his movement, but he was working around it. With Naruto chasing the fleeing Orochimaru through the forest, he caught up with him near the sealed sphere housing the refugees. He also took note of the Toad Sanin who was observing the barrier as well as Ino and Tenten double-teaming Sasuke. Getting fed up with the Snake Sanin's ability to shed his skin, he reached into thin air and withdrew the modified original Kusanagi, aiming for a final shot against the Snake Sanin with his own weapon. Instead of the original shape of a hiltless sword, he had molded the shape into a double-ended javelin with lethally poisoned tips indicative of the Kusanagi. It was about 7 feet from tip to tip and was well balanced for both melee combat and for throwing. He just needed a distraction. As if a light clicked in his head, an absolutely diabolical smile split his face, instantly setting Jiraiya on edge. Schooling his face into the appropriate role to play for this distraction, he called out in a breathy, flirty voice. "Sasuke-kun. Your knight with shining hair has come to rescue you from the evil clutches of Orochimaru. Come with me and let us run off into the sunset, so that I can bed you." This, of course, confused and horrified Sasuke, though only for the reason that the curse seal was only designed to make him submit to Orochimaru, as he apparently had no qualms about going with the much older man, and positively enraged the Snake Sanin. After all, he did a lot of planning to get Sasuke's body in his clutches. There's no way he's going to lose his prize for some walk-in with shiny hair. Before he could charge the Black Mage in a murderous frenzy, though, he was impaled like a butterfly on a pin by the poisoned javelin through his chest. The length of the weapon prevented him from shedding his skin, as it would have to be removed to heal the damage. Kyuubi, having sensed he would be needed for something fun, bounded out of the undergrowth just as Orochimaru pulled off his last resort, attempt to take either Sasuke or Naruto's body as his own. Fushi Tensei, living corpse reincarnation. Perception of the world faded to black for the two targeted by the ability as the soul of Orochimaru discarded its mortal coil, appearing in all its glory. It looked to be in the form of a large snake, go figure, made up of many smaller snakes, which were obviously the souls of those he had body jumped. He charged forward, attempting to force one of the two into submission, but failed horribly when a single word split the silence, heard even by those not experiencing the hostile body takeover. Flare. Non-elemental energy gathered around the soul, forcing it to enter the visible spectrum before the energy forced its way into the soul body, destabilizing while inside and destroying the snake summoner's soul entirely, leaving absolutely nothing left from the unstable energy. As Sasuke was in shock that his mentor had just been not killed, but completely erased from existence, Naruto took that time to spit a large glob of corrosive liquid directly onto the wayward Uchiha's crotch, preventing any new Uchiha children. Naruto turned to Kyuubi with a rather malicious grin on his face, savoring the screams of the one person to truly harm him before speaking above the high-pitched shrieking. Kyu-kun, I believe that we are done here. Preparations for the final attack. The fox doll nodded, laughing loudly as the black mage hopped onto his back. They set off at a blurring pace, air knives carving a deep trench all around the battlefield, but excluding the current refugee encampment. Making sure to capture all borders of Otogakur, they arrived back at the starting point within 10 minutes, listening to the continuing sounds of battle with the elemental automatons. Not letting Jiraiya even say a word, he began drawing glyphs and runes in the air at a hasty pace, erecting another barrier via space/time. The sheer amount of manipulation required to create this new barrier made the fabric of reality bunch up uncontrollably for a split second before smoothing out as the unbreakable barrier was set below, on either side, and in a ring far up into the sky, through the atmosphere. The first barrier around the refugees dropped, allowing Ino to assist Karen in stabilizing and healing the patients who were still wounded, though everyone still conscious turned to look at the black mage when power began rolling off of him. Purple energy so dark and concentrated that it appeared black was emanating off of him like a beacon, raising off of him in a mist and further concentrating in the air around him. His eyes glowed brightly in the afternoon sunlight, his clothing whipping about in an unknown gale as his hair started rising, not to float behind him, but to fly straight up from the energy gathering. Balls of multicolored light, attracted by the familiar feeling, coalesced into familiar humanoids, their souls allowed to be in the real world for a time due to the sheer power of this last spell. As a twinkling light began to grow in the sky, Naruto began to sing an ancient song that his guardian once sung as a lullaby. Iaoi. Kyuubi came in, recognizing the melody. Nobamenu. Both sang in sync. Renmiri. The twinkling was growing brighter, as the shape turned spherical and became almost a second sun. Yoju Yogo. As the falling meteor entered the atmosphere, catching flame, Lulu and the others joined in the song. Hasadikani. With a sense of finality, they all ended the song, ending it just before the meteor slammed into the remains of Otogakur, obliterating it. Kudami. All watched in absolute awe, even Sasuke stopped screaming to stare in dumbfounded shock as the action registered in their mind. Naruto had fucking pulled a star from the sky and had it destroy a village. As their minds attempted to reboot from the blue screen of death that caused, Naruto turned to Lulu and the others with a weary smile on his face, murmuring a Lulu Okaha-san. Before falling against Kyuubi, who pulled him up and set him on the fox's back. The ghostly woman as well as all of her friends gave fond smiles to the exhausted black mage, watching in slight awe as the last of the blonde hairs on his scalp drained of all color, becoming the same dead bone white as the rest. She bent down and gave her apprentice a kiss on the forehead, murmuring a simple "I'll always love you, Naruto-kun." Before they all faded away, proud smiles the last to disappear. The black mage, too exhausted from the ordeal to do much else, broke his barrier and pulled back all the threads of his magic, restoring him to somewhat working order. He drew his hand through his completely white hair, flinging a large assortment of seeds into the air, which was then carried via a strong breeze to pepper the devastated area, devoid of all life after impact. He sent a strong pulse of mana through the seeds, jolting them into growth so that the area would not be lifeless for too many years, before turning a weary eye to the refugees who had finally rebooted their minds. Tilting his head to them, he spoke. We will rest tonight and allow those of you with debilitating wounds to be healed to somewhat mobility so that we can leave tomorrow to escort you back to your home villages. Please tell the children, when they wake up, that they no longer have to go back to Otogakur. If you need me, I'll be sleeping on Kyuubi. Making sure to pluck the Akatsuki ring from the obliterated Orochimaru, the plush doll and black mage headed off to a quiet spot in the grove of trees, laying down amidst the children after cleaning off the blood with a quick water spell. Pain, who had stayed undetected from Jiraiya, sat in a branch and leaned against the trunk of the tree above Naruto, shaking his head in numb amusement as he mused to himself. And to think, he just wanted the hat. Chapter 10, Shameless Filler Chapter. Naruto awoke in the early hours of the morning, lying sprawled across the Kyuubi's back. The doll was, oddly enough, twitching in his sleep. A low grumble of "Come here, rabbit, nice and juicy," was heard before the fox snuffled and quieted. The black mage raised an eyebrow before giving a soft chuckle. He rolled off the Kyuubi's back, landing crouched on the ground before standing up and stretching. Running his fingers through his hair, now completely bone white, he walked out of the grove of trees, silently passing by the assorted ninja and refugees sprawled out in the shade of the wood. He took special care to kick the sedated Sasuke in the side, though. The element of frost responded to his subtle thoughts, creating a spiraling staircase in front of him which he ascended over 40 feet to a platform, complete with a moderately comfy sand chair to watch the sunrise. While waiting for the sun to arise from the horizon, he pulled out the grimoire he had been studying, almost completely decoded after a year of training. The content was rather odd, as the theory, as well as the entire idea, of undeath was but a myth, normally whispered within the same breath as the Nibi no Nekomata, two-tailed demon cat. He had heard legends of the Nekomata raising armies from the dead, but never really thought it was worth it. Instead, he was reading the grimoire for something else, the possibilities of becoming a lich. A lich was a spellcaster who had ascended beyond death, normally to continue their studies. Within the tome, he had found quite a few stories of ancient wizards and sorcerers who had performed the ritual so that they could continue their obscure experimentation and desire to become something famous. After all, the uses of dragon's blood in sexual encounters would have become a best-selling novel. Eventually. However, they never seemed to see the possibilities of such freedom, instead simply locking themselves away in their labs for decades. Their stupidity was monumental, especially when they allowed their body to rot away, becoming nothing more than a skeleton clad in rags capable of magic. Such a visage would be sure to bring adventurers and whatnot down upon their heads in a holy crusade led by a church to cleanse the land of the undead taint. If you're foolish enough to let your body rot away when it doesn't have to, then you deserve to be burned at the stake, was the morbid thought of the black mage. Unfortunately, the section of the tome set aside for the ritual to ascend to lichdom was at the very back of the book, something that irritated Naruto to no end. Sure, it was fun to read through people who had raised armies of the shambling dead to lay waste, and what a phrase that was, to random villages and whatnot, but in the end they all were blown away in the desert of time, the dunes of civilizations toppling and reforming at the whims of the wind. The dancing white flames that rotated around his head like a burning halo to provide light wavered a moment, letting him know someone was ascending his stairway. Allowing the frost to grow further out, widening the platform with a small gesture, he created another sand chair to allow the visitor some comfort. He was somewhat unsurprised when it was Jiraiya who had come, and quirked an eyebrow in silent question. The Sannin seemed uncomfortable about something. "Oh. Right. I dropped a meteor on a village and took it off the map. Maybe that's what's causing it." "Yes?" The toad Sannin fidgeted a little more before taking a seat in the sand chair, keeping his silence as he seemed to struggle with something to say. The halo of white flames dissipated from above Naruto's head as he turned to the east, gesturing towards the horizon where the bruised purple and blue sky was beginning to lighten into soft pinks and oranges with a sliver of the burning orb of the sun peeking over the landscape. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Jiraiya was slightly surprised that someone capable of such brutality as witnessed the day before would find something like a sunrise so fascinating. He gave a noncommittal shrug of the shoulders with a grunt of assent, still uncomfortable being within the presence of someone able to rewrite the landscape. Besides, sunrise had nothing on Tsunade's cleavage. Unperturbed with his companion's uneasiness, the black mage got an idea. Naruto held the grimoire in his left arm, the spine aligning with his forearm as he used his right to draw his fingers through the air, allowing waves of soft lavender energy to surge from the platform, crashing into the decimated remains of Otogakur, and splashing all over the landscape with nary a sound. Jiraiya looked on in awe as the barren crater of what used to be a village vying to be considered on par with Kiri, mist, or Kumo, cloud, began to sprout in growth, the waves of mana stimulating the potential growth imbued within the seeds left behind the day before. The depression blossomed into growth, as a final tide of mana splashed across the landscape to toll the soil below the plant life and prevent the wasteland dying due to lack of nutrients. When the Sannin looked back to the Black Mage, he saw a soft smile on the normally indifferent face, increasing the surrealism of the situation. He sat back in the sand chair with a dazed expression to watch the sun continue its steady ascent into the morning sky. His trance was broken when Naruto spoke, a hint of sadness or guilt in his tone. Jiraiya couldn't figure out which. If I could, I would have killed off the humans from Otto but left the land free from harm. Unfortunately, the only way I can think of to do that would be to induce a plague, which would spread uncontrollably, even if it was contained. The plague would seep into the ground and lie in wait for someone to just pass by before continuing its rampage. Instead, I used brute force to decimate it, leaving no lingering effects so long as I repair the damage later. It still pained me, though, to know that all that plant life was snuffed out in a second. The Toad Summoner arched an eyebrow at this, as a mental image of Naruto running around hugging trees flitted through his mind for a mere moment before it was smashed with a mental meteor. Such thoughts could only breed insanity, as it wasn't like Naruto was going to go around bandaging trees for getting injured, right? The Black Mage cleared his throat as he saw Jiraiya go off in his own little world again. You came up here to speak with me about something, correct? Finally remembering his original mission, he nodded and cleared his throat before speaking. Yes. Tsunade, the god I'm Hokage, wishes to meet with you. Naruto lifted a white eyebrow at that, before laughing in dark humor. One teammate down and you wish for me to kill another? What kind of team player are you, Jiraiya-san? The Toad Sage blinked rapidly before snorting in laughter, noticeably less tense than before. She wishes to meet the one Sarutobi-sensei had written so highly of in his reports. Said something about being a role model for ninja everywhere. She apparently doesn't believe all the bullshit the council keeps trying to feed her about demons, Jinchuriki, and the like. Naruto tapped his chin thoughtfully with a finger, his purple eye slightly misty as he envisioned the possibilities. Unbeknownst to him, the frost responded to his thoughts, creating a miniature of Tsunade hugging a miniature of him until the ice replica exploded from too much force. Jiraiya stuffed his fist into his mouth to avoid laughing as the chibi Tsunade started pouting. Naruto, snapping back to reality, saw what the element had done and frowned lightly before speaking. There are Konoha nin marked as MIA who are among the refugees, and I did give my word I would escort them to their former homes. I will meet with her then, and we will go straight to Konoha first. I do ask that you have her help Karen and Ino look after some of the more debilitated ones. Our mode of transportation will be slower than tree hopping, but quicker than walking. You may wish to leave today if you are to get to her to report before we arrive. Jiraiya nodded in assent, before looking back to the horizon where the sun had raised enough to banish most of the fantastic colors that stained the sky at pre-dawn. He moved to start to descend the staircase when Naruto's voice halted him for but a moment. Oh. And tell her that, in no way, shape, or form, am I to be hugged. The Sannin burst out into laughter as he descended the stairway and taking to the trees, leaving Naruto musing to himself and reading his tome up at the top. A few hours later. The refugees had fully awoken, as well as the children, and Ino and Karen were busy assisting some of the more wounded when Naruto descended his stairway, the ice sublimating behind him. As he came to the bottom, he looked out across the 350 or so refugees that he had accumulated. 250 were adults held against their will, and the other 100 were children between the ages of infant to 10 years old. He cringed lightly when he wondered how their lives would have ended should he not have evacuated them. Tenten and Ino were staying, having declined to hop back to Konoha with Jiraiya. They knew Naruto was going to need help with placating and comforting the refugees, as the Black Mage had little to no bedside manner. They were flitting among the children, speaking soothing words to the heartbroken children who were asking where their parents were. The aftermath was going to be devastating, but later on when the children had aged and realized what had really happened, they would be better than if they had stayed and grown up in Otogakure to become experiments. Karen strode over to Naruto before mock saluting with a light smile on her face. She was in good spirits this morning, as she was finally out of under Orochimaru's thumb. Never having to worry about him wanting to use her for a breeding experiment, having her heart break every time a new experiment came in, or having to stifle tears that threatened to fall when she had to inject painkillers into a small child who was one of the experiments to try and soothe their last hours. She was free. She spoke up in a serious tone used for reports, checking her lab coat for extra medical supplies as she did so. They're mostly alright, though a few are severely malnourished, and a few have infections from untreated torture wounds. The experiments are slightly unstable, especially the genetic splicing experiments, but they should be fine if we get them to a hospital where I can treat them within a few days. The children are heartbroken, because they're just now learning that their parents are gone, but a few of the older ones who knew what was happening in the village are taking care of the younger ones. It seems to be like the case of older orphans in an orphanage protecting and raising the younger ones like family. Naruto nodded with a slight smile, before replying. We will be heading towards Konoha immediately. Tsunade of the Sannin is the Hokage at the moment, and their hospital will be the best that we can get them to. I believe some of them are MIA nin from Konoha, so we will have diplomatic immunity due to acting as armed escorts returning them to their home. Jiraiya headed out earlier this morning to get a head start so that Tsunade can get the hospital prepped. Pain appeared from somewhere, looming over Naruto's left shoulder as he slipped a sheet of paper into the Black Mage's pocket. He spoke his piece before turning and disappearing once more in a way that only S-class nuke nin can. Congratulations, Naruto-kun. Welcome to the Akatsuki. The white-haired teen gave a slight smirk, before going and collecting the plush doll who had decided to sleep in. He shrunk the doll back to its original shape, setting it carefully in the crook of his left arm. As he passed by it, he plucked the Kusanagi javelin from the ground and pushed it back into the folds between space. He turned to the amassed refugees and cleared his throat to bring attention back to him. The experience of the previous day vivid in their minds, the silence was almost deafening when all noise ceased to be and they turned to him with a combination of fear and hope in their eyes. He spoke in a soft tone to avoid startling them, though the information carried within did the job anyway. We will be heading towards Konoha in a unique form of travel. It is designed to avoid jarring injuries, as well as preventing too much movement. Tsunade of the Sannin is current Hokage, and thus their hospital will be the best equipped to help those of you with injuries. After you are all healed in Konoha, we will set off to the other places of residence you once occupied before Otogakur. Those of you that wish to stay in Konoha or any other village not your previous one will have to take it up with their leader. Any questions? A chonin with black hair, tan skin, and brown eyes, around 20 years of age raised his hand before speaking. What will happen to us who used to be ninja of Oto? Naruto gave a soft chuckle at that, surprising many, before he responded. You wouldn't be here if you weren't being held against your will within the village itself. You have Karen to thank for that, as her chakra sensing ability allowed me to locate you. You could probably seek employment in one of the other ninja villages, should you wish to stay in the shinobi lifestyle. After all, Otogakur is currently not quite able to have their nin returned to them. You will be able to see what I mean when we begin moving. Any other questions? One former Oto Jounin raised her hand. She had an odd shade of purple for hair, with red eyes, and was only about 25. Aren't you a nuke nin of Konoha? How will you be able to gain access to the village? Naruto smirked slightly at that before responding. I have diplomatic immunity due to acting as armed escort returning MIA Konoha ninja. Not only that, but I actually resigned before leaving, but the council doesn't like me. Any more? One child, around 10 years of age with short brown hair and blue eyes raised his hand. How will we be moving? Some of us are hurt really bad, and can't move much. The Black Mage raised a single hand, palm up, as an orb of beige-brown substance swirled into existence and floated above it. Many didn't understand the significance before the orb flattened out, and dozens of tiny figures appeared atop of it. Naruto dissipated it back into energy before raising an eyebrow. Is that all? No one had any further questions, so he nodded lightly before a mischievous smirk tugged at his lips. Very well then. Get ready. Sand swirled into existence from beneath their feet, the ground sublimating into the particles as they began to lift off the ground. The mobile sand construct was a few hundred meters wide and circular. A circular plate of sand formed above them, blocking out the harmful sun's rays as they began rising above the treetops. Many gasped as they viewed the crater that once held Otogakur, now blossoming with new growth. It brought tears to quite a few, finally ending a chapter of torment in their life. Naruto sat at the very middle of the sand construct, his mana leaking evenly to keep the construct and the plate above solid and mobile as they took off at a decent speed towards Konoha. He propped open his tome, attempting to decipher the last of the glyphs on the page on their 2-day journey to the village he originated from. Unlike before, there was no food for the refugees, his mana too taxed on keeping the construct and plate steady and level to try and grow something from nothing, though he did supply water as it was everywhere in the air around them. They continued through the night, Naruto staying wide awake as he finished deciphering the second-to-last glyph, not taking much note of the time as he was too excited to really care. Around noon of the second day, a few hours away from Konoha, a loud cry of what? Split the sky. All the refugees turned to look at their savior Shofei with a look of dread as the black mage glared accusingly at his plush doll, lightning bolts sparking in his palm held very close to the doll. Care to explain to me, Kyuubi, why you have a book dealing in rituals that sacrifice the blood of children? The poor plush was actually in fear of the black mage for once, as there were very few things that could truly set off Naruto. Widespread destruction of the environment with no move to repair it, as he felt guilty that the stationary plants were caught in the crossfire, and harming children. Unluckily for Kyuubi, Naruto had inherited Lulu's extremely potent temper, something he experienced whenever he remarked on her clothing, or age. A smirk of evil sadism lit up the black mage's face, making the poor doll recoil in horror as he knew exactly what was going to happen. The palmful of lightning settled on the doll's body, shocking the plush fur into extreme fluffiness, making the poor fox look more like a ball of fluff with ears, nose, and feet than anything else. Without any mercy at all, he locked down the doll's movement and lobbed it toward a group of female orphans with a call of "Make him look pretty." As the girl squealed and set upon the fluff ball, Naruto glanced at the grimoire in his arms with a look of disgust. Apparently the ritual to become a lich required the bloody murder of 20 to 40 children. In fact, the ritual required the floor of the ritual room to be saturated in their blood, meaning it would require butchery of small children to get enough blood. He snorted in disgust and immolated the book in a plume of white flame, not taking his chances with anyone learning the ritual for fear that they would actually complete it. In an unknown area, a musical voice spoke from where they were watching Naruto through a pool of water, laughing lightly as they watched him burn the book. Protector, guardian. He is perfection. Back with Naruto. Arms crossed and glaring at the whimpering form of Kyuubi, still bedecked in ribbons and hair clips that the orphan girls had pulled out of somewhere. Naruto looked both comical and imposing. Any other books that deal with the murder of children? The fox whimpered out a no before curling up into a small ball, rocking back and forth as he tried to get the horrifying experience of being beautified by those evil devils out of his mind. He could only take solace in the fact that there was no glitter to be had. The black mage, taking slight pity on the traumatized fox, removed the hair clips and ribbons, as well as smoothed out the plush fur. When the fox doll looked up at him as if he were Jesus walking across the water to bring him salvation, he made sure to mention he was only doing it so that he didn't look ridiculous carrying a fluffball doll into Konoha. As they came within sight of Konoha, several of the MIA Konoha nin started to cry in happiness, something that made Naruto's left eye twitch slightly. Especially when they ran over to him, wanting to hug him. The sand plate slowly lowered to the ground right outside the village gates, where an extremely busty woman was standing with her fists on her hips, backed by several squads of doctors and nurses. One day before. To be honest, Tsunade was impressed with this Naruto person she had read about from reports. While over half the village would call him a demon, a monster, and other such nonsense, the reports were nothing but good. There were notes that he seemed cold and apathetic to human life, but never truly instigated anything. He did react quite sadistically, though. Even she had to shudder when she read about his counter to Uchiha Sasuke putting a fist through his chest, as she never wanted to even imagine Orochimaru in short shorts. She had sent Jiraiya, his apprentice/foster daughter Tenten, and her own apprentice, Ino, out to investigate the border between Hai no Kuni, land of fire, and Ta no Kuni, land of rice fields. Their main mission was to investigate whether or not Orochimaru had encroached upon their country's borders, but Jiraiya had an ongoing second mission to ask Naruto to meet with her. To pass the time, as they weren't due back from their observation mission for a few days to a week, she called in all the nins who had known Naruto, in a positive way. She was quite surprised by the assortment, with Team Guy, minus Tenten, Team 10, minus Ino, Kurenai, Anko, Ibiki, and Yamato. Covering her surprise quite admirably, she settled into her new Hokage mode, complete with adjusted posture so her cleavage was below the desk, preventing any perverted men from seeing down her shirt. When she declared that she wanted all information, but not propaganda, on the enigma known as Naruto, she wasn't expecting them all to smile in different ways. Secretly, she activated the silencing technique on the room. Kuji was sheepish and a little ashamed, Team Guy was humble, even Neji, Asuma and Shikamaru were smug, Kurenai was embarrassed, and Anko and Ibiki were giving nearly psychotic grins to make any fan person proud. The strangest one was Yamato, by far. He had a smile of almost fatherly pride on his face. Kurenai stepped forward to give her report first, feeling slightly out of place. I didn't really know him that well, but from my observations he's rather cold. He shows no mercy to those who harm or attempt to harm him, and the only one that I know of that hasn't been horribly injured for trying is Kakashi. However, at the same time he does have a sense of humor, though it is rather dark. She stepped back after that, allowing Neji to step forward with an indifferent expression on his face. He shows great honor in that he refuses to use his memory like the Uchiha use their Sharingan. He has admitted that he has eidetic memory, and instead of using it to copy techniques or fighting styles, he creates miniatures of shinobi in the form of specific people using their own fighting styles. An example would be when he was observing our team to assess what teamwork was about, as his teacher was hypocritical about his views. After watching Lee and myself spar, he created small models of both of us, each using our respective fighting styles, and allowed us to observe ourselves in a third-person view to better ourselves. He shows remarkable care for the environment, as he seemed genuinely sorry for harming the trees when demonstrating his abilities. After speaking more in a few minutes than he probably had all week, he stepped back, secretly enjoying the flabbergasted expressions on his comrades' faces. After regaining composure, Lee hopped forward and reiterated what Neji had said, though phrased with many references to the flower of youth, lotuses, and springtime. Guy looked oddly serious as he stepped forward to take Lee's place, and cleared his throat. Naruto-san indeed has great honor. He allowed me to document his hand-to-hand fighting style, which was actually a lost art, and even helped create diagrams and training regimens to recreate it. He shows great emotional reserve, but not in the way that traditional Hyugas and Uchihas would. He shows absolute apathy, whereas they usually carry an air of superiority, as if to show emotion would be beneath them. This does not mean that, should he be slighted, that he wouldn't get even. My former rival, Kakashi, attempted to get him killed on their first C-rank mission, and he enacted retribution by not only demasking him and getting photographic proof of it, but distributing the photographs to his fan club. Neji winced discreetly at that, having had experiences with his own fan club that he'd rather forget. Guy stepped back, allowing Asuma to step forward. Asuma came forward, relaying his limited knowledge of the puzzle, and describing that he showed no tolerance to fan people at all, even using Senbone to silence his blonde student when she was still a fangirl. Huji had a bit less information, so he simply said that, after he had spoken to the blonde once or twice, he noticed that he wasn't really all that bad. A bit cold and detached, but not all that bad. Shikamaru stepped forward next, and was secretly the one Tsunade was looking forward to the most. Naruto-san is quite an enigma. At one point he'll show great destruction and merciless killing, but on the other hand he didn't know how to approach my team to speak with Asuma-sensei about observing teamwork in action. He seemed lost, maybe, when it came to confrontation without violence. He shows incredible creativity, in that most abilities he displays he won't show again, preventing others from predicting his behavior. He also showed a slight amount of sympathy for my team when we met in the Forest of Death, saving us from another team. He did kill them in an incredibly brutal fashion, but he did slap Ino to get her out of her panic attack, pointed us in the right direction, and even handed us a scroll so we could get medical help sooner. He seems greatly connected to the element of ice, as if he carries some form of emotional attachment to it. He also shows great amounts of sadism to those he attacks, prolonging suffering as long as he can without it becoming a hindrance to his efficiency. Such an example would be when he poisoned Kiba-san for attacking him. He gave him an incredibly painful poison that debilitated him, but wouldn't last long enough or leave after effects to hinder him in the Chunin exams. Shikamaru stepped back after his report, still smiling a bit. Anko stepped forward next, ready to give her report. He's kick-ass. He knew we were watching the Forest of Death during the second exam, so he made sure we were entertained. He summoned a giant flaming squirrel to kill some of the other teams, and even dropped a huge pillar of ice on another. She was almost vibrating with excitement, causing Ibiki to pull her back and give his own report, more informing than hers. He seemed interested in keeping his legacy alive. He gave Anko and I a scroll that will allow us to have his own fighting style as our clan style when we get married, but he was realistic enough that he placed several protections on it to prevent the council or any other from stealing the information from us. He didn't seem really in the right mind, though, if I'm being honest. He felt off. As if he wasn't really all there. Perhaps he dwells on the past too much. He was replaced by Yamato after giving his report, and the Makuten using Ninja's smile had only gotten wider as he heard the other reports. He cleared his throat before giving his own. I actually was the last one to really have a conversation with him before he left. He knew he was going to leave Konoha, and even told me so before asking if I'd teach him Makuten. I noticed he has a great love for growing things, something that he probably tries to keep hidden. I'd imagine that, as his other techniques cause so much destruction, he would subconsciously want to make amends for all the devastation he causes. Oddly enough, his doll is alive. It was at this point that many stared at him as if he were insane, before he elaborated. He explained that, when he was younger, he did a ritual to bind the soul and Yuki of the Kyuubi into a plush doll. This leads me to believe he was mentored by someone more powerful than him, as he wouldn't have the knowledge of such a ritual at a young age. The fox, oddly enough, is not quite the mindless monster we believed it to be. Rough around the edges, yes, but it didn't seem like it was going to go on a rampage. More like it was just something it did on a whim. They were actually playing Go when I went to go make tea. And the fox was winning. I feel sort of proud of him, actually. I was able to pass on the Makuten element, something that I couldn't do before due to the nature of how I came to possess it. It was at this moment that Jiraiya came through the open window, a grin on his face as he turned to Tsunade. I found Naruto. And he's headed here with about 350 refugees. Quite a few need medical attention. Tsunade was now unable to dismiss the others now that they were incredibly curious as to why refugees would be traveling with Naruto. Any dismissal would simply lead to eavesdropping, which would be more dangerous to information leak than if they were simply debriefed on the situation and told to hold their silence. Continue, Jiraiya. The Toad Sage dropped into a more serious mood instantly, shutting the window he came through. He seemed quite uncomfortable describing what had happened with younger Jinan in the room, but launched into his report despite it. From what I gather, he launched a siege on Otogakure alone. According to some of the refugees who watched the fight, they said he created golems, or automatons out of pure elemental manipulation. He had one capture a laboratory assistant/medic nin called Karen, who has an ability to sense chakra far more accurately than anyone else, even able to sense emotions from very minute chakra fluctuations. According to them, Karen locked in on their positions from the emotions of hopelessness, reluctance, and hatred in a combination that denoted that they were being held against their will. He apparently also evacuated all the children from the village, an incredibly small number of only 100 or so due to Orochimaru constantly taking them for his experiments. Yamato twitched in repressed anger at this, while others looked horrified at the inhumanity of the snake Sanin. Unperturbed, Jiraiya continued his report. From what I can gather, he created an army of elemental golems, about 350 all told. He had the Kyuubi blast into the village through Yuki alone and poisoned their water as well as shut down their electricity. He fought against Orochimaru, using sand manipulation, and these balls of white energy that exploded into concussive force on impact. At one point, he breathed poison into Orochimaru's face, causing his skin to rapidly decay to make the snake Sanin retreat. He used up his sand manipulation to create a giant mongoose of sand to take out Manda. In the end, he distracted Orochimaru by declaring that he was there to save Sasuke so he could bed the Uchiha, which infuriated Orochimaru long enough that Naruto impaled him on a javelin, preventing him from shedding his skin. I got to see Orochimaru's immortality technique firsthand when he tried to take over either Sasuke's or Naruto's bodies, but the same white energy destroyed his soul from the inside out. Anko gave a squeal of delight, as she now knew that Orochi-chan was dead. Ibiki gave a grin, as now he and Anko could get married now that they knew Orochimaru would be unable to interrupt the ceremony in his normal annoying way. Tsunade blinked rapidly before asking the question foremost on her mind. How did the refugees see this? Wouldn't they be in danger from collateral damage? Jiraiya scratched the back of his head a bit, obviously embarrassed about something before replying. He, created a barrier the likes of which I've never seen. It allowed for those inside and outside to look through it, but it blocked everything else. Sound, air, weapons, genjutsu, you name it. The final part of the siege, though, is what disturbs me. Tsunade raised a single eyebrow, as she knew it was incredibly hard to disturb Jiraiya. She would know, as she remembered a time in their Jinan days when Jiraiya got his hands on some sake and woke up in the same sleeping bag as Orochimaru. Ever since, he had devoted himself to heterosexual pornography, and had been impossible to fluster. She gestured for him to elaborate, which caused him to take in a deep breath before dropping a bombshell. He dropped a meteor on the village. Otogakure is completely gone. Only an identical barrier to the one that protected the refugees contained the aftermath and prevented extreme repercussions. Tsunade's, and the other assorted audiences, jaws dropped. An entire village wiped completely out? It was unheard of, as usually at least a few hundred to 1,000 nins and refugees would escape before a siege came to an end, and they tended to create very fanatically driven resistance forces. Oh, and Tsunade, since this meeting is about him. His hair is white now. Not like my hair, but more corpse-like. It looks unnatural. His control on the elements is a little out of whack, too, as they're responding purely to his thoughts now. He was thinking about coming here to meet you, and the ice created a mini version of both you and him, with you hugging him until he shattered. Thus, he says that in no way, shape, or form is he to be hugged. He'll probably be here tomorrow or the day after, depending on how much he exerts himself to transport the refugees. I'd suggest getting the hospital prepped for some pretty varied cases. Karen, who also hated working for Orochimaru, will have all the information you need on what happened to the patients. Also, some advice for dealing with him: don't try to sugarcoat things, as it only makes him believe you're attempting to flatter him or withhold information. Jiraiya, his piece said, waited for orders. Tsunade, after telling them that, under no circumstances are they to repeat what they had heard, dismissed the others. She turned to Jiraiya with a critical eye, noting how he was twitching every now and then and had bags under his eyes to denote lack of sleep. Clearly, seeing Otogakur get wiped out completely really got to him. She gave him strict orders to go and relax, even giving him clearance to peek in the hot springs so long as he didn't get caught if it would help him wind down. She notified Shizune that she was going to the hospital, and hopped out the window to start preparing the hospital for the influx of patients. Back to a day after, that sounds weird. Looking out across the accumulated refugees, Tsunade was impressed, and a little relieved. Naruto had been able to move them without aggravating their injuries, and she couldn't help but be slightly in awe when she realized he had been carrying them on that platform of sand all day and night without rest, as denoted by the slight bags under his purple eyes. She was about to give the doctors, med-nin, and nurses orders to not jar their injuries anymore when Naruto spoke up. "Allow me, Tsunade-san." He gave a slight smile to her, before his eyes flared a brighter purple. A wave of purple energy slashed out behind him, splashing across the injured refugees like an insubstantial tide breaking across rocks. Water globules collected from the air, encapsulating their bodies from the neck down to prevent further jarring of injury, and lifted them a few inches off the ground. The assorted medical staff had their jaws dropping, as the last time they had seen something like that was a year before when he had brought in Lee the same way. But to be able to do it to so many at once, it was phenomenal. The refugees were also in slight awe of this ability, but not nearly as much as the medical staff. After all, if you've seen him drop a star from the sky onto a village, then large water bubbles used as medical transport aren't that great. The Black Mage slid his hands into the sleeves of his haori, giving a light grin at the slug summoner before tilting his head to her in respect. "Shall we go, Hokage-san? Karen-san, would you inform her of the special needs of some of the individuals?" The red-haired medic gave a nod, before pulling Tsunade to the side as the procession of injured went by, with medical staff on either side of the bubbles, asking questions about injuries the patients had. After telling the Sanin about the genetic splicing patients who had very specific chemical needs to stabilize them, something she was glad Konoha had on hand, they both set off to the hospital at the back of the procession with Ino and Tenten, who took care to fill in Tsunade on some of the things Jiraiya may have missed. Sasuke, the last body in the procession, was still sedated. Many villagers watched in awe, as well as confusion and suspicion as the water bubbles hovered towards the hospital, led by a somewhat familiar, but unrecognized white-haired individual. After getting the patients situated into the hospital, Naruto asked Tsunade a rather interesting question. "Is there any medicinal herb you are lacking currently?" The slug Sanin nodded, absently ticking off an herb that was extremely hard to find and was thought to be extinct. The herb was actually quite important, as the effects it caused restarted a stopped heart, and sped up blood circulation. It may not look the same, nor be genetically the same, but this should do the same effect. Feel free to test it yourself. A maroon glow encased his palm, before a seed coalesced out of the energy, sprouting into a demonic-looking version of a lotus. The stem and leaves were a shade of gold, oddly enough, and the petals were a shade of red normally attributed to fresh blood. She plucked the flower from his hand, before thanking him and heading off to the lab to make sure it was usable. With the legendary medic suitably distracted, Naruto gave a soft chuckle before disappearing within a black void. Had anyone been in the hall at that moment, they would have heard a rather disturbing declaration. "Kakashi-san. Your time has come. Let your death mean the life of 1,000 others." In Kakashi's apartment. The void opened up once again, allowing Naruto to land soundlessly upon the floor. It was mid-afternoon, so Kakashi should be home reading Icha, since he didn't have a team, Sasuke, to teach. A soft voice echoed inside his mind, lost in the chaos of his thoughts of how to deal with his former teacher. "My guardian. My champion. Come to me." As he crept through the apartment, he felt the air shift and turned his body to the side in an almost lazy movement, allowing Kakashi to drop down from the ceiling, kunai in hand, and hit the ground only a few inches away from him. When Naruto spoke, It was in a cold, grim tone. "Ah, Kakashi-san. You have saved me the trouble of looking for you." The copy nin simply glared before blurring into motion, only to slam into a barrier of black frost blocking the window. Ah. Can't have you alerting others, now can we? This is between you and me." Kakashi felt fear tingle down his spine as he began sealing for a technique, only to gasp in pain as he felt a thin weapon impale him through the left lung. Looking down, he saw that it was a javelin, a shade of black so pure it absorbed light into it, preventing any reflection. Behind him, the corners of Naruto's mouth quirked upward in a harsh smile, whispering the last words the copy nin would hear into the gray-haired man's ear. "Your life force will feed the flora, Kakashi-kun." As the javelin was pulled from his body, the black mage twisted a hand in the air, causing Kakashi's body to vaporize and leaving not even ashes behind, only a ball of swirling silver energy in his palm. The white-haired teen held the orb up to his face, peering at it with a contemplative look, before a cynical smile crept onto his face. My sire would be so disappointed in your behavior, though I must say I'm impressed. This will be able to rejuvenate many trees. What a shame you were so closed-minded." The frost sublimated back into the atmosphere, allowing beams of golden sunshine to pour through the windows once again as he slipped out of the apartment through an ice mirror, a stray snowflake tumbling in the breeze behind him. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto's lips twitched upwards very slightly into a semblance of a smile as he tossed the silvery orb between his hands. He sat in the chair opposite of the Hokage's, waiting for Tsunade to return from the hospital. He didn't have to wait long, as the woman appeared through the door with a distracted frown on her face before she saw her visitor, and tried to give a smile, only succeeding in looking tired from the amount of work she had ahead of her. She raised an eyebrow at the javelin in his lap, though there was no blood on it. Quickly taking a seat across from him, she debated going into Hokage mode, but decided against it. She was about to try to drum up some subject to hold his attention while she tried to think of a way to ask him an important question, but failed miserably when he locked his amethyst eyes with her honey-brown ones and spoke. "You wish to meet with me, Tsunade-san?" Giving a sigh of resignation, she simply decided it was better to come out with it. "I wanted to hear, from you, how Konoha went wrong. If I'm to better the village, I need to know how it's malfunctioning, and to do that I need the advice of someone who was slighted again and again by this village. I also wanted to learn more about you, as you're quite the enigma. Disappeared for 12 years only to turn up again with the capabilities of mass destruction, and a personality like a puzzle. I've read nothing but good things from Sarutobi-sensei's notes, but even he knew nothing about you." The same soft voice spoke into his thoughts, only louder, managing to be heard over the normal chaos of a human's thoughts. It was androgynous, seemingly neither male nor female, or possibly both. It contained an eerie reverberating echo, with words whispered within its own speech. "My avatar, my shield, my sentinel, my chosen, come to me." Blinking rapidly, and deciding to look in on that mysterious voice a little later, he decided to go on a whim and humor the legendary medic nin. If anyone could keep an open mind, it would be a med nin who had to deal with life and death every day, setting aside personal bias to heal the wounded regardless of how they'd normally act with the patients outside the hospital. "Your village is corrupted from the innermost sanctum, your council. They subverted authority from the previous Hokages, starting from the Sandaime's first term. He was too soft-hearted in peacetime to enact retribution, allowing root, to grow regardless of how it was supposed to be shut down. The council spreads their lies to the populace, using whispered words and a politician's deceit to turn them to their side. They consider the shinobi to be mindless slaves to be killed off and replaced like merchandise, and it will only lead to their destruction." Tsunade nodded a bit, writing some of the facts down as she absorbed the information. She lifted an eyebrow in silent gesture for him to continue, only to be slightly surprised to see a small, rueful smile break out on Naruto's face. "I do not know the inner workings of Konoha more than that. I do know that the council is the epicenter of the corruption, and thus they spread it. That is all. Is there something else you wish to ask of me?" The med nin gave a light laugh, remembering she was hoping to learn all answers from a 16-year-old, before answering. "Yes. I want to know why you are the way you are, as many gave me slightly conflicting reports, and I must say I'm curious, as well." The same voice spoke up in his mind again, wrapping around his thoughts like a protective parent, soothing him. "My soul, my weapon, my child, my voice, trust her." The black mage gave a melancholic laugh, before his lips curled into a smile devoid of emotion. "You wish to know? Your sensei had Yamanaka clan members seal my memories constantly at a young age, hoping that, if he made me forget the villagers' hatred, that I would have a normal life. He implanted a chakra tag in my system and used a scrying crystal to locate me via the tag, yet somehow never seemed to know when I was in danger. He declared me dead when someone with black hair and red eyes took care of me, jumping to the conclusion that she was the Kyuubi released. He watched the world through rose quartz glasses, seeing no evil and hearing no evil within his beloved village. Tsunade nodded a little, as, though she loved Sarutobi dearly, she knew he was too soft on those from his village. His allowing of Orochimaru to escape was a prime example of it, as well as not taking the fight between him and the snake summoner seriously, leading to his death. She was a little surprised at the information of the chakra tag and the Yamanaka memory seals, but it was believable. Before she could begin to speak, glowing blue frost began creeping from the chair her guest was seated in, crawling down the chair legs and pooling into a circular area off to the side, where it began stirring. Naruto was slightly misty-eyed as he kept talking, not paying attention to the ice. I was taken in by a dead woman, her soul bound to the material plane by her subconscious refusal to fully die until she had completed one last task. The frost began taking a humanoid shape, ascending to the height of 5 feet 6 inches. She wasn't a bad mother by any means, but due to our power we couldn't express too much emotion. Our power is bound by our will alone, and should our emotions ever surpass our will, they will lash out. The ice began molding into a human visage, a female body figure. Kyuubi also helped raise me, bound as a doll to be my guardian, as our power is weak against being attacked with speed in melee combat. The ice woman began to take on human coloring, and Tsunade was a little jealous that the golem's breasts might actually be bigger than hers. She was a strict mentor, but sympathetic to human limitation. She knew when to push me, and when I was too weak to be pushed harder. The woman fully formed, clad in outlandish clothing and holding a small onion knight doll in her left arm. She was beautiful, though her posture suggested she was quite indifferent to most. It's actually almost funny, in a way. I was treated better by a dead woman who had spent thousands of years staying away from civilization to avoid turning into a monster jealous of all life than I was in Konoha. The woman stayed stock still, her single exposed red eye dull and glassy, void of life. Naruto looked up at her with a sad expression, before moving a hand in a shooing motion, causing the frost to sublime. And now all I can do to remember her is to keep my promise to her that I'll take care of myself. A burst of green energy manifested behind him, growing into a vision of a monumental tree that would easily eclipse the village. Tsunade was in awe at the sight, something that Naruto was ignorant to as he couldn't feel it or sense it. It vanished as quickly as it came. Naruto went back to contemplating the silvery orb hovering near his face, before speaking again. In reality, there is nothing in this world for me. I am too powerful, and if I continue upon the path set before me, my thoughts will trigger meteor impacts that could destroy the entire planet. I will be alternately revered as a god and cursed as a devil of unimaginable power. That is all I have to say. Is there anything else you wish to ask of me, Tsunade-san? The Med Nin shook her head, giving the black mage a small smile before standing up and walking over to him. I know you said no hugs, but... She pulled him into a slight hug, not augmenting her strength at all and being very careful not to prick herself on the Kusanagi javelin. Naruto returned the hug, if only lightly, before he bid her goodbye and disappeared, javelin and orb disappearing with him. After disposing of Kakashi's life force, feeding it into the area around the monument stone, Naruto grew an ice crystal spire within the forest of death, determined to find out what the voice in his head was. He attempted to speak with it once or twice, confused as to the nature of it, but only got light laughter in response. He spoke of it with Kyuubi, who noted that it couldn't be celestial or infernal in nature, as he would have sensed its presence. That left only something natural, but it probably wasn't another human. When Naruto reached his mana towards it, he felt incredible power contained within, though it was blocked by an ethereal barrier to prevent him from reaching too close. It made him curious as to why a being with that much power wanted him as an avatar, a weapon, and a shield. Perhaps it was something that could not physically defend itself, despite how incredibly powerful it was? After 2 weeks and a few days, the refugees were able to be moved back to their original homes. Many of the children opted to stay in Konoha, liking its feeling, and Naruto could only bid them good luck as he strode to the head of the remaining refugees, where Tsunade was waiting with a slight smile playing along her lips. You're welcome to visit any time, Naruto. Unfortunately, you are still ranked as an S-class nuke nin due to the council having control over the bingo book, but I, alone, control the shinobi of the village, so you will not be attacked. Take care of yourself. Naruto gave a half smile, before his power flared into life. The refugees looked on in awe as a black void coalesced ahead of them. Naruto spoke softly over the hushed silence. This is a gateway, created through the manipulation of space. It is an instantaneous transport to any place that I can remember, and due to my eidetic memory, I remember everywhere I've been. This will lead to the edge of Hai no Kuni, land of fire, on the border to Kaze no Kuni, land of wind. Those of you from Suna who wish to arrive without an escort of an S-class nuke nin, feel free to use this. Several of the refugees nodded, thanking him profusely as they walked through the void to be transported to the border. He continued opening gateways to all the borders, before looking to the final amount of refugees, only 50 in number. Where would you all like to go? Oddly, all 50 wished to go to Ame, Rain, having heard that they were accepting refugees after the country's civil war was over. Checking the slip of paper in his pocket that detailed a hat shop at the border of Ame and Hai no Kuni, he nodded before tapping the ground with his foot, teleporting them close to the border through a Suna sunshine, sand body flicker. The refugees looked on in slight bewilderment as they made a stop at a hat shop to pick up a large kasa, bamboo hat, with small strips of cloth tipped in bells. Nearly all of them blinked in surprise and bemusement as Naruto got a child's version of the hat and placed it on his doll. The Black Mage was noticeably more jovial on the way back to Ame, decked out with his new hat that jingled as he walked. The Kyuubi was also snickering every now and then, enjoying his own hat. The refugees politely thanked him as they reached Ame, each disappearing to go their own way while Naruto tipped the kasa over his eyes, a movement he felt looked imposing to onlookers, before disappearing into an ice mirror that formed under his feet, sinking slowly into it. Inside the Amicage Tower. He appeared outside the Amicage's office, and knocked politely. As soon as he set his eyes on Pain, sitting behind the desk, the voice in his mind screamed in alarm. Do not trust him. He suppressed a wince of pain, blinking to cover the twitch it came out as, and needled the voice for information. The reverberating echo, when applied to a yell, was quite painful. He didn't get much information out of the voice, only something about humans who lack humanity, further solidifying his theory that the voice wasn't human. Pain, ignorant of the mental conversation Naruto was going through, activated a hidden switch on his desk, allowing a door to open in a wall that led into a passage. The passage itself spiraled down around the tower, hidden as blank wall space, and ended in a basement level. Along the way, Pain revealed that the organization's spy had been at the invasion of Konoha, and knew that Naruto had sealed the Ichibi Jinchuriki within a large scroll. He revealed that they needed to extract the Baijuu from the Jinchuriki before they could extract the last 3 Baijuu, the Rakubi, 6-tailed, the Shichibi, 7-tailed, and the Hechibi, 8-tailed, as their sealing process required the first 5 before the final 4 could be sealed. Naruto agreed, unsealing the scroll from a smaller scroll which had been hidden within an inner pocket, and handed the large scroll to Pain. As they reached the basement level, they walked into a large room with an odd statue situated in the middle. It had 9 eyes, 4 of which were open with the pupils visible, while the other 5 were closed. 2 stone hands, bound with a chain, were in front of the statue with the large fingers spread upwards, each easily 30 feet in height. On the stone fingers, 8 other members of Akatsuki were already standing, indifferent to the 3 captured Jinchuriki currently thrashing against Chakra and Yuki binding chains against a wall. They were apparently the Jinchuriki for the Rakubi, Shichibi, and Hechibi, having been captured until a time where the Ichibi was extracted. A spare member of Akatsuki was lounging against another wall, watching the proceedings apathetically. Naruto nearly winced again as the voice within his head spat venomously at how the rest of the Akatsuki were giving off strange feelings of smugness, arrogance, and greed. All through the sealing processes, something that took much less time with 10 than it did with 9, taking only 12 hours instead of 3 days and nights, Naruto was conversing with the voice, as he was starting to become suspicious of what Akatsuki was up to. He knew they wanted the Baijuu sealed, and Itachi had mentioned they wanted the power of the Baijuu. The voice was being most unhelpful, as it had no knowledge of their goals, only that they were not to be trusted. The Black Mage found himself trusting the voice more and more, as it wasn't ever attempting to lie to him, coerce him, or persuade him to join it. The calls to go to it had halted after he had acknowledged it. The ethereal barrier was weakening between him and it, allowing him to better perceive the power of the voice in his head. It was more than he could possibly imagine. The power didn't burn with intensity as his did, though. It shimmered and rippled like an ocean, with several hundred, perhaps thousands, of threads branching off into the void. When he had asked what the threads were, it had replied that others borrow its power to prevent aging, something it allows them to do as they repay it by tending to it. Just as they were finishing the final sealing, a full 2 days later, Kakuzu spoke. Now we have the power of every Baijuu, including the 9 tails. Pain nodded to him, before speaking in his deep tones. Yes. Now we will control the elemental countries. They will bow before us, or be destroyed. Naruto, who had been resting his eyes while leaning against a wall, opened them wide in shock. If they were going to browbeat the elemental countries, the devastation would be catastrophic. Resistance forces, and the land caught in between the crossfire, would be obliterated. Even if they submitted to Akatsuki, who was to say that the humans in control wouldn't release the might of the demons anyway just to prove their power? So many lives would be lost. Pain, who had been observing Naruto closely, noticed the hardening of the Black Mage's eyes and spoke, calling the attention of the rest of the Akatsuki. Is there something you disagree with, Naruto-san? The voice wrapped around his mind once again, calming him with a soothing cacophony of whispers as he stood. You would destroy so much life just to prove your superiority? The members all nodded, something that took him aback. They all would do that? Naruto stood, head bowed as he stared at his feet, the voice screaming for retribution in his ears. His voice was but a whisper, as his eyes began to glow brighter in the dim light of the cave. I won't allow it. Within a blink of an eye, the other 9 members, plus Toby, who had been sitting out on the sealing process, had him surrounded, hands already beginning seals. The violet light brightened in his eyes as the rain above the Amicage Tower turned to frozen needles, shredding through over 2 stories of the tower within a few seconds and destroying Payne's other 6 bodies due to Payne's concentration being on the lone body in the basement, which exploded into a forest of ice. Chapter 11, Guardian of All Creation. The hail of ice Senbone was halted as soon as Payne realized what had happened. Internally, he berated himself for his trusting of the former Jinchuriki, as it had just cost him dearly. He had no extra bodies. He was confined to just the one. No matter, he still had the Rinnegan, Samsara or Transmigration Eye, to assist him. He cancelled the rainfall around Amigakure, hidden in the rain, to prevent such another occurrence of Senbone. Amongst the spires of cobalt frost, Naruto felt the ceasing of the weather, preventing him from causing cosmic showers of terminal velocity Senbone. He didn't mind all that much, as while it was a good opening technique, it would be worthless in assault as he would have to shield himself from them just as much as others would. Melding into the forest of frost, he searched for his prey. He released the Kyuubi from the forest, giving him specific orders to unseal the demons from the statue with any means necessary. This fight was his own, and so long as the demons were within the statue, there was a possibility that Payne could use them against him. As soon as he caught sight of where the Akatsuki members were, all of them vanished as black fire spawned above the forest, bearing down upon the unnatural construct with the heat of the sun. He quickly escaped, not willing to let the fire touch him. As he touched down on the ground, he was faced with Uchiha Itachi, Mangekyo Sharingan, kaleidoscopic copy will eye, whirling in his sockets. Midnight fire shot from the Uchiha's right eye, prompting a trail of bloody tears to fall from the strain upon the organ. Amaterasu, goddess of the sun. Baring his teeth in a grimace, the Black Mage countered with a whirling torrent of pure white flames. While they consumed less oxygen than the black flames, they proportionately had less heat. However, they stalled the black flames long enough for him to teleport away from the warring flames, a gale force wind springing to life around him. A rather pretty kunoichi appeared before him with navy blue hair pulled backwards in a bun accentuated by a paper rose behind her right ear. She was only about 5 feet 6 inches, with pale skin, cobalt blue eyes, and was wearing the standard Akatsuki garb. She had a single piercing through her bottom lip, and her stature and gaze depicted her emotionless demeanor. She spread her arms, causing thin sheets of paper to whirl towards Naruto, shaping themselves into Senbone, Shuriken, and Kunai. Kami Shuriken, Paper Shuriken. Scowling darkly at the co-leader of Akatsuki, the gale of wind whipped to hurricane-like speed. The paper weapons were strangely unaffected by the wind, prompting him to seed sparks of white fire into the wind, turning it into a blazing glory of a firestorm. Conan immediately backed out of range, suffering several burns upon her body from the scorching heat wave. A tri-bladed scythe sliced through the firestorm, nearly catching the Black Mage in the shoulder and pulling his attention to yet another member of Akatsuki. This one was taller, about 6 feet 0 inches, and had slicked back silver hair. His eyes were a rather odd shade of pink and were glinting in bloodlust at the prospect of a battle. His teeth were bared in an unsettling enthusiastic grin. Fuck yeah. Finally, someone who's not afraid to fight. The Black Mage, getting incredibly agitated at not having neutralized at least one of the threats, flung several spears of ice towards the High Priest of Jashin. Hidan deflected them with a skilled gesture of his scythe which had returned to him like a boomerang, before charging towards the white blonde. Naruto dashed forward, his feet and legs beginning to sink into the earth before he was completely swallowed, just a few feet away from the immortal. Hidan was rather perplexed, until he heard a voice behind him. "You will die here, aberration." A cold touch hit the back of his skull, and he whirled around with scythe in hand to attack the threat, finding nothing. Unknown to him, a handprint of black frost was slowly spreading across the back of his head. The ice was slowly killing even him, as it was causing every single cell in its path to explode by freezing the water in the cell, forcing it to expand until it finally burst. He would die within a few minutes, his divine link to Jashin binding his soul to a body with no function whatsoever. A few hundred feet away, slipping out of the ground with no mud upon his person, he searched for his next target. A few clay butterflies flitted towards him, distracting him as they neared. Sensing danger, he backflipped away just as they exploded, only to be subject to a shredding force from behind. His sand clothing was unable to block it entirely, and it caused bloodshed from shallow wounds upon his back. Regaining his composure before it could slip, he landed on one hand, twisting his body grotesquely to sweep the feet out of under his assailant with his own. With a sickening pop of bone, his spine realigned itself and he slipped through the ground to avoid a few more clay insects, reappearing some distance away. Kisame had regained his footing, grinning at the blood staining his seimata, while overhead another member of Akatsuki was molding more clay into weapons. The airborne assailant was blonde, reminding Naruto of Yamanaka Ino, and had part of his hair pulled back into a ponytail with the rest let loose. A single long bang obscured his left eye, held aloft by a scratched iwa, rock, hit eye 8. He was around 5 feet 4 inches, looked somewhat androgynous, and had brown eyes with an excited grin on his face. "Naruto-san, I will show you the beauty of my art, The air chilled dangerously, the ground underneath the black mage's feet being covered in frost. Leaping upward to avoid inconspicuous clay grasshoppers, he stuck himself to the side of the abandoned building, the people of Amigakure being evacuated at the nearest sign of hostility. He blocked a downward swipe of seimata with a lance of frost, allowing the weapon to shatter after leaving the danger zone and motioning the shards to attack the shark-like nin, who batted them away carelessly. As the nuke nin from Kirigakure, hidden in the mist, charged towards him once more, he spat a cloud of neurotoxin, which was dodged if only barely. However, the distraction was used to the fullest as a gesture from Naruto's hand caused a lightning bolt to arc from it and slam into the seimata, numbing the swordsman's arm with the electricity. Switching seimata to his less proficient hand, the former Kiri nin continued to swing at him with the same bloodthirsty expression on his face, only slightly dulled by having to use his offhand. The white-haired teenager's body exploded into shards of ice upon contact, attempting to flay Kisame, but only succeeding in causing many shallow wounds due to his tough skin. The real Naruto appeared from the spreading of frost upon the ground, having used it as a rudimentary ice mirror. A large shadow appeared over him, and he looked upward to find Datara floating upon a large clay dragonfly that was shedding scales of clay that quickly formed into miniature dragonflies, headed directly towards him. Annoyed, he flicked his fingers upwards, spreading several hundred sparks of white flame into the air and causing a chain reaction of explosions while he escaped under the cloud of detonation. Appearing in the air from a void, he dropped like a sky diver towards the clay user. Amethyst eyes narrowed as globes of water rotated around him. Passing near the former Iwa nin, the globes multiplied exponentially before exploding in a shower of boiling water. The blonde nin let out a yell of pain as his right side was burned by the water, discreetly molding clay in his mouth. Landing upon the ground lightly, Naruto was forced to flip through the air once again to avoid the deadly shaving edge of the seimata. Kisame seemed to have gained use of his arm once again, as he was quickly doing hand seals, a swirling vortex of water appearing behind him, drawn out of the air. Suten, Daibakufu, water element, great waterfall. The spinning column of water shot forward, only to be captured within the mana released around the black mage. The column bent around him, doing a complete 180-degree turn and launching back towards the caster. The former Kiri nin leapt out of the way, quickly working on different hand seals. Suten, Bakasui Shuha. Water element, exploding water shockwave. A gushing spout of water shot out of the shark-like nin's mouth, pouring hundreds, possibly thousands, of gallons of water out of nothingness. The water level rose around the battlefield, easily 10 feet deep. Unfortunately for Kisame, a feral grin pulled at the black mage's mouth. From his vigil on the side of the building, Naruto pulled one of the threads binding him to the element of water and released it with a twang that was visible to both Kisame and Datara. Amethyst eyes bled to aquatic blue as the thousands of gallons of water moved at his command, forming an abomination of the element with Naruto at the center. It was several stories tall, and shaped like a kraken out of myth. Dozens of thick tentacles suspended the main body off the ground, with Naruto situated inside the head. Thrashing the tentacles of water around, he decimated the surrounding area with pulverizing force, seeking to bury Kisame beneath the rubble. Deidara, knowing when his assistance was needed, spat the clay out of his mouth where it formed a replication of himself and dive-bombed the kraken. A tentacle swatted it, only to cause it to disintegrate into brown dust that was absorbed within the monstrosity. The blonde Akatsuki lifted a hand to his mouth and yelled out loud enough for Naruto to hear within the watery depths of the aberration. "Behold the beauty of my art. Katsu!" The dust exploded upon a molecular level, destroying the kraken in a shower of water that caused monsoon-like rain all over the battleground. Naruto, lightly scorched by the heating of the water from the explosion, glared at the blonde, his eyes returning to purple as the downpour turned to ice. Once again pulling a string of elemental manipulation hard enough for it to twang, his eyes bled into an icy color, the frozen needles exploding into a flurry of motion. Kisame, using his own advanced water manipulation, was able to deflect the needle storm from harming him. Deidara, who had the primary affinity for earth, was unable to do so and died in an explosion worthy of being called beautiful art. The needles rotated around the floating black mage, forming into an intricate sculpture of frost. A diamond-like prism at the center encased the black mage, while thick icicle chunks rotated around the center much like electrons around an atom. The environment around the elemental flash froze, buildings freezing over, the ground turning to ice, and Kisame's blood ran cold. The center prism had a temperature of absolute zero. Within the black mage's head, the entity sang a requiem for the death this form would cause, the beautiful music reverberating throughout the elemental entity like a tuning fork and sending chills throughout Kisame's spine. The elemental floated serenely in the sky, the icicles whirling lazily around the prism until, at an unknown stimulus, it attacked. Arctic winds blew forth, slivers of ice hidden within the gusts of white wind towards the shark nin. Kisame, his body sluggish from the proximity to the construct, was able to escape with a few deep gashes on his left arm. A blast of hot fire slammed into the prism, not doing much more than melting the rime upon it, which was quickly replaced. The prism turned towards the intruder, the white wind swirling hatefully around it. A male figure, roughly 6'2" in height and covered almost completely by Akatsuki garb, had appeared. His face was masked from the nose down, with only his eyes shown, and he wore a bandana with a scratched Takigakur, hidden in the waterfall, plate on it. His eyes were rather odd, with the whites being a bloody red, and the iris and pupil being a filmy green. Behind him was a towering demonic bear-like black creature with a tiger mask. The masked behemoth opened its maw and discharged another wave of scorching flame, melting one of the icicle electrons while Kakuzu attempted to retrieve Kisame from his proximity to the elemental to prevent the former Kiri nin from freezing to death. Unfortunately, the threads he spread from his hand were shredded by another Arctic blast as the entity floated closer towards Kisame in a possessive gesture. Naruto, his mind obscured by that of the element of ice itself, refused to have such an ugly aberration take his possession away from him. The shark one was his, and nothing the rag doll could do could take him away. A gale force blast of frozen air was sent towards Kakuzu once again as the elemental lowered itself to Kisame, freezing his body entirely by the proximity to the absolute zero core, where he was shattered by a deceptively gentle tap of an icicle. A second masked behemoth appeared behind Kakuzu, this one with an eagle mask. Its body was a strange four-legged creature and had thin thread-like wings behind it. It opened its beak and blew a hurricane-force wind, combining with the tiger-masked one to cause a boiling firestorm that shot towards the ice elemental. The intense heat melted all of the rotating icicles by proximity, and began to eat away at the frozen core, only for the core to form itself into a shield to protect its inhabitant while the black mage teleported away, the element fading from his mind as his eyes returned to purple. Grimacing in distaste at how possessive and vain the element of frost was, he gestured with his fingers, whipping up an opposing force of wind threaded with water to extinguish the firestorm. Kakuzu was quite interested in the teenager's ability, as he had yet to see anyone who was able to create such powerful beings like he was able to. Granted, his were created out of hearts of those he had killed, and were formed of threads. Naruto's, however, were created out of an element and seemed to have a mind of their own while he was safely encased within the center. The wind thread monster discharged another blast of wind, this one leveling and shattering the frozen battlefield with intense air pressure. The ground below him cracked and groaned in protest as Naruto, who had avoided the shrapnel of ice by sinking into the ground, cast another spell. The ground collapsed inward, creating a large crater below the Taki nuke nin and forcing him to stumble. A spear of earth shot from the ground, attempting to impale him through the chest, only to shatter against his hardened skin. Inside the ground, Naruto frowned at what he was feeling from the nuke nin. It seemed the man was another immortal, though his ties to the material plane were human in origin, not divine. Above ground, Kakuzu was repeatedly attacked by grasping arms of earth, monstrous humanoid golems of soil, and lances of rock. The thread-using ninja, annoyed at being attacked without being able to counter in turn, detached the lightning mask from his back and formed its body. The bull-like mask had a deformed humanoid body, towering over Kakuzu's tall height. Lowering its claw-like hands to the ground, it blasted high-voltage electricity into the earth, tearing it apart due to Earth's elemental weakness to lightning. Several hundred feet of earth was torn apart in the upheaval, revealing a lightly scorched black mage waist-deep in rock below him. The upheaval had widened and deepened the crater, making it seem as if Naruto were an ant-lion within its sand den. The skies cried in protest as hundreds of thick bolts of lightning shot from the heavens, illuminating the crater in a beam of white light, destroying the earth mask held on Kakuzu's back and frying his water heart. The thunder caused by tearing the air itself asunder cracked the earth around them and burst both their eardrums. The Nuke Nin was only able to save his life by absorbing the lightning heart into his body, and having the wind mask protect the fire mask from damage by using lightning's elemental weakness to wind. Freeing himself from the grasp of the earth and heedless of the blood flowing from his ears, Naruto charged towards Kakuzu, throwing several lightning bolts from his hands only to be sliced asunder by the wind mask. Changing tactics, he created a swirling monsoon of water and wind, sending it towards the two remaining elemental masks while he flung gusts of slicing wind at Kakuzu. The Nuke Nin and the masks countered in sync, with the masks blowing another scorching firestorm and causing the monsoon to evaporate, while Kakuzu did incredibly quick hand seals, speaking of decades of experience. Reitan, John. Lightning element, false darkness. A spear of lightning shot from his mouth, splitting into several lances of lightning as they aimed to impale the black mage. Naruto was able to deflect the majority of them, but was impaled through the stomach by one of them, forcing a gasp of pain from his mouth as the electricity sparked through him. Forcing himself to disregard the pain, he clutched one arm around his bleeding midsection and pulled a particular elemental string taut until it twanged in response. Glowing orbs of white light sparked into existence, whirling protectively around the injured black mage before merging together with Naruto at the center. They formed a humanoid being, roughly 12 feet in height with absurdly long claws in place of fingers. Its form was tall and lanky, but no gender could be discerned from the figure. It was a pure white color, though solid unlike the light it was formed out of. Its eyes were glowing orbs of colorless light, glaring hatefully at the being that had harmed its creator. It sliced its claws through the air, spawning thin blades that flung towards the surprised Nuke Nin, exploding on contact with the ground as Kakuzu dodged. The figure leapt acrobatically through the air, claws working in a flurry as it launched a storm of the non-elemental creations. Finally close enough to the masks that were trying fruitlessly to protect their own master, it raked its lethal claws through the body of the wind mask, causing it to be rent asunder from the inside out. It turned upon the fire mask, bending grotesquely to avoid a flamethrower spat out of the tiger mask's maw and suffering only slight burns from the fire. Reitan, John. Lightning element, false darkness. Another lance of lightning shot towards the non-elemental entity, who only stared apathetically at it impacted upon a shield of white light. The shield held for a few moments, preventing the lightning from piercing it. As soon as the lightning quit coming, the shield was then used as projectile to throw at the fire mask, which dodged out of the way. Irritated at the ragdoll who continued to avoid its inevitable death, it let out a screech of anger, glowing brightly. The crater that they were still fighting in was enlarged once again as the non-elemental entity succumbed to its volatile nature and exploded spectacularly, taking the fire mask with it and severely wounding Kakuzu. The paradoxical colorless irises bled back to purple as the wounded black mage approached the bleeding Nuke Nin. An expression akin to pity appeared on his face as hundreds of wind blades shredded the immortal, destroying his last heart and sending the 92-year-old Nuke Nin to the afterlife. Turning away from the decimated battlefield, he teleported away with a morbid thought in his mind. 4 down, 6 to go. Hundreds of feet away. He appeared in a swirl of wind, a bandage of sand wrapped protectively around his stomach and back wounds. He felt that one of the Akatsuki were near, and charged his mana preemptively. Uchiha Itachi appeared from behind one of the buildings, the trail of blood under his right eye dry, and Mangekyo still swirling within his sockets. A second figure approached, hunched over and with a ragged face mask concealing their mouth. Not taking any time for witty banter, the Uchiha stared directly into his eyes and activated one of his strongest techniques. Tsukiyomi, God of the Moon. The world bled to darkness, Naruto's last sight being the hunched figure approaching his crumpling body. Inside the world of Tsukiyomi, a bloody moon hung in the night sky, casting a red light upon the surroundings. The colors of the world bled away, leaving only red, white, and black, as Naruto appeared, crucified upon a cross, with Uchiha Itachi standing before him. This is the world of Tsukuyomi. Here, I am in control. I control time, space, and even the mass of objects. For the next 72 hours, you will be tortured. Before his sword could be drawn, a new presence made itself known. The red dissolved to be replaced with green, a looming figure towering over the cross Naruto was pinned to. He is my child, my weapon, my beloved, my sentinel. I will not let you harm him, Uchiha, disgusting wretch. Before the Uchiha could comprehend what had happened, his essence was obliterated by the force of will of the entity. Real world. Sasori halted his approach as Uchiha Itachi let out a blood-curdling scream of horror. The puppet master turned to face the Sharingan master, only to blink rapidly in surprise. From the center of his left eye, which contained the Tsukuyomi, thick thorny roots were growing. They ripped out of his eye, wrapping around Itachi's neck before snapping it, and continued to grow even after the Uchiha had died, enveloping his body in its embrace. The black mage stirred, and wind swirled protectively around his body, lashing out at Sasori, who was close. The blades of wind hacked through most of his puppet body, revealing his true form. He looked to be around 20 years old, and was half naked, wearing only a pair of shinobi pants. Metal blades extended from his back on rods in a parody of wings, allowing him to fly. A compartment on the right side of his chest opened, revealing a brightly glowing mass of chakra. His body was only around 5 feet 3 inches tall, with bloody red hair and deceptively soft brown eyes. Shaking off his surprise, Sasori quickly pulled out a scroll from a holster built into his back, unsealing his puppets. AKA Higi, Hyaki no Soen, Red Secret Technique, Performance of 100 Puppets. True to form, 100 red-clothed human puppets were unsealed, each connected to the glowing core of chakra in the right side chest compartment by a single chakra string. All 101 puppets, Sasori included, turned to face Naruto, who twanged another elemental string in response. A windstorm focused itself around his body, his eyes bleeding to a bright green as the wind became visible. It spiraled around one point on the ground, becoming a light green as the avatar of wind created itself. Naruto was encased within a deep green globe of wind held aloft in the middle of the slicing winds, protectively embraced within a cocoon of breeze surpassing 400 mph. Sasori was intrigued by this ability, and leapt into the fray with his puppets, firing every mechanism he knew of at the wind elemental. The needles, kunai, and other weapons were simply blown away in the jade airstream spiraling from the ground, while the poison gas was simply dispersed. Focusing his chakra in his puppet body, he unsealed the flamethrowers in his arms and blew the fire directly at the green core. The wind elemental huffed in righteous anger at the pitiful mockery that dared to attempt to burn it, and showed its mastery of the air itself by creating a vacuum in front of it. The lack of air in the vacuum smothered the flame instantly, and the slicing winds focused on the puppet who dared to be human. The puppets were flayed within the swirling windstorm thrown at them, while Sasori attempted to retreat. His retreat was cut off as the wind elemental created another vacuum, pulling Sasori into oblivion, his human heart destroyed within. The wind gave off a feeling of smugness before dissipating, allowing its creator to land lightly on the ground. As a parting gesture, it ruffled his hair and embraced him within a warm wind before disappearing. A plant-like figure melted out of the ground behind him, prompting him to spin on his heel to face the new assailant. It was a man, roughly 5 feet 6 inches tall, encased within a pair of Venus flytrap like leaves. His body was separated in half vertically, with one half being white, the other black. Empty yellow eyes stared at him in interest, before he attacked. Vines and grass sprang into life, snapping towards the black mage with ferocity unknown to most. Naruto's expression softened at the natural elements attacking him, and allowed them to make contact. Unfortunately for Zetsu, the plant life merged with him, giving him an armor of vines and flora. When Naruto opened his eyes again, they were back to purple, and the last thing Zetsu heard was but a whisper carried on the wind. Your death shall be swift and painless. Zetsu, unfortunately, was only powerful as a spy. His power at fighting was only equivalent to a jounin at most, and he died quickly and painlessly to a burst of white fire igniting inside him. Naruto's expression softened at the ashes of his attacker, and held his hands together in a praying gesture for the dead nin. He turned to leave, feeling quite weary of the fighting, his stock of mana quite depleted by the heavy magics used. Feeling 3 sets of eyes upon him, he sat with his back against a building nearby to regain some energy. The entity within his mind wrapped around his thoughts like a protective parent, crooning lowly to relax him. With Kyuubi. The plush fox was able to sense everything going on with the Black Mage, and secretly was worried. He had never known that Naruto was able to meld himself with an element to the point where the element gained a mind of its own to fight for him. To relinquish control like that meant that Naruto was in dire need of assistance, and he tried as best as he can to undo the seals on the King of Hell statue. Quite honestly, though Kyuubi was rather good with seals, the King of Hell seals were far out of his league. It was like comparing a chisel and slate to a computer. He felt Naruto give in to the non-elemental energy, the most volatile of all the magics, and started panicking. Trying everything he could think of, he finally came to a conclusion. He was going to have to do something drastic. The only thing he could think of that would destroy the statue and release the Baijuu would be to kamikaze bomb it. Doing so would obliterate the plush doll and seal binding him to it, leaving him as a soul with a body comprised of destructive Yuki. The attack would be the equivalent of smashing an electronic console hard enough to break it and opening a locked door. Giving himself a few moments of silence, and a mental apology to the Black Mage who he had grown attached to, he passed his limits, enveloping the area with a haze of malicious Yuki. With Naruto, he stiffened noticeably when he felt his connection to his doll snap, like a string pulled too far. Turning his head towards where he had left his doll, he noticed a giant behemoth of Yuki in the shape of a nine-tailed fox slamming a beam of concentrated Yuki into the ground. As more and more Yuki was spent in the attack, he realized what his friend was doing. The fading form of the Kyuubi no Kitsune turned in his direction and bade a sad farewell, booming voice reaching his ears from so far away as the rest of the Baijuu left with it to the realm of demons. "Stay safe, brat. I'll miss you." Naruto allowed himself only 2 tears, hardening his resolve as he turned towards the 3 remaining Akatsuki members. He rose from his spot against the wall, energy crackling around him in rage at losing his last family member. Purple lightning streaked across his form, his bloodied sand bandages reddening more as his wounds reopened. Black coloring bled across his sclera, leaving his purple irises untouched as he stalked towards where the final 3 enemies were, mind numb with grief. Conan, touched deeply by the selfless act the Kyuubi had done in protection of its former container, came to a realization. Such acts would be performed countless more times should Akatsuki have continued with their plan, and it touched a raw nerve deep inside her emotionless demeanor, reminding her of her younger days. She remembered Yahiko being injured by an Iwa, rock, Chonin, and how Nagato had activated his Rinnegan, Samsara or Transmigration Eye, in response, killing the Chonin. She remembered how Nagato had gotten mortally wounded only a few years later, and how Yahiko, in a fit of self-sacrifice, had offered his own body to allow Nagato to live. It was the last time she had cried, mourning for her friend who had given his body up for another to live, his soul departing the shell once Nagato had entered the body. After that moment, she had been determined to never let her emotions be shown again. As her mind speculated upon the countless thousands of others who would be torn apart by having to do such sacrifices for their precious people, her body moved in front of pain, dead eyes hardened in determination. Nagato-kun, I cannot continue like this. Countless lives, friends, families would be torn asunder should Akatsuki complete its goal. I can't allow that to happen, nobody deserves it. Pain's Rinnegan eyes softened slightly, before hardening as he grasped her by the collar of her shirt and flung her behind him. Then you leave me no choice. I will deal with him, and words will be had later for your insubordination. As Pain and Madara moved to intercept the enraged Black Mage, the ground sublimated beneath the white-haired teenager. Ribbons of sand swirled protectively around their controller as beige-tan coloring spread across his irises. He bared his teeth in a snarl as the sand elemental thread reverberated angrily, lifting him over 100 feet in the air. Sand whipped about angrily, forming a self-sustaining tornado of sand, holding its creator aloft by enveloping his body up to his waist. It was only a few meters wide, but incredibly dense from so much sand whirling in such a small space. Conan, sensing very real danger, performed a tactical retreat. Pain, also sensing danger, quickly summoned his entire armada of summons in an attempt to subdue and kill the enraged Black Mage. A giant crustacean, somewhat resembling a crab or lobster and about half the size of a Baijuu, appeared. Flying above it was a bird with a drill-like beak. Standing next to the crustacean was a 9-headed dog, growling angrily at the one who was a danger to its master. A giant panda with several stud-like piercings resembling that of Pain's own appeared in front of him in a defensive stance. A giant chameleon appeared below Pain, allowing him to ride atop it. It had a snake-like tail, and also had similar piercings as the panda. A giant yak rounded off the summons by appearing on the other side of the crustacean, also holding many of the same piercings. Madara, knowing that he wouldn't be helpful in this battle, made a tactical retreat. He continued to watch from afar, though, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A wordless snarl erupted from the Black Mage's throat, mimicked by the swirling sandstorm which increased in speed as it began to spread across the landscape, flaying everything caught within its winds. The panda hardened its skin, preventing it from being killed from the sandstorm as it began lumbering towards the center. As it got closer and closer, the skin hardening technique it was using began to crumble under the onslaught of sand. Almost at the center, it finally was sent back to the summon realm, having been killed in the mortal realm by the sandstorm. The dog, normally able to split apart whenever damage was dealt to it much like a hydra, found its ability becoming a weakness. It was split into infinitesimally small pieces, the sand hitting it far too many times for its ability to work adequately. It sent itself back to the summon realm, unable to assist its summoner. The bird failed to get within the storm itself, dying immediately upon contact with the flaying grains. The yak followed soon after. The crustacean was the only one able to attempt to damage the elemental, spraying jets of water into the storm and weighing down much of the sand with the foaming liquid. Unfortunately, as soon as the sand elemental noticed, it focused its attack on the crustacean until it, too, died. Pain, perched atop the final summon, the chameleon, became undetectable due to the chameleon's ability. Both vanished from sight, smell, and all other senses while Pain began sealing for a technique. Katen, Zukaku, fire element, head mincing Pain. He blew a very deceptively small fireball to the ground, still hidden by the chameleon which leapt away at its summoner's mental insistence. The fireball smacked the ground and exploded into waves of flame that raced towards the sandstorm, melting any sand particles that came close into glass. It devoured a large amount of sand due to being fed by the raging winds inside the sandstorm before succumbing to the suffocation of the sand. He continued to use guerrilla warfare against the elemental, until half of the sand had been melted to glass upon the ground, forcing the Black Mage to calm down and think rationally. The twister writhed in response to his mental commands, before it solidified into a column of sand, detaching tendrils of sand to seek out the unseen menace. Using his Rinnegan, Pain spawned several jets of flame out of the air, augmenting them with stiff breezes to blow a storm of fire at the solidified sand column. Now that his enemy had a more substantial body, he used the Rinnegan's ability to control the elements to the best of his ability. Geysers of water punched through the ground, splashing against the sand column, hindering movement while lightning, wind, and fire all attempted to melt it to glass. Unfortunately for Pain, his usage of the Rinnegan for offensive uses caused a fluctuation in the control he had over the chameleon, causing the technique hiding him to waver. That single moment in which Naruto found his presence was his downfall, the Black Mage pouring all his rage and hatred into one attack and impaling him upon several spines of sand from the ground. The elemental effects ceased as their controller was mortally injured, and Naruto teleported to the body with a grim look upon his visage. Just as he was about to close the dying man's eyes with his hand, the leader of Akatsuki gave one command. Madara. Now. The first Uchiha appeared behind Naruto with a look of morbid glee on his face, eternal Mangekyo swirling in his sockets as he used the final attack of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ame no Izumi, Goddess of the Dawn. The technique was quite powerful, as Naruto learned. Spears of light impaled him through the chest, stomach, thighs, calves, shoulders, and forearms. Unable to be dodged due to moving at the speed of light, he could only cough up blood in surprise. The entity within his mind screamed for retribution, using its anchor in the world to assist it. The roots covering Uchiha Itachi exploded into growth, ascending to a majestic tree reaching into the heavens. It was the last thing Pain saw before he died, and it was quite possibly the most beautiful thing the Rinnegan wielder had beheld. Madara, shocked by the appearance of the tree, let the spears of light fade away in his surprise. The tree's roots grasped the mortally wounded Black Mage, moving him halfway up the trunk where he was held within a gentle embrace. He bled out his life slowly over the vines attempting to hold his injuries closed, and the tree's voice boomed over the landscape. Fool, forsaken one. You dare attack my guardian, beloved? You will suffer, for eternity. The roots tore up the landscape, thrashing in an attempt to kill the first Uchiha, who used a space/time technique to make himself intangible. Enraged at the audacity, the tree captured him within a void of space itself, collapsing it like a black hole and obliterating his body. The tree intoned a gentle elegy that played out over the landscape as fire rained from the heavens upon the decimated Amiga core, raising it to the ground to allow new growth to begin from the ashes of what once was. Conan, suffering only a slight burn from the rain of fire before she could escape it, collapsed against a tree and watched the scene with a sense of detached awe and sadness. She mourned for her deceased teammate, as well as the white-haired stranger who had given his life for those who would have been affected by Akatsuki's plots. Trails of tears fell from her eyes as she hugged herself against the encroaching feelings of loneliness. Elsewhere, many people had sensed the incredible destruction happening in the direction of Omega-Core while the Black Mage was fighting. Zabuza, pulled along by Haku, who had a feeling it had something to do with Naruto, were the first on the scene. They were closely followed by Jiraiya and Yamato, who had been sent by Tsunade. Sasuke, having snuck out to find the feeling of power, and stubbornly refusing to believe he had become a eunuch, followed them. None of them had any idea who the crying blue-haired Kunoichi was, aside from Jiraiya, who hopped down to her and asked her a question. "Conan? What happened?" The paper using Kunoichi recanted the tale of the white-haired teenager who had fought off the Akatsuki, and defeated them all one by one. Her tone was empty and dead, something contrasting against her tear-stricken face as she spoke of how every single Akatsuki member but her had died. She was the lone survivor, spared only due to her regret at the actions of the organization. The rain of fire halted, the flame smothered as the tree felt the ones close to its beloved approach. Sasuke, unwilling to believe his ears, followed them up the roots towards the trunk. All of them were in awe of the tree, though Haku sprinted ahead of them, afraid of what she'd find. She gave a soft cry of despair when she reached the base of the trunk, Naruto's body being lowered toward the base to allow them to be near the Black Mage in his last moments. His clothing was ripped, with vines growing all over him from Zetsu's attack and holding his wounds as closed as they could, though the crimson blood still spilled over the makeshift bandages. The black that had obscured his sclera had retreated with his rage. His purple eyes were dull with his upcoming death, and blood spilled over his chin, stained his hair, and covered his clothing from his coughing and bleeding. Even with all his injuries, he was still able to speak in a soft, halting tone. "Haku-chan? Zabuza-san? Hey! Never thought I'd die this way. Jiraiya-san and Yamato-san, too? Well, at least I won't die feeling alone against this tree." He spat blood to the side, fixating his eyes on Sasuke, who seemed to be glaring daggers at him. "I remember you. Uchiha Sasuke. Your brother and ancestor gave me a much better fight. Itachi's fire was stronger than my own, though his genjutsu led to his death. Madara's technique is the one that got me. You should be honored to be descended of such a line, though you will never reach their heights." The Uchiha lunged at him, as if to kill his brother's killer, only for Jiraiya to knock him out. Yamato spoke his mind, still regarding the tree with something akin to hero worship. "Naruto? What kind of tree is this?" The Black Mage spoke, his voice tinged with affection for the tree. "Nordrassil, the guardian of all creation." The tree hummed in pride at the title, feeding information into the Black Mage's mind. In its own wordless way, it outlined that it wished for Naruto to become one with it, to be its guardian for all of time. Flashes of a willowy, pointy-eared race flitted through his mind, the tree's stewards and wards. It sustained their immortality, and in return they protected it. Zabuza kneeled in honor of the valiant fighter dying before him, Zanbato held horizontal over his bent knee. He performed a quick prayer, before standing. Naruto gazed at him with an odd look, before he coughed in laughter. "Take good care of Haku-chan, Zabuza-san." The Nuke-nin grinned and nodded in response. Turning to Jiraiya, Naruto had only one thing to say. "Please tell Tsunade-san that I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise to her." The hermit was only able to nod sadly, offering his own prayer. Naruto, feeling the last of his life slipping away, gestured with his hand in a final movement, throwing them off the tree to land lightly on the ground. They watched in awe as the Black Mage was absorbed into the trunk, blinking in surprise as the entire tree faded from existence, taking the Black Mage with it. A soft voice echoed in the wind as it finally disappeared. "I will stand guard for all of time." Jiraiya, stalling his grief, moved to where the tree had been grown from and sealed the crushed body of Uchiha Itachi into a scroll. Both eyes had been completely destroyed by the weight of the giant tree, and it would take a medical exam to figure out if it truly was Itachi. Yamato, Zabuza, Haku, and Conan traveled from body to body, burning and burying the various Nuke-nin to prevent people from stealing their secrets post-mortem. Conan was allowed a few minutes alone with Paine's corpse to say her goodbyes. Many gaped in awe at the sheer destruction wrought against the ground, such as the crater spanning hundreds of feet wide and deep, as well as the shattered frozen remains of many buildings. After debating on what to do with Hidan's body, as he was never truly dead though it would be impossible to heal him, they tossed him into the deep point of the crater and used several Doton, earth element, techniques to fill the crater. Haku and Zabuza paid their respects for their fallen friend, erecting a small gravestone for him where Itachi's body once laid before wandering once more. Conan, her only tie left in the world being Jiraiya, followed the Toad Summoner, the Makuten, Wood Element, User, and the Uchiha's unconscious body back to Konoha. She had never been a nuke nin, instead being a ninja of Omegakure which was no more, the inhabitants scattered to the winds of change, their village destroyed. Over time, Conan became a ninja of Konoha, teaching her unique brand of ninjutsu, oddly named Origami Element, to ninja who had no elemental affinity. Sasuke committed suicide, his two goals in life of restoring the Uchiha clan and killing his brother barred from his grasp forever by the Dobi. The world's reaction to the destruction of Akatsuki at the cost of the S-class nuke nin known as Konoha no Naruto, Naruto of Devastation, was rather odd. Every single shinobi village sent an envoy to the remains of Omegakure, paying their respects to the fallen Black Mage. His title was renamed post-mortem to Wakagari no Naruto, Naruto of Rejuvenation, due to his penchant for using plant techniques, and for turning Otogakure, hidden in the sound, into a lush forest. Konoha's council was disbanded after slamming the irrefutable evidence of his parentage into their faces by Tsunade. Several were racked by inconsolable guilt for it, unable to apologize due to his death. Tsunade refused to create a new council, stating that such power had corrupted the other councils, and that it was much easier to assassinate a corrupt Hokage than a corrupt council. With Naruto. After being absorbed within the physical manifestation of Nordrassil's power, he was swept away into the tree's homeworld, Azeroth. Encased within the protective grasp of the guardian tree, his body was reconstructed to suit his status as a guardian of the tree. He spent years within the center of the tree itself, his aging halting in the mid-20s. He became a guardian spirit born of the tree. Eternally bound to the tree, should his body die once again, he would simply be reborn from the tree. Perfect in every physical aspect, he retained his height of 6 feet 1 inch, though his aesthetic appearance changed drastically due to his affinity for frost and flora. His body lost a lot of its core heat, his skin paling and turning a light blue hue of hypothermia. His lips became pale, his ears elongating slightly and tapering to a sharp point. Hair was replaced with fine mauve-colored vines, capable of sprouting minuscule thorns that could flay flesh from bone. His eyes retained their amethyst hue of purple. In addition to his physical changes, the world tree gently submerged his mind in information of the world around him, teaching him of the world's inhabitants. The connection between the two strengthened, allowing Naruto to finally let go of his iron control on his emotions and cast forbidden magic without a focus without being overwhelmed by power. He learned of the Night Elves, or Kaldore, who would be under his protection, their culture, their leaders, and their history. He learned of the history of the world, everything that Nordrassil had learned over the ages. Steeped in ancient knowledge, he absorbed it all. The time came when his protection was required, and his eyes opened within the trunk. Easing himself awake, he teleported out of the wooden embrace with nary a sound. He appeared from the ground directly in front of Jaina Proudmoore with a quirk of his pale lips. The sorceress stiffened in surprise, holding her battle staff aloft and prepared to attack the would-be assassin, before he spoke in Darnashan accented common. "You have no need to fear me, sorceress. I am here to protect my tree." Without acknowledging her existence further, he turned towards the oncoming army of demons. Augmenting his voice with the power of Nordrassil, his challenge boomed across the battlefield. "Archimonde the Defiler. You dare to threaten my domain, my tree, my life. You will suffer an eternity of torment for harming my charges and threatening the balance." Malfurion Stormrage, who had been preparing a ritual to use the life force of Nordrassil to destroy the Irradar, halted in his casting. A Darnashan curse bloomed in his mind as he realized what the tree had just done in its defense, and he hurried to the battlefield to prevent any of their allies' troops being caught in the crossfire. The closest translation to the curse upon the tip of his tongue was echoed by Tyrande Whisperwind, Thrall, and Jaina. Oh shit, alright guys. That's it for this story. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. Once again, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Your continuous support is the greatest reason I can continue to make these videos, and for that, I am extremely grateful. Anyways, everyone, until next time, peace.